surface in the water, please, in the area. Leave the competition area only for the girls. Ontem dentro da categoria feminina, que ainda não terminou, que a gente ganhou uma vitória com o Carioca, o Gabriel, fazendo todo o conteúdo nos possíveis, e também a maior nota que os realizantes conseguem ter a categoria masculina, no que eles termam de conversa na terra de 15 conseguiram, eles conseguiram a maior nota de campeão muito anos de qualidade, com 6 pontos por as melhores notas do Rio Grande. Olha essa série agora que funciona.
To clean up the competition area. Galera, por gentileza, vamos levar a competição. A gente está contando com o auxílio ali da galera. Segurança de arma, equipe de fogo resgate, já posicionou as bolas de competição, colaborando aqui para a gente liberar a área para a categoria feminina. 1 minuto e 20 para o início do evento.
South America, Brazil playing host to stop number 5 of 7 events on the Challenger Series schedule. It is the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero, João Chianca, Luana Silva, a couple of superstars here in Saquarema arriving towards the beach this morning. Sofia Medina as well, one of Brazil's most promising females. Kali Voss, he's looking to clinch a spot on the championship tour later on this week. Kika Veselka already has a win on the Challenger Series schedule this year. That was in Newcastle. She's looking for another big result. Happy birthday, Noah Clapp. Celebrating her birthday here on October the 12th. Ano Matsuoka, she's going to be in our first heat this morning, as well as Minami Nonaka. A couple of Japanese surfers will be hitting the water for heat number 7 of women's round of 48. Beautiful morning right now. It was a bit foggy and we were on a hold for about 90 minutes. Seems to have cleared and, well, we're going to get things going. Finishing up women's round of 48, 2 heats, and then we'll be going straight into men's competition. 14 heats of the men's round of 64. Mecho Salazar with one of Brazil's best surf journalists, Maíra Paz. Bom dia, Maíra. Well, surfers have said waves are excellent. The quality is there. Of course, water's a bit cold for this time of the year. When we talk about Saquarema, we see a lot of consistency. Seems like that's what we're going to see later on today.
Yeah, Mitch, we are so excited because the waves look great. Actually, we could see a couple of right-handers breaking in, so this is a good sign. And yeah, with the top seeds coming in, we're so excited to see. Hopefully, Itaúna will provide nice ramps, good canvas, and yeah, we're going to see a surfing show for sure.
And this is a place that always gets people super excited. But what is Saquarema, Brazil, and what makes this location so special? Well, the thing about it, Maíra, we're in the largest country in South America. Brazil obviously has plenty of waves. But Saquarema, to you, what makes this place so special where we're at right now for stop number 5?
Oh, I mean, Mitch, Saquarema, it's very special. It's close to Rio de Janeiro, like 150 kilometers from there. And look, this shape of the beach is like a stage. That's why we call Maracanã do surf. And it's very open, so it receives swells from south, every kind of swell from south. So always provides, the waves are really strong. And the current that comes from the river right there makes the sandbar stay really good for surfing.
And for what we've seen so far, the days leading up to the event, sandbars are really good. Obviously, as you said, it's been raining quite a bit, which has been meaning the sand getting allocated to this part of the beach over at Itaúna. And you can just see right there, all that south that comes in is very good, especially for the left-handers. But the right, no slouch either at this world-class beach break right here in beautiful Saquarema, playing host stop number 5 of 7 events. That's Lucas Cassidy, full rotation in the free surf this morning. That's a good sign. We didn't see many rights yesterday. Meanwhile, Amra, the former CT surfer, is looking to requalify, and that is a good sign, Maíra. Slightly offshore, and just look at how good these waves are this morning. Even Mateo Serdi, one of the hopefuls for Brazil, he's having fun out there.
Yeah, they were all having fun. It looks pretty clean. And look now, no fog, so we're going to have a good show.
Well, let's see what the call is this morning. Let's go downstairs to Rachel.
Good morning, everyone. Second day of competition. And I'm here with Rafa Teixeira. He just got out of the water. Rafa, talk us about the conditions now. You were just surfing, so how was your free surf this morning?
Good morning, everyone. The waves are incredible. I think like the bank, super good. The swell direct is good too. I think today it's a really good day of the comp, and I hope everyone get good waves and show a good surf for you guys.
And you won your heat yesterday, and today you're gonna run against 2 other Brazilians, Ian Gouveia and Lucas Vicente. How is that for you to compete with other Brazilians in an important heat in Saquarema?
Yeah, super hard to compete with friends. Ian Gouveia is like my best friend. I travel with him in the last 10 years. And Lucas Vicente have the same sponsor of me, like Snap Surfboard. But contest this, you just need show my surf and then try to make a good result. And I hope one Brazilian make the hit with me.
Thank you very much, and see you in the next hits. Back to you guys.
Ciao.
Thank you, Rachel, and best of luck to Rafael Teixeira. He's going to be coming up in heat 11 of the men's round of 64. The horn has sounded, though, round of 48, heat 7 of the women. Finishing up this round, then going straight into the men's. Cero in the red, Ano Matsuoka in the blue, Minami Nonaka in the white, and the birthday girl, Noah Clapp, in the green. So South African, a couple of Japanese surfers, and one surfer representing Germany out there in the water right now. And for Rafa Teixeira, who's been competing here for, I'd say, at least a decade now, for him to say that the sandbars are that good right now, especially with the quality of the left-hander, means a lot. Seems like we're going to be scoring today.
Yeah, for sure, Mitch. Even because, like, Rafa yesterday, he surfed pretty great. He caught, like, 2 really good waves and won his heat. So we are so excited to see what we're going to see this in the Sunday. And we saw, like, the crowds coming in, so it looks like the sun is almost coming out, so it looks like it's going to be a great Sunday.
And if I'm not mistaken, today's also a national holiday, Children's Day here in Brazil?
Yeah, it is Children's Day, so probably we're going to see a lot of roommates on the beach.
Yeah, would be cool. Minami Nonaka from Ichinomiya in Japan. Multiple years now on the Challenger Series. She's looked good in the free serves, was very focused warming up this morning before she paddled out. She's got a really tough matchup, though. Cero, a lot of experience out there in the red. She is our top seed in this heat. Ano Matsuoka has had success in the state of Rio before. She actually won ISA Juniors at Praia de Macumba, just a couple of hours away from this location in Saquarema. Meanwhile, Noah Clapp out of Malibu, California, representing Germany. Great goofy footer. And it seems like our surfer in red, Baum, she's going to get things going this morning. Great looking right-hander into the lip, and just a bit off timing right there for Cero. So going to be an incomplete wave to start off the heat. But 30 minutes out there, it's plenty of time, and it just seems, as we always say with Saquarema, consistency tends to be the biggest factor of them all right here. Plenty of chances, and more than anything, as long as the current really isn't dragging you out of position, it seems to be like you're always in the right spot for a wave.
Yeah, Mitch, and did you see that wave? Like, it looked pretty great. Unfortunately, she couldn't finish the turn off the top, but it's, as we said before, like, we saw a couple of rights, and look how beautiful was this wave.
Plenty of size, too, right?
Plenty of size. I think it's bigger than we thought it would be. A little bit, as you said, off time there, but it was a very good looking wave.
So she's going to go to 4th priority. Meanwhile, non-priority situation between the other 3 surfers out there in the water. So the plan to finish this round, we have 2 heats, and we're going to be running 14 heats of the men's round of 64. As you can just see, slightly offshore wind. The sun will be coming out later today. It's forecasted to be one of the warmer days of the waiting period. And just look at the consistency, the size of these waves. Really fun. They're gonna let this one go. Seems to be a smart move. And both Matsuoka and Clapp, I mean, they're trying to get in position for what appears to be a good left. And it will be on. First carve strong, right in that mayhem. More of a setup snap on the second one, and into the lip for the third. That's going to be a great start for her. Hiroto Ohara loves it. He should. Jake Patterson in the background as well. And Matsuoka, only 19 years of age. She's going to be 20 next month. A lot of competitive experience. She's already done well here in Brazil, but at the Challenger Series level, she hasn't really translated. As you can see right there, regional QS number 2 did very well, but still looking for her breakout result when it comes to the Challengers, Maida.
Yeah, it's always hard, like, to have good results in this stage. But I mean, this wave looked pretty good, like nice combo, 3 turns. For sure, she's gonna start strong her heat. Look, beautiful left. Strong carve, a lot of water sprayed. Then just a setup carve right there, but a strong finish. Hitting the lip, smooth. Yeah, I really like this wave.
Well, and I think really just finishing on your feet, first wave of the heat, brings up your confidence a lot. And just seems like at the moment right now, especially with the support that she has on the beach, really has that confidence going. So expecting a good number right here from Matsuoka. And guess what? It is in the good range, a 6.5. What a way to start off Heat 7 for the surfer in blue, Anon. Imobam with just a 0.93, Nonaka and Club still waiting for their openers. Well, let's see what our friends over at Surfline have for us when it comes to the great forecast here for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro. It's been, a fun couple of days so far, but looking down the line too, gotta be expecting some, decent pop-up swell, especially next weekend seems to be like potential for a couple of big days, Maida.
Yeah, for sure, Mitch. Actually, the swell is going to drop on Tuesday and maybe Wednesday, but it's going to pick up again on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And this is today, so 4 to 5 feet faces in the morning, 3 to 5 feet during the afternoon, a little bit offshore wind, and then a little stronger onshore wind during the afternoon.
I think if you ask a lot of the surfers if onshore is going to bother them, they'd probably say no. More than anything, they're going to be saying air wind. And you look at the next 4 days, as you said, Monday drops a little bit. Tuesday seems very fun still, and I like what I'm seeing for Thursday morning as well. Anytime you see offshore and that kind of green color on the Surfline forecast, it means something good out there. Big thank you to our partners over at Surfline. Appreciate your support as always.
Yesterday, I've met Raoni Monteiro, and I was talking to him a little bit about the forecast. And with his local knowledge, he was talking that he bet that Friday and Saturday will be the best days of the window. So because the swell is going to shift a little bit, and the wind is going to shift. So it won't be like south. This is the replay for Anon.
Yeah, this was during the forecast. Just a quick one for Matsuoka, 0.7. And this is Sarah's best so far, Maida. A 2-point ride for the surfer representing South Africa.
Yeah, she got into the wave a little late right there, but she has time to make a turn. That's the 2-point ride for her.
And never easy being the first heat of the morning, but a lot of them, they didn't want to paddle out. I saw Noah Clapp paddle out for a free surf a while ago. Now with the 90-minute hold, how long are you willing to wait to be able to warm up, get ready, potentially the fog coming back in, thinking to yourself, should I just be going right now or should I wait, conserve my energy, especially knowing that you're probably only going to surf once today as well?
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. It's always hard to be in this first heat of the day. I think no one's really like to do because sometimes you don't have time to see properly the ocean, to watch, and sometimes it's just too much expectation like today as we had this hold. So, but I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do.
There's the Japanese crew supporting both Nonaka and Clapp, and Matsuoka, excuse me. Joe Azuchi in the background, Shohei Kato, Amoru Suzuki as well. 20 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Just a couple of small scores for Baum. And Matsuoka does have the 6.5. Nonaka and Clapp so far. No waves ridden. And we have seen a big increase and jump, I'd have to say. And not only better results, I'd have to say, really the circle of friendship between a lot of the surfers representing Asia as well. Seems to me like they're traveling together a lot more, and especially with the success of maybe somebody like Hiroto Ohara, Kanoa Igarashi as well. They've really brought things out and gotten some better results over the last few years too.
Yeah, I think whenever you have like a group, nice environment, and like people backing you up, it's really good for your results. In my opinion, like the Brazilian Storm really kind of teach this to the world, because historically, like Brazilians, they have traveled together because they needed to, because they were supporting each other. Back in the days, we didn't have like many coaches and this kind of stuff. So, but I think like everyone kind of learned, like influenced by them. So this is Sara again.
Yeah, going left for the first time this heat is Balmy. Represents South Africa, been living in Australia for a few years now. That's going to be solid opener for her. Under the lip snap at the end of that wave, 19:20 on the clock, and still Nonaka and Noah Klopp, no waves ridden so far. And you know, you even see a lot of the crew from the U.S. Eli Hanneman, you know, from Hawaii. He basically got adopted into the San Clemente crew, and we saw that with the U.S. surfers, you know, in the 90s with the Momentum generation. Taylor Knox, Kelly Slater, Ross Williams, our colleague. They all used to travel together, but it seems like nowadays there's less pressure between them and more camaraderie, as we see the Lhasa Bomb seems to be her best.
Yeah, I think so. She was looking for the rights, but this left, I think it was her best wave ridden. Look, nice snap to finish, but the 2 turns that she did before was good as well. So for sure she will put this score on board.
There's Julian Lhasa, great coach out of the Basque Country. Tara Watanabe in the background supporting his partner Noah Klopp. And the score in for Sarah Baum, it's a 4.83. I want to say it was the first year we came here for the Challengers in 22. There were a couple of great lefts, and Sarah had one big carve on the open face, and I still remember that wave just because it kind of shows you the style that she has. She's the one person to go for that one big section and just, hey, whether I fall or I make it, I want to go for it, and I really want to present my style of surfing. And an awkward situation right here. Matsuoka up and riding, though. It seemed like Noah Klopp hadn't established a wave priority yet, so we'll see what the decision is. But Matsuoka still surfing, and she will be bettering the 0.7. 17 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock right here. And now priority with Minami Nonaka. Klopp did get a quick wave in the green jersey.
Yeah, look, very awkward this one. It seems to be like Noah Klopp priority.
Well,
the priority was not established, but I mean,
yeah.
You know.
So if you already in the 3rd or 4th priority situation, you still cannot interfere with the person who hasn't caught a wave. So now the question will be, is there clear interference? Because it seems to me like obviously green had the right of way right here.
That's the thing. And in our graphics here, it wasn't showing any priority. So I don't know. Let's see what the judges think.
And this would be a pretty severe mistake on Matsuoka's behalf if it does go through as a priority interference, because big difference between a non-priority interference and a priority interference. In a priority situation, it's your second best wave that gets completely cut off. Now, if it were a non-priority situation, it's only half of your second best score. So still waiting to see how that situation really just comes together right here. 16 minutes on the clock, and they have determined a priority interference on the surfer in blue over green. Matsuoka will not be scored on her second ride, which is a big bummer right here, Maeda, because if that last wave were to count, she'd be in the lead at the moment. Now, still a possibility to make it out of the heat. Top 2 do advance. And as of right now, neither green or white really have any kind of score significance.
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know what happened to her, what she was thinking that moment, but what an error right there, Mitch, because she has the best score of the heat until now, like a 6.5 score. So what a shame for her.
And now her max heat total can only be up to 10 points because it'll be counting one wave.
Sure.
You can only get up to a 10 on one score. Here's the situation again.
And probably Jake Snake is just like freaking out as he was in Ericeira when it was Hiroto, no?
It was Hiroto,
yeah. Hiroto, yeah. He made the interference. So
Luckily for her, heat's not over. She's still in second place, has the best score of the heat so far, a 6.5. But now green only needing a 6.08. White Nonaka with her first wave halfway through the heat needs a 6.51 or better to move up into second place. Great second turn right there by Nonaka. That should score well. The crew loves it, as they should. 14 minutes on the clock, and took her a while to get going into this heat, but executed that wave as perfect as she could have. Here's the surfer in green now, Noah. Her best wave by far in this one so far. Good patience coming around the corner. A lot of these waves tend to double up on the inside. She might get a bonus section if she sticks with it, and unfortunately, it will not double up. She's going to have to kick out. 13:40 on the clock. So going to be her best ride so far. A 6.08 would get her into the lead. The first score of Nonaka, a 3.77. Still waiting on this score here, Maida.
Yeah, it was a pretty good looking wave in the beginning. She did 2 nice turns right there. Unfortunately, the wave didn't provide that much. She kept like believing it, but it didn't double up here in the inside.
So Klopp with her best score, a 3.43, and then the opener of Nonaka, 3.77 on this one.
Got a little bit hang there in this first turn, but the second one was vertically. She hit it strongly. Yeah, good attempt for her, 3.77.
At the moment, it's still Baum in the lead. Matsuoka in second despite the interference. And both Noah Klopp and Minami Nonaka are looking to make a comeback. Sol Aguirre, the multiple-time South American champion, coming up in our final women's heat when we return to Saquarema. Back in Saquarema for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. A lot of wildlife right here in beautiful South America. Of course, a couple of beautiful rocks to make the scenery even much better too. I know there's a wave right around the corner where that rock is too. I think it's called Backdoor, but it only breaks on a certain type of swell. But, maybe we'll get a chance to surf a wave like that eventually. 10 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in Heat 7 of the round of 48.
Yeah, Kaipo and I, we were talking about this wave yesterday, and we were saying that we're telling a little, couple of secrets here. No, but it is a really good wave. Can get really gnarly.
So an interference has been called on the surfer in blue, who is currently still in second place, Anon Matsuoka. It was a priority interference, so that means that her entire second best wave is eliminated. At the most she can score in the heat now is 10 points. And that means that Noah Klopp, Minami Nonaka at the moment need small requirements to overtake her in second. Meanwhile, Sarah Baum, the heat leader, a 4.83 and a 2. 9 minutes 30 on the clock. And there's obviously some waves here that might be a little bit more secret and whatnot. There's also certain waves that only break with a typical swell direction, as we see some directions right there from the beach towards Matsuoka, it seems. The cool thing about Itaúna right here, where we're at for the event site, any kind of south that comes in, whether it's southeast, southwest, or just a straight south, we're having waves. And on a regular basis here in this part of South America, this wave tends to break 360 days out of the year. That's why it's such a prime location for both the Championship Tour event and here the Challenger Series event too.
Yeah, Mitchell, it's just so amazing how consistent it is, you know. Like every time I get here, like even when it's really small, you can have like fun rides right there, you know, because it's so powerful. So even when it's really, really small, it's gonna be fun. You will have fun for sure.
There's Matsuoka. Has the best score of the heat so far. That's keeping her in second. And there's good friend, teammate Hiroto Ohara. He actually sustained a similar interference at the last event in Ereseda. It was a paddling interference. And we will be seeing Hiroto later on today. Had a great result in Huntington Beach once again at the US Open. One of the best styles on the Men's Challenger Series schedule, now supporting his good friend and teammate Ano Matsuoka. 8 minutes remain.
Probably he knows how she's feeling right now.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. You never want to replicate those feelings then, but you don't want your friends to feel it either. And it's just one of those things that, you know, you live and you learn, and it's part of competition as well. But luckily for her, she is still in second, and despite a good amount of waves coming through, seems like a couple of surfers just haven't been able to find their positioning, which is really interesting. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of current. Everybody coming in says that it's one of the best days they've seen out here so far within the week, 5 days that they've been here. And just looking at it personally, it looks very fun. Like today's one of those days where you're looking at it from the beach and you're like, I want to go surf.
Yeah, because it's clean. The waves are providing a good canvas. And yeah, but I mean, it's good for Matsuoka that she is with priority right now. So the time is ticking, and Noah Clapp and Nonaka, they still need they needed like a very low score, but the time is ticking, you know, and they don't have priority.
Saw Jessie Van Niekerk. There's Sarah Leiciaga. Sol Aguirre, number 23 on the rankings, coming up. Sol's had a lot of success here in the past, by the way. Multiple-time South American champion. He's made it in the finals day over at the World Juniors as well. Nonaka, as you said, she doesn't need a whole lot for second. 2.74 or better. And a great start on this wave for Minami. This should be her best. Just good surfing, always in the pocket. And caught this wave under priority as well. She was really far underneath everybody else. With a lot of flow, great style, and just matching this wave power for power. Has potential to be one of the best of the heat so far, just under 6 minutes. And gotta be thinking she might even take the lead with this last wave right here. Answer back though by Klopp. Setup carve on the outside. Riding that trusty flyer that she has by Channel Islands under her feet. And not getting the finish that she was expecting on that one. But at least gonna go into her top two. 5:20 on the clock now. But it does seem like Nonaka will be getting the better out of these last two waves, Maeda.
Yeah, I think so. Look how much she worked right there, and this is Matsuoka trying to better her 6.5.
And that's the thing now. It's a strong combo on the backhand, but with only one wave being scored due to the prior interference that she sustained earlier in this heat, realistically now you need to be looking for something close to an 8, if not better. Here's the replay from the outside.
Yeah, it was a very good looking wave. This turn was really good. A lot of water sprayed this one as well, but the wave kind of went flat right there. So I don't think she's gonna have something around the excellence. But this one, Noah Clapp, looked pretty great on this turn. But the backwash kind of made the wave chunky. Yeah.
Interesting. We haven't seen the backwash be that big of a factor the first day. Then Onaka's last, still waiting on this score.
Yeah, look how much she capitalized on this wave. So many turns. Really like revving it up right there. Another one. Just came through the inside with so many turns. Looked pretty great. For sure it's going to be her best score and maybe can put her in first position.
When she got to the lip multiple times in a row, it doesn't get much more precise than that. And still waiting on the score, but it's definitely her best, but could it be the best score of the heat? Just under the best of the heat, a 6.33, but it moves her up in a first. And look at what it does now, Maeda. Matsuoka down to third, now needing a 6.83, and Noah Clapp got a 3 on her last ride. She's now needing a 3.41 for second, so Sarah Baum has the 4.83, which is the thing that's keeping her in the top 2 spots. But this young lady, she hadn't caught a wave in the first 15 minutes. Now with her last 2, she's in the top spot.
Yeah, she like the wave selection was very precise right there. The wave looked pretty great, came all the way through the inside, and she capitalized on that. So now she's in first place. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left.
If something's going to happen, it's going to be in Saquarema. And we've seen plenty of surprises, a lot of spectacle here in the past, and Matsuoka, she's not out of it. Luckily for her, Baum does not have a double-digit situation. If it were that case, the heat would pretty much be over for her. And same thing for the surfer in green, third priority, but only needs a 3.41. And both her and Matsuoka have the potential to get those scores easily. Clapp can get that wave with just a single turn.
In terms of priority, that last wave of Noah Clapp was like, oh, this is Sara.
So the surfer in second, using priority. It's the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Only needs to improve on a 2-point ride here, and she's probably done that already. A lot of patience, very intelligent surfer. She's been an Olympian. She knows how to compete and make heats, and it seems like that is the case right now. No doubt improving on the 2 that she has as her backup. 90 seconds right here, and a very smart move with priority on her behalf.
Yeah, because we have only 1 minute 25 left.
And now Matsuoka, depending on what Baum gets, she might be needing something close to a 10. And that wave just too fat, really never standing up for her. And just over a minute on the clock right here. And priority with Noah in the green. Before Sarah's last, she was just needing a 3.41, now needing a 5.1, as the last of Bami a 3.7, and this one, the last of Matsuoka, just a 2.97. So still, now she's needing an 8.53. Would have to be the first excellent score of the event.
And this is the replay of Sara. Nice turn right there. Hits the lip a little bit late. Then the wave got really flat, but she kept like making turns, hoping for a good finish in the inside. Unfortunately, that was it.
Well, it's enough though. She's in second place, so she's getting your job done. Meanwhile, this young surfer, Minami Nonaka, a 19-year-old with just 3 waves ridden, including this one, is gonna take the heat win in a very smart, patient, but more than anything, talented way. 2 waves in the last 15 minutes that put her into the top spot. Second best score of the heat, a 6.33. Sarah very intelligent right there at the end, used priority in the best of ways, and she's going to be moving through in second. And unfortunately, due to a priority interference, Anon Matsuoka, who had the best score of the heat, she's out of the event. And we're also going to say goodbye to Noah Clapp. Happy birthday, Noah. But Minami no Naka, Sarah advancing into the next round here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. The last heat of the women's round of 48 coming up. Aguirre, Lepron, Van Niekerk, and Lesiaga hit in the water when we return.
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by the city of Saquarema, official host of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero.
One of the most beautiful spots on the Challenger Series schedule, Saquarema, Brazil, event number 5 of 7 on the CS schedule. Round of 48, Heat 8 for the women out there. Sol Aguirre from Peru in the red. Louise Lepront from Scottsboro, Durban, South Africa in the blue. Jessie Van Niekerk represents South Africa, spends most of her time in Australia in the white. And Sarah Lesiaga competing in her second event on the CS schedule so far this year, representing France, is in the green. It's our last heat winner, Minami no Naka. Chatting with Mirai Ikeda on her way up. You know, it's cool to have a hat sponsor, personally. I'm a big hat guy, as you know, Maeda. New Era, a sponsor? You get all these kind of baseball caps and everything? I mean, let's bring it into surfing. Let's see more of that. So Sol Aguirre out there, the Olympian from last year in the red, already has a 4. This one, her second ride, just a quick in and out. Lesiaga from the French Basque Country, a 3.5 on her opener. Meanwhile, the two South Africans, both Lepron and Van Niekerk, searching for their opening rides. This is the first wave of Aguirre in red, a 4-point ride for the multiple-time South American champion.
Yeah, nice first turn and strong finish movement right there.
And then Lesiaga, she got a 3.5 on this one.
Beautiful turn. Got a little bit hanged right there, but the second one looked great.
Got a good style though, Sarah.
Yeah.
Out of the French Basque Country, so you go to the southwest of France.
Whoa.
A lot of great waves. Of course, a lot of beach breaks too, and telling you, great style. But the forehand wrap, quite strong too for a French surfer. She's also a student, so a scholar, professional surfer. Good combination. We see a good amount of those within the draw here at the Challenger Series level. There's the support crew, her coach. Her partner also next to him. You know, what's so interesting about a lot of the surfers that come out of Europe, they have their own style that they bring to different parts of the world too, but I really like how they also maintain that coffee has to be an essential part of your travel all the time. When you see the Europeans at a good coffee spot, you know that that place has to be legit.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. And I think like many people in the world are kind of getting this kind of rituals, you know, with coffee. Here in Brazil, it's just like a fever right now, all this coffee ritual.
There are the two South Africans, Jessie Van Niekerk. She was part of the great program called Surfer Girls. And Louise Lepron. She's no stranger to competing on the Challenger Series. So Van Niekerk out of Cape Town, spends a good amount of time in Melbourne. Great parents, great surfing family, and you know, they traveled a lot throughout the country of South Africa, all over the world as a family, and surfing brought them together, and they were like, hey, you know, we got kids, we want to make sure that they're enjoying life, and so far they have. Same thing for Lepron. Her brother Luke has been a former surfer at this level as well. Big win, big comeback win, Rachel, for Minami Nonaka. She's downstairs on the glass.
That's right, Mitch. Minami Nonaka, congratulations. You just showed us that it was worth having patience and capitalizing on that left. How was that peak wave selection for you? How was the heat?
It was so slow start, and I couldn't catch the waves in first 15 minutes, and then got 3.77, and it was so nervous, but I got 6.33, so yeah, I'm happy.
You can say in Japanese now if you want to send some love to your friends, family, supporters. You also have your Japanese crew here.
応援ありがとうございます。なんとか最後に6.33をスコアして、勝つことができました。明日のラウンド2も頑張るので引き続きはよろしくお願いします。
Thank you very much. Good luck. Back to guys.
Arigato gozaimasu, and big congratulations to Minami Nonaka, advancing into the next round here in Saquarema. Louise Lepron out there in the blue. She's still only 16. She won the South African Open of Surfing earlier this year. We talk about, you know, the age range on the Women's Challenger Series side. Very young. A lot of these women still, you know, not only trying to qualify for the tour, a good amount of them, despite their young age, have been on the CS for years now. And when you look at the men's side, obviously very competitive too, but it seems like they tend to peak later on in life. A lot of these women, by the time they were 18, they're already succeeding on the championship tour, Maida.
Yeah, we just saw like Tia Zabrowski with 14 years getting qualified for the championship tour. For me, it feels like skateboarding, you know. I don't know what happens that like many like really young girls are getting good results and going to the Olympics. And surfing is the same, you know. It has been the same. So really young. I think it's just because it's we have a bigger playing field right now, and people were really into it. Imagine like Tia Zabrowski. I think she was 8 or 9 years old when WSL made equal payment for women. So she really grew up with this feeling and with this thought that she can do this for living and everything. It's growing up, and you know, so it was a huge movement what WSL did like in 2019 for the women's growth of the sport.
Well, one person who has definitely been on the forefront of South American surfing, and not even from Brazil, Sol Aguirre, an Olympian last year, talked about her being multiple times South American champion. She made the semis at the World Pro Junior in Oceanside a few years ago. She comes from a great place in Peru, spends a lot of time in Lima, but her family's from the northern part, Los Órganos. Amazing waves, long left-hand point breaks. And just look at how good Peru's been, you know, throughout 50, 60 years of surfing culture over there. They've had surfers on the men's side of the championship tour. They've had the first female South American world champion with Sofia Mulanovic, but they are still needing somebody to represent them on the championship tour. And Sol's been close, Daniela's been close. Arena surfed in the CT event this year as a wild card. She beat Gabby Bryan, if you remember, at this event right here. So it is an important venue for these surfers from South America that aren't native to Brazil.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. And so agrees. She's been like surfing so many times here in Itaúna during the juniors, the QSs, that for me it seems that she's one of the most experienced surfers here in Itaúna.
Here's Van Niekerk. This is her first ride. And setup carve tried to get into the lip in time, but unfortunately just a bit off time right there for Jessie. 19:20 on the clock, so outside of the 4 for Aguirre and the 3.5 of Lesiaga. Nothing substantial in terms of these scores here in the last heat of the round of 48 for the women. And just a 1.5 for Jessie Van Niekerk to start things off. Well, conditions super fun out there. Seems like everybody's really stoked on the slight offshore wind at the moment, but it also seems like the water's not as bad as a lot of people were expecting compared to last year. 4 to 5 feet, tide is dropping at about 2.3 feet. Water 70 degrees Fahrenheit, really good. But you see that slight east-northeast wind, slightly offshore here for Itaúna at the moment, the Vivo surf conditions.
Yeah, Mitch, because sometimes there is a current that comes from Africa that makes the water comes really, really cold, but it doesn't seem to be like this. It's just like a phenomenon that comes and makes the water cold in Cabo Frio. That's why it's called Cabo Frio. It's like cold cape. So normally the water here in Rio de Janeiro, it's way colder than everywhere else in Brazil, even the south. So it's just because of this current that comes from the bottom of the ocean. Actually, we call resurgência, I think.
Yeah, a resurgence.
Resurgency,
yeah, an upwelling,
yeah. So, yeah, but it's not that bad these days.
Well, the forecast does say it's going to be sunny all day long today.
Yeah, and the crowds are just getting here. We are, it's still 9:15
It's
local
early.
time.
It's
early.
early
For a Sunday, you know.
People are going to be here at noon. The sun's going to come out. It was crowded yesterday. I know there's an Altinha challenge down on the beach too. We got a muscle gym down on the beach, which I'm going to be hitting on the late days. I'm really looking forward to some good food too, but just back to that Cabo Frio talk, can we change it to Cabo Quente, warm Cape, and like see if it just changed naturally or something like that? Because a lot of people underestimate the cold at this location, especially last year. Everybody had to be in a full suit. It might have been one of the coldest places I've been to on the Challenger Series schedule.
Yeah, I think everyone thinks, oh, it's Brazil, it's warm, so...
Especially Rio, right?
Especially Rio, because like outside the water, it's very warm, but inside the water, sometimes it gets like freezing. You cannot believe how it is.
So a 4 and a 0.3 have Sol in the red as the heat leader at the moment. Lepron still waiting for her first wave. Seems like some sets approaching on the outside. Let's see who's in position for this. And Lepron, she's going to be up and riding her first ride. Proudly riding the Smith Shapes from Graham. Get a little layback to start things off for Louise. Down the line, once again, much better engaging the rails on that one. Brings it all the way back, and Lulu gonna kick out with 16 minutes still remaining on the clock in heat number 8. So use priority well. I mean, really nothing super significant in this heat so far in terms of the scores, and it should be rivaling the 3.5 and the 4 so far for the top 2.
Yeah, it's true. Luisa Lepron first on the QSs in South Africa.
And here's Sol now, the current heat leader. Just one big one on the outside. And she might try to stick with it, potentially making it around this when she does, but once she gets there, not a whole lot of face. So halfway through the heat right here, 15:30 remaining in heat number 8. Lesiaga with just a 3.5. She now holds priority. Meanwhile, Van Niekerk just the 1.5. You know, you look at the difference in the champions here on the women's side. At the CT level, we've only had 2 goofy-footed winners. Both of them were in the 90s. On the Challenger Series, Leiciaga, big attempt right there, but comes unglued coming out of it. It seems like she's okay. A lot of commitment to that one. Got to give her credit for that, but it's just going to be an incomplete turn for the French surfer in the green. Here's a replay from the start.
Oh my God, it was a strong section. She committed, but then couldn't finish, couldn't stay on her feet. Probably she didn't put too much strength on the board, and the wave looked pretty powerful. And this is the replay for Sol Aguirre. Just one big turn, and the wave kind of closed out.
But it'll be her backup at the moment. Nice commitment on this one, too.
Yeah, the lip was already like falling. She hit it.
And then Lepron's opener, still waiting on this score here, Maida.
Yeah, a little laid back right there, but I think she didn't get happy enough, and then much more control on this one. Good turn. The wave got a little chunky.
She's up and running again, goes back to the patented layback. Brings it back all the way as Lepron. Trying to get a combo going on the inside. She does. So her 2 waves so far have been complete. And some very smart and strategic surfing so far by Louise. 13:30 on the clock. Waiting on a few scores for these surfers out there. In our final heat of the women's round of 48. Going to go straight into the men's round of 64. 14 heats of that for today. As we look at the last of Lepron right here.
Yeah, beautiful open face. I think, yeah, it was the same layback in the first turn, then came with a cutback, wait for a snap. Nice combo, I like the variety.
Well done from Lulu as well, converting on 2 waves so far, the only 2 that she has selected with just under 13 minutes on the clock. Waiting on the score for Aguirre as well. The opener of Lepron, a 3.57. Couple of waves coming through the lineup. Van Niekerk does have priority, and she's going to be going on this one. The first of the set seems to be a good one as well. Bully section has to make it around this right here. Just not a whole lot on that one, unfortunately for her. She's just had a bit of bad luck in this heat so far in terms of her wave selection. Last of Lepron, identical. She has a pair of 3.57s, and the second to last of Sol, a 3.33, so she extends her lead. Meanwhile, Leiciaga still out there with priority in the green. Needs a 3.64 at the moment in third. And Van Niekerk now needing a 5.64 or better.
Yeah, Van Niekerk, she hasn't found a good wave still.
Sol still in control of this heat. Leiciaga with priority having a look at this. And she's going to lose priority without converting on a score either. 11 minutes, 30 seconds remain in our final heat of the women's round of 48. Lucas Silveira, the former world junior champion, coming up. So is Jackson Baker when we return to Saquarema.
Vamos acompanhar ali na bateria, já mandando a primeira rasgada no segundo lado, como todo mundo, uma bela rasgada. Tá rasgada ali, é só a
tá falando com relação a apresentado, mas que vai chegando na área, aí já tá colocando a onda, já desceu na ladeira, faz o copo mais avançado, sempre da fica por ali. E a corrida vai se virando.
Our final heat of the women's round of 48 out there in the water. Sol Aguirre still in the lead. Louise Lepron in second place. Meanwhile, both Sarah Lesiaga and Jessie Van Niekerk need some small scores to move up into the top two spots. It's the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. Mitch and Maida with you. And Lepron with priority. A couple of 3.57s have her in second place. Meanwhile, though, Sol Aguirre extends her lead. Her last score right here on this one, her personal best, a 5-point ride, Maida.
Yeah, very good looking wave. Nice 2 first turns. Then hits the white water, but it was really aggressive on both of snaps right there. That's why she got her first best score.
Wow, and an intense turn right there by Sarah Lesiaga on the outside. Moment needs a 3.64 for second place. That surfer in blue looking to defend second spot. That's Louise Lepron. Won't be doing that though, just a close out for her. 8 minutes 30 on the clock. Waiting on the last of Lesiaga. She needs a mid-3 at the moment to move up into the top 2. And this is an interesting wave right here, Maida. Let's see if she gets the score or not.
Yeah, hits the lip strongly and then comes around the corner, but the wave just shut it down.
8 minutes now. Nobody so far has established priority. And Van Niekerk now needs a 5.64 in the 4th spot. Well, busy day so far, even 2 heats in, Rachel, but it does seem like the Red Bull Athlete Zone is heating up early on this morning.
That's right, Mitch. I'm right here from the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and this is the area there is a little bit of celebration, cheering, but also a lot of nerves going on. Here we can see the boards, the athletes. Matthew is getting ready for his next heat. Kawan is also listening to something in his headphones. They're getting very concentrated for their heats. And then there's all the coaches, families. This is the area that they stay, and it's amazing.
Rachel, this is stop 5 now rather than the last one as we had seen in previous years. Does it seem like it's more calm this year, or is the pressure still on a lot of these surfers?
No, I can feel it's more calm this year for sure. Yeah, the other years, people were super nervous.
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate the time. 7 minutes on the clock now. Aguirre still in the lead with a 5 and a 4. Lesiaga gets the score. And as we were expecting, was kind of those ones, whether or not she gets it, but you got a reward going up into the lip. It was a critical section, a 4.03, so a situation change. Now Louise Lepron basically needs a 4, a 3.97 to be exact. And Jessie Van Niekerk now needing a 6.03 in clutch time right here, Maida, and priority with the heat leader, Aguirre.
Yeah, this is Saquarema. You can get like a big score with just one movement, one turn in a critical section. It was a 4.03, but it was enough for second position. And now Sol Aguirre with 6 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. She's in a good spot because she's with priority with the 2 best, not the 2 best scores, but a 5-point ride and a 4-point ride. So let's see if Lepron and Van Niekerk can get into the mix.
Yeah, Lesiaga, this is only her second event on the Challenger Series so far. She competed at home in Europe in Edeseda. Done well on the regional QS, though. A couple of thirds over there, close to Caparica and in Lacanau, the 20-year-old student athlete. And up into second place at the moment. So she didn't make it out of this round in Edeseda. And doing so in your first trip outside of your native region would be huge for her confidence-wise. 5:20 on the clock. Let's see how we got to this point of heat number 8 with the Natura Kayak recap. Sol with a 4 and then a 5-point ride. She's been in the lead the majority of the heat.
Yeah, this turn was really critical. She really committed to that one. And this second wave, the 4-point ride, nice couple turns in the beginning, spring a lot of water and finish it off with this snap.
kind of a half claim right there at the end too. And then this is the wave that got Leiciaga into the number 2 spot of 4:03.
Yeah, one big movement, 4.03, was enough to put her in second position.
So just under 5 minutes on the clock. How beautiful is that shot right there? It seemed like Leiciaga might have had a look at that one right there. But Sol Aguirre also seems like she did lose priority, so was in the top spot priority-wise, went down to number 4. Now Leiciaga, it seems like she's also asking for a priority switch, and there is one. So it seemed like Lepront might have paddled for a wave too. Switches everything around. Van Niekerk now with priority needing a 6.03. They're gonna let Lulu go though. She needs a 3.97 or better. It would have to be her best wave in this heat. Good snap in the pocket. Brings it all the way around. Just really nothing with the most critical of sections though, and that's what kept her threes down earlier on this heat. Van Niekerk with another quick one too. And now that situation where priority changed momentarily doesn't seem like it's going to really affect the outcome with these last 2 waves.
3 minutes and a half to go.
So priority with Leiciaga, just over 3 minutes on the clock. Waiting on a couple of numbers. The last of Lepront, not enough. So this is the mistake that Sol had. She paddled for that wave, a pretty committed paddle, so priority switched at that moment. And it seemed like they deemed a block on Lepront in that situation. He had higher priority than Green, and she went down in the order. And this is her last. It doesn't get the score. 2.43 on this last one by Lulu.
Yeah, she did a couple good turns right there, but without like a critical part in this wave. So it wasn't enough to change her situation. And right behind, Jessie came with this one. But yeah, it was just a 2.1.
And she's up and running again, needs a 5.43 or better. 2 minutes 20. Working this wave well, but once again, just pretty flat on the open face. Needs something to steepen up. It could potentially do so on the inside, but not a whole lot. She's going to be forced to kick out. And a close heat for second place. Sol definitely has an advantage with that 5 in her score line. Van Niekerk needing a 5.43 as we hit the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. So seems like Aguirre was up, a 1.93 on hers, as we take a look at the last of Jessie.
Yeah, she came all the way here, look the bounce that this wave had at the beginning, and became like really flat here. She had a kind of hard time finding like steeper waves on this heat.
And this is the last of Aguirre, just a 1.93 for the heat leader. Doesn't change anything for her.
Yeah, just a quick turn right there.
So minute 20 now. Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Sol in the lead. She's been active in this heat, 6 waves ridden. Top 2 of 5 and a 4. Leiciaga with a 4.03, big difference for her. Just getting into the lip, getting that score, and then Lepront, a couple of 3.57s, needs her best though, a 3.97. Van Niekerk now needs a 5.4, her last, her best, a 2.13. With 45 seconds to go, it seems like right here using priority going to be very, very important for the top 2 surfers.
Yeah, like Luis has the opportunity right now, 35 seconds to find a nice wave to get a 3.97 is not that high, but in comparison with other waves of this heat, you have to find a good wall, like a nice canvas to make it a good combo.
And potential for perhaps one wave. And 10 seconds on the clock now. It seems like that's going to be it for heat number 8 of the women's round of 48. Van Niekerk, 3 seconds. And this wave is going to count. Needs a 5.4, gets to the lip once. But that's going to fall short of the requirement of the 5.4 that the surfer in white is going to need. Good effort right at the end, but just was never able to find the right wave. So it's going to be Aguirre, Leiciaga moving through. Going to see both Lepron and Van Nieker compete at the next event at Pipeline. There are the official results. Sol and Cero moving through. We're going to be hearing from Sol in just a few minutes. As moving on to the men's round of 64, a big one coming up. Matthew McGillivray, Lucas Silveira, Jackson Baker, and the local surfer Kawa Costa in a lineup for the first heat of the men's round of 64 when we return to the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero.
É isso, Dia das Crianças. Parabéns, parabéns para todas as crianças. E hoje teremos Nilo MCs. Vai rolar aqui 18 horas aqui na Praia de Itaúna. E olha o camiseta da...
Ah, what a beautiful sight here in Saquarema, day number 2 of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. We're into the round of 64, opening heat, and it's a doozy. It's a great heat. Heat number 1, we're going to see Matthew McGillivray, Lucas Silveira, Jackson Baker, as well as Kawa Costa. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. That's Marcos Bocuyuva.
Morning, Kaipo.
Good morning. We had a little bit of fog this morning, but everything turned out just fine. Waves look fun, contestable, and we got some great, great heats to call.
That's the blueprint.
That's the blueprint, and that's exactly what you're bringing. Thank you for joining us right now, and we're going to see who comes out. A pretty important heat right now for every single one of the competitors, because this round is just meager points. This round offers you really nothing as far as, you know, your road to qualification. So you got to get through this round of 64, and Challenger Series, hey, there's no non-elimination. Every heat is an elimination round. And in this heat, we got a couple of CT veterans or former CT surfers in the way of Jackson Baker and Matthew McGillivray. Both of those surfers want to get back on tour. Opening ride here from Matthew McGillivray.
Nice cutty to start. Maybe it's a full car from CI. Matthew like connecting the path to be able to join the CT, the big league again. So heavy hitters, just a regular stance heat, full of guys with experience, a world champion, junior world champion, Mr. Lucas Silveira, a grinder for the CS, and a new face from Brazil, that guy, Kawan Costa. Take note, this guy rips. Maybe some global audience don't know about his name and his ability, but check it out. Whoa, spinning the board, backhand.
Yeah, Kawa Costa, just 22 years old, and has been an impressive surfer here at Itaúna. Last year came in as a wild card, surfed all the way to the quarterfinals. Costa, big future, and just, you know, I feel like the Brazilian storm Marcos, is always rumbling. I mean, I don't see any end to the Brazilian storm because every single time you think things are going to clear up with the storm, there's more clouds and lightning coming in, and Cauã Costa, one of those lightning bolts.
There's a lot of blind spots in the, continental coast of Brazil. That's why, it's popping like talents, popping like popcorns from everywhere.
Oh, man. Hey, let's hear from our... Wait, first, let's see if someone takes this wave before we throw it down to the interview because we know these guys get busy. And as predicted, up and riding, Lucas Silveira. Silveira on the backhand, a former world junior champ. Solid surfing by Lucas Silveira. And so now, let's go to our interview with our last heat winner. Solagari is with Rachel Apollonio.
Thank you, Kaipo. That's it. So congratulations. You basically dominated your heat. Tell us, how was it for you?
Wow. It looks so good, but to be honest, it was pretty hard to find that left. I've been watching the whole contest. Excited to make it through. It's always hard to be one of the first heats on the morning. You can't tell really where the left sits, but I was happy I was able to get a 5 and a 4, and yeah, made it.
And by being one of the first heats of the day, do you get more nervous when you don't have time to free surf before?
No, I have a lot of trust in my surfing. And yeah, but it's nice to warm up before. The fog was a bit, made it complicated to surf, but yeah, we just have to trust and have confidence to surf in our heats.
Do you want to send some love and some words for your supporters back home?
Gracias a todos por ver. Arriba Perú, y vamos con todo, que las chicas están sólidas y mañana tenemos más. Besos.
Muchas gracias.
Oh, good stuff. Congratulations. So we'll see you in the next round.
You know what, Kaipo? There is a song from the Wisconsin band 311.
Yeah.
They say, you better trust your instincts.
Ah.
You gotta trust your instincts.
And you know what else they say? Amber is the color of your energy.
That's why I love working with you, man, alongside. And now Mitch and the girls. We're having fun always.
Some 311 references. How's this? Hot dog. Watch these turns on the backhand for Cauã Costa.
Blasting the tail. There are 2 turns, like lip slide turns, a snap, conventional snap after those 2.0 type of snaps.
And Lucas Silveira, this is a 5.5.
Raw surfing, powerful surfing. The guy have all the tools to be able to connect the dots and surf with the big leagues, but we're still waiting. But he's a grinder. He never give up. Have so many, wins under his belt. And he's from Rio de Janeiro, originally from São Conrado, beach breaks, A-frames, and now residing for a long time in Santa Catarina.
Lucas Silveira is an example. He's 29 years old. He's an example of someone that we expected to make the championship tour way on. After he won his 2015 World Junior title, we expected this young man to get onto the scene. I feel like Lucas also was one of the original students from super coach Leandro Dora.
For sure. The first guys was Ricardo dos Santos and Lucas, so let's get back to the action with Cauã Costa. Heavy close out, trying to put a maneuver with a lot of risk there. With you, Kaipo.
Silveira, just looking sharp on the back end. But yeah, so he was the original project with Leandro Dora,
the
right?
guy that connect the feeling of surfing through, Iago Dora. First guys that was Leandro started training was Ricardo Santos and Lucas, and Iago is a little, younger than both of those guys.
So the story I hear with Lucas was that, like, Leandro had Lucas over at the house. He was coaching him and everything. And then Iago was really not that interested in surfing at the time.
He was so focused on soccer.
Yeah. And then look at Iago Dora now.
Whoa,
he's a world champ.
Talking about late bloomer.
Wow.
It's a perfect, case for those late bloomers type of athletes.
So a couple of replays here. We're going to take it from a different angle. Both surfers, probably inconsequential waves at the end of the heat for both Cauã Costa and Lucas Silveira. They're currently in the number 1 and number 2 spot. Matty McGillivray opened up with a 3.67. Jackson Baker, the Nova Castrian, sitting out there patiently waiting with priority.
What an amazing, raw, powerful surfer is Jaco, man. I love how he's able to throw buckets in each and every turn.
Yeah, he's Baker still, you know, wants to get back on the championship tour. 2 years on that Series 22 and 23.
When I see Jackson Baker in the bracket, I always think about the Baker boys from skateboarding.
Ah, that's right. Andrew Reynolds, let's go. Frontside flips. But let's talk about backside snaps right now with Jackson Baker. Oh, man, talk about flow. The surfer from Meriwether, Australia, just looking fire there on that Channel Island surfboard. Dylan Moffat, Tully Wiley, the Australian crew, they appreciate that. He waited, he was patient, he used his priority, smart surfing from Jacko Baker.
Oh yeah, super brainy surfer. Oh, he's connecting the dots, you know. I love the flow from that wave, and right now, conditions-wise, it's almost like pristine clean.
Taking some notes here.
Yeah. Doing the diary. Let's see. Let's review this first snap, almost like a setup turn now, putting more pressure on the back foot. He's such a heavy back footer surfer. Anything he provides power for any move. Rotation with the core. Nice flow.
That was great. Wonderful surfing. And just, you can see kind of the body torque as we look at this again of Jackson Baker.
It's almost like paradoxical how he can be so powerful. He almost seems like, you know, effortless.
It's crazy, and he's a big dude too.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? And so, but light-footed when he needs to be.
Yeah.
So waiting for the score for Jackson Baker, taking a shot up above and enjoying the scenic route here at Itamano Beach. The rock formation right there. Does the rock formation have any name or anything like that? What do we call that?
Called towards the back door.
Ah.
It's almost like a back door.
All right. Tides right now, it is 9:47 local time. So we just passed the low tide. We're going to have a little bit of a, it's not much of a tide change. Look at that, fractional tide change. High tide, 11:45. So tide's not really going to affect us, I feel, today too much.
Yeah, and look at the rhythms. How many lines have we got over there right now?
Very consistent. Very consistent. Baker checks in with a 5.17. So Jacko Baker goes up into second place with just a single wave score.
I think all those guys are going to gear up a little bit in the half end of this heat. So the guys are trying. There's no reference for them, just the girls right now. So the first heat for the men is always like laboratorial.
I like that.
Andrew Huberman, shout out, bro. I still want you to have you in my podcast, man.
We got it. Matty McGillivray on a good size left here. McGillivray winds up off the bottom, carves off the top, make it 2 times for the South African, looking smooth. Wave tapers off a little bit. Has to do a little bit more of a cutty there for Matthew McGillivray. McGillivray staying patient on this wave, a little bit of the warble in the backwash, but he gets a nice, snappy finish. So that's a great surfing. There's a South African crew supporting Matty McGillivray.
Amazing. How about the size of that wave, the first wall? And science-wise, because we were talking about Andrew Huberman, you know, selection of wave, reading a lineup is almost a science itself.
Yeah, I agree. Here we go. Silveira late to that one, but just kind of punches through there. So busy surfing for all of our competitors. Most of the waves getting chosen are the lefts. The lefts are running a little bit longer, but we do have a nice kind of peak situation out here. Replay, let's start with Lucas.
Yeah, that's Lucas surfing with his magic stick from Dylan. Another Brazilian riding for, you know, Aussie brands. This is awesome.
And here's Matty.
This is the rewind of that beautiful wall from Matty. You know, slicing this nice snap, going to a searing almost like Cuddy. Another one, beautiful rhythm. That's why I was saying it's a science itself, you know, selecting waves, understand which one gonna grow, which one gonna run.
Yeah, and you know, playing priority too, using your priority correctly. Look at the smoothness of the bottom turn comboed with the top turn from Matthew McGillivray riding a Channel Island surfboard. ECT construction, in the environmental carbon
back in the day, we just need to choose like lines and outlines and maybe the thickness of the rails and stuff like this. But nowadays, it's almost like kind of hard to figure out how many constructions, type of style of construction we have.
So many variables, right? Taking a look at our Challenger Series rankings coming into this event. Matthew McGillivray sitting number 16 on the rankings. Remember, he started the season with a semifinal appearance over there in Newcastle. Since then, he got a 9th place over in Melito, but then the last couple of results has not made it out of this round, so he wants to break this barrier once again, get into the top 10, and get back on the championship tour. Kawa Costa, he's just here to break hearts.
Oh, yeah.
He's not a full-time Challenger Series guy, but what he can do is take points off of all the other Challenger Series.
And he got it all. He's developing his like two riding techniques, and but on rail, man, in the air, he's above the curve for sure.
He's just quick.
Yeah, quick reaction, nice body torque, nice rhythm, amazing stance and flow and style.
You know, guys like that, he's just, you know, to use it, I know you like all the music analogies, skateboard analogies. I'm going to use a skateboard analogy right here when I watch the pivoty surfing of Kawa Costa. He's like a skater that has loose trucks.
Oh, yeah.
He's just like, you know what I mean? Like, you know how there's guys who have like tight trucks?
Yeah.
They're doing flip tricks. They're cool, they're in control, but then there's the skaters with like loose trucks, you never know what they're going to do.
Yeah, Pedro Barros is like that. He likes loose trucks and he's super powerful. Shout out Pedro, all the boys from RTMF.
RTMF represent. Love that scene. Man, this guy's just got energy.
Slicing and dicing.
Will not stop. He wants some more. Kawa Costa. Oh my goodness.
I think this is Raoni Montero's son, Kiahi.
Non-stop action here, hung up there for Jacko Baker. And another one gets a little hung on the backhand hanger, but gets the closeout maneuver. This is, it's back and forth action. The Aussies love it.
Extras.
That's a couple of mates right there. That's mate.
Just
mates. That was like 8 mates.
Good morning for all the mites here.
Hey, you know what? The Aussies have been moving in a really cool pack, supporting each other too. I enjoy that this year.
I love the energy.
Here we go, Jacko Baker on the replay.
Upside down, nice snap, but the money turn is coming right now, guys. Closing the gate with this a little extra spicy there.
That was good stuff.
Tossing some black pepper there.
Just strong surfing from Jacko Baker and Kawa Costa. There's no stopping this guy.
Oh, look, the body torque is second to none, man. Check this one. Loose drugs for Kawan Costa. Yeah, no timid moves on the claim also.
Yeah, not at all. So judges owe us, that's the previous wave, judges owe us one more score for Kawa Costa, one more score for Jack Baker. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back with those scores and the conclusion of this opening heat for the round of 64. Who's going to make it through? Can Lucas Silveira maintain his lead? Well, that lead just changed. Kawa Costa, we were waiting for that score. It comes through at a 6.33, so Costa takes the lead. Lucas Silveira drops down to second place. Costa in control right now. We'll be back with more action from Itaúna after this.
Jackson Baker was looking for 3.71 to advance in the last ride. 7 points. You are now the leader of the heat. Jackson Baker
Lucas Silveira, de azul ao terceiro. Sub-50 na melhor, 3,93 na troca, corre atrás agora. De 5,44. Vai na chuvação. Ficando 20 na melhor, 3,67. Na saída de troca, vai agora de 5,74 para voltar.
Welcome back to the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. We're looking at our Banco do Brasil fan picks. You go to World Surf League, pick who you think's going to win. We'll tabulate those results and give you the results right here. 50% of you coming into this heat thought Matthew McGillivray was going to take the win. 8% of you thought Kawa Costa, and only 20% of you thought Jackson Baker. Oh, guess what? You guys were wrong. Jackson Baker's in the lead right now. Kawa Costa in second place. But that can change. We got 10 minutes for all that to change. It's been a wonderful display of surfing by all four of our surfers for this opening heat of the round of 64. It's Kaibaguro, along with Marcos Bokuyuva. And now we've got finally, after a flurry of action, finally got a little bit of a lull out there in the ocean. But I do want to update the fans coming back into this heat. We were waiting for a score for Jackson Baker. It came in, had a big lucky 7 for the Nova Castrian. So it's Jackson Baker in first, Kawa Costa in second and advancing position. Lucas Silveira needs a 5.44. Matthew McGillivray needs a 5.74 to move into that second and advancing position spot.
No lockers on that gate. Such a heavy hitter type of heat, man. Back in the day, that will be like a full final on QS.
Hey, I want to see this 7 again. Here's the 7 for Jackson Baker.
Oh, nice snap. Putting some torque on the next one. And the money turn, all the points, half of the points, I think, came from that closeout session. Precision, powerful. That you almost paradoxical combination of powerful with a little effortless feeling.
I think Mohawk makes you surf a little bit faster.
It suits him well, man.
When you get that kind of good kind of hair, it's like a spoiler on a sports car right there. You know, it just kind of keeps everything down, keeps you aerodynamic.
I should toss some compliments on your Mohawk, kind of your mullet style.
I feel faster with the mullet as well. It's all about what the head's doing, because that's where, you know, when surfing, that's where it leads all your actions. Head, shoulders, everything else follows.
Head to toe. Okay, keep smiling.
I know.
We're gonna provide a super fun, you know, broadcast.
I hope people are having fun.
Yeah, that's the reason we are here. United Colors of Surfing.
Yeah, public service announcement. Surfing's fun.
Yeah.
Don't get too serious. Well, we'll get serious about, you know, when it comes up to
tactics
finals day,
and
like when they're
finals.
really like important stuff. But you know, right now, let's just have some fun.
Oh, yeah.
Watch some great surfing. Watch Kawa Costa. We just lose board.
A little backdoor motion for him.
Now the rights, not a lot of surfers going right now. Although they look pretty good, but why not?
Yeah, because I think they're a little mushier, I mean, comparing to the walls, because there are more runners to the left. And it's almost like a backup plan to go for the rights, and maybe you can toss some rotation turns. But, you know, running wise and tactics wise, I think the winners are the left. It's a tradition here.
Yeah, and this wave, really deceiving in a way, because it looks so fun, and it is fun, but it is difficult to surf. I mean, you and I got into the water yesterday afternoon, and that was difficult.
Man, I went Bahia. I think I was the last guy out there in the end of the evening with no vision almost. And the current like a river, man.
Yeah.
And not like a common, like little river, Amazon river type of power, man.
I feel ya. Yeah, 100 duck dives.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think I went to 200, man.
6 minutes and 45 seconds. Priority sitting with Lucas Silveira and preparing for his heat. That's Iago Dominguez in the green jersey and Imai Kalani DeVault in the red jersey. We're going to see Cade Matson and Finn McGill as well in that heat number 2 of this round of 64. Doug Silva giving a pep talk to young Finnegan Thunders McGill.
Shout out to the photographers, nice guys, gentlemen, Mr. Mike McGill.
Mike McGill, Finn's dad, invented the McTwist.
No, it's another.
It's a different Mike McGill.
Yeah, let's talk about cab and Posoy also.
It's not the same Mike McGill, but they have the same name. That was all my old Finn joke. I've been using that one for years. Here we go. Kawhi Costa currently in second.
A man with a plan.
Man, well, and you know what? Under priority, there's nothing wrong with doing that.
Oh,
right?
yeah. You got to roll the dice, man. Surf is kind of a gamble.
It is.
Kind of.
Whoa. And as much as we want to say, hey, it's a straightforward sport, and it is, like, cross-train, you do all this stuff, but, like, there is still a little bit of a luck sometimes within surfing. Let's take a look at our Banco do Brasil recap right now. It's actually our natural kayak. Feel the power, freshness, looking fresh on the backhand, by the way, Jackson Baker.
You can stack some clips just for this recap.
This is great surfing on the backhand. Opened up with a 5.17. You got a 7-point right. Kawhi Costa bringing his style of loose surfing.
Spicy surfing, a little heritage, type of, electric surfing for Felipe Toledo.
And here we go. This is the highest score in this heat, 7-point ride, Jackson Baker.
A lot of Richard Cram,
Ooh.
a lot of powerhouse reference from Australia.
Wow. By the way, that was a great recap. Thank you, Natural Kayak. And I love the 80s reference with Richard Cram, one of the best cutbacks in the whole entire business.
Such a powerful surfer. Shout out to Ben Dunn, also all the boys from Australia.
4 minutes, 25 seconds. Lucas Silveira, needing a 5.44. He's got first priority. 2015 World Junior Champ. Has to be patient, but this is when the nerves come into play.
But he have all those tools. Even the mindset. He trained yoga. He do some transcendental meditation also.
Matthew McGillivray needs a 5.74. He's second in line priority. So the two guys who are under the cut line in this heat, both with first and second priority. So when they choose this priority, it's going to be very important. McGillivray with second priority, and he's going to use it here on this left-hander. Winds up off the bottom. Nice snap off the top from McGillivray. One more time, building some rhythm down the line, hoping for some more oncoming section. Coming up, snaps it through there. Little bobble off the bottom late there, and that's going to cost them a finish. Needed a 5.74. Some good surfing.
Good surfing. Oh, the board is super responsive. And I was like not connecting that because Jacob from Australia surfed. Steady classic surfing rail game.
Yeah, lack of a finish might cost him. Silveira also used his priority. Let's see what Lucas did.
Check it out, second turn, nice snap underneath the lip there. We used to call this turn back in the 80s under umbrella in Brazil.
Under umbrella?
Oh, yeah.
Under umbrella in the 80s?
Yeah.
Wow. You know who did some of the best under umbrellas in the 80s? Simon Anderson.
Oh, my God. Thruster guy in 1981.
Yeah.
Pals. We can podcast about this time.
Okay, so we're waiting for these scores right now. They're super important. Let's see, McGillivray, his number comes in at 5.07. He comes in short, as well as Lucas Silveira comes in short. Two surfers still looking. McGillivray needs a 5.74 still, and Lucas Silveira needs a 5.44. This is going to be a tough one for Matty McGillivray right now. After, a strong start to the season, the first two events, third place in event number 1, ninth place event number 2. Since then, this round's been a roadblock for him. And that block is starting to come up, and especially when you have a wily competitor like Kawhi Costa on your tail and looking to block him with superior priority.
That's the timing, perfect timing for playing the tactics right there. The guys are moving a little bit towards the rocks there.
Yeah, I feel also because once you're below the, we're below the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. In this 2-minute drill, this is where you can really resort to being a defensive surfer. And that's what Kawa is doing.
Look at the position.
He's got nothing but defense on his mind. Ooh, glassy waves coming through here. Let's see if Matthew McGillivray can escape that. Lucas Silveira.
Got a left over there?
He's just trying to get away.
Yeah.
Running the escape right here. So we'll see how this works out for Lucas. Trying to get away from the surfers with the superior priority. Moves down the beach.
Got to through this tree.
Same thing with Maddie. Maddie trying to get away. He's going to need something crazy there. That's not going to happen. Oh, no. This is where all four surfers surfed so well in this heat. This is when it's a bummer.
Oh, yeah, it's a bummer. Everybody almost Lucas didn't reach the 2 digits there. Preparing the bomb. Whoa, nice hit.
Nice way to finish there. Take a ride to the beach, Jackson Baker. The Aussies are psyching because they know that Jacko's on to the round of 32.
Almost like a surf club, Aussie surf club vibes there.
Yeah, they've been hanging tough. And now with the Hoover sounding, his official Kawa Costa also moving through into the round of 32.
Guys are happy with Elton Clark there, supporting his friend. And he's working with DHT here in Brazil with Silvio Zampol, the guys that do the DHT here.
Sweet. So it's going to be Jackson Baker and Kawa Costa on to the round of 32, and we are on to a quick break here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. We got more action coming up. We're just getting going here in the round of 64. Heat number 2 of the round of 64, featuring Imai Kalani DeVault, Cade Matson, Finn McGill, and Iago Dominguez on the way right after these messages.
Então, o resultado oficial da bateria de Milão está saindo água nesse momento. Quarta posição, Lucas Silveira. Em terceiro, o sul-africano Matthew McGillivray. Espaço para a próxima, está um Costa em segundo. E vencendo a bateria, o Salvador Jackson. Que tem ação na água cantinha, ainda rápida ali. Então,
official results from the last heat. The fourth place in blue, Lucas Silveira. The third place in red, Matthew McGillivray. And advancing to the next round, on the second place, Kawa Costa in green. And the first place, Jackson Baker in white.
e olha só que força que mandou para o Volta Branca ali o havaiano Finn McGill. Tudo ali, baixou a pressão, realmente uma nada impressionante ali. A aceleração do havaiano. Valeu ali 0,37. E depois a primeira onda do Iago Dominguez. O Basco que está com a lateral verde, 3,67.
This is what I live for.
A gente já aproveita para jogar uma altinha, manter aquela brasilidade. Mas é isso, é poder aproveitar, curtir a natureza e se reconectar.
And every time we find somewhere new that just surprises us.
Today I'm going for a surf at Pico da Mota. It's my favorite spot at Portugal.
Honestly, a really special place for me to come to. I've had so many good memories.
We're here at the waterfall. It's massive.
On tour, surfing the wave of Tehupo and drinking a Corona. I mean,
it's happy hour for the athletes, so I'm gonna get going. But thanks for watching.
Corona, the beach, the sun, the surf, it all goes together.
This is living.
Round of 64, heat number 2, out on the water, Imai Kalani DeVault, Cade Matson, Finn McGill, and Iago Dominguez. This is the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero Caipo Guerrero. Marcos Bukuyuva talking you through the action. And we got another great heat on our hands here. Let's get through some replays, starting with Finn Miguel.
Nice for the second snap, fighting the rhythm, nice gear, a little more like a chubby board. You can tell there's more like, fat rails there.
Yeah, it looks like the same board that Finn was riding. It's a Paisel that he was riding over there in Aracera. Iago Dominguez here.
Setting up this snap just to be in motion. Nice cutting. Now the wave's going to provide a little more energy. Whoa, nice variation.
There we go. That was a 3.67 for Iago. This is Imai Kalani de Vault.
I love style-wise, one of the best. Man. Such a fast and loose surfer.
Yeah, Imai, great surfer from Maui, upcountry, Makawao, what we call like when you're up in the mountain, a little bit more in the mountains. Gosh, this wave just kept on giving. Doesn't matter that he didn't finish. I mean, he had so much good surfing, and Doug Silva coaching Finn Miguel with a little stroll up the beach. Why the run?
Oh yeah, you got to run like a biathlon.
But why?
No, because I think it's better to, you kind of run from the current if you go all the way towards the rocks there. You can use the right channel there.
So that was the first wave for Finn Miguel. We felt the need to show you that 0.87 as he goes down. But his second wave was a 3.4. Still waiting for second wave of Imai Kalani de Vault. And then we can set the situation.
It's cool to watch those flags, 2 Hawaiians, 1 California, 1 guy from the Basque Country, 3 guys from the New World, 1 guy from the Old World.
Oh, there's Finn Miguel, 25 years old, from the North Shore of Oahu. Finn Thunders Miguel, his middle name Thunders, his middle name referencing, he's our 2017 World Junior Champ. He did that in Kayama, over in Australia as a youngster. Thunders Miguel, you'd love this because I know you like music. Named after Johnny Thunders from the New York Dolls.
Amazing. The pre-punk band was so important, like, Iggy Pop from punk rock. This is Imai Kalani de Vault Blessing that lived there.
Yep. Previous wave for Imai, 3.43. And Imai's busy out there, so we got some scores that the judges are going to owe us for Imai's to really shore up what the situation is out here. Like I said, from upcountry Maui, Imai Kalani de Vault. Makawao, 3 years on the championship tour.
Another ripper from the CI team. Man, I love to watch Brit and Grant Power working with the team. They're so meticulous.
Yeah, those guys actually, the guys over at Channel Islands put in a lot of work for the support of all of their surfers. Here's the replay for Imai. Still waiting for this number.
Open shoulders first snap. Nice space for the second one, the third one. Clear the looks there, just to be able to hit another section. Just a little cherry on top.
Yeah, and another surfer with that Eco Carbon Tech from Channel Islands, those black boards, recycled carbon fiber ground up, and they use it in the glassing process. You can have the core, either an EPS core or a PU core, but that glassing adds strength as well as some dampening. Cade Matson on the Mayhem has to bail out because Iago Dominguez has priority on this left-hander. Dominguez, the Basque surfer, winds up off the bottom, punches it through the top. And he identified a nice long left for Iago Dominguez.
I love how he's being able to vary the angles of the approaches.
Dominguez, 23 years old. He's a first year surfer on this Challenger Series. Came in here through number 5 result in the qualifying series over in Europe. And just, you saw how Cade Matson had to get out of his way.
A little attack and defense combined. Searching for the energy with the Scuddy. Being connect with the power source of this wave. Variating The turns, the angles, snaps and cutties and off the tops, all combined. Check it out. Blasting that one on top of the wave. Beautiful snap.
All right, so all the scores are in, and it is Imai Kalani de Vault out in front. Iago Dominguez currently in second place. Cade Matson, second priority, needs a 3.63 to move into second place. Finn Miguel, he's got #1 priority in the white jersey, needs a 4-point ride to move into second place. So still a very tight heat at the 21-minute mark here.
And I love how the ocean keep providing.
I like the consistency of the swell, right?
Good for them, good for us, good for our audience.
Hey, let's hear from Jackson Baker. He's on the glass with Rachel Apollonio.
Exactly, Kaipo. Jackson Baker, congratulations. There was a lot of action in your heat, but you end up finding a very good score. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling amazing. Yeah, it's weird to say in round one that it almost feels like a contest win for me. I've had a pretty tough year so far. That's actually my first heat win, and I think we're in, I don't know, the 4th or 5th event. So it's rare for me, coming off the CT and whatnot. But I mean, yeah, that's what this tour is. It's character building, and yeah, I mean, I'm glad I just stuck at it. There's been some times where it's been tough, but luckily I got my girlfriend, my family, her family just sticking by me. And yeah, I mean, I know I come here in Brazil, and October's a special month for myself. It's the year my mum, it's the month my mum was born, and it's International Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So I come here and I got my pink boards, got my pink hat, and I just feel so special. So yeah, I mean, to just get a heat win out of the way, and yeah, just to keep rolling. I'm so excited for this event. I feel like it's a long time coming, and yeah, hopefully I can keep coming back and standing in front of the glass.
Show us the board that you chose this year. Let's see.
I did this board, the spray, a few months ago. It's been sitting in my room, in me and my partner's room, and it's just been sitting there. I haven't had a chance to ride it, and then I hadn't actually surfed it this trip yet, and I just waxed it up this morning. It had a bit of nose damage from the plane, and I put a bit of tape on it, and it felt special. I just had a bit of a moment this morning. Like I said, it's a special month, and I had a bit of a talk to my mum upstairs, and this just gravitated me towards this board. And I mean, that shows in my equipment with Channel Lines, I can pick up any board and it feels great. So yeah, the magic pink, and yeah, hopefully can keep on rolling with it.
Amazing. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I love it. Jacko Baker always there with the pink for breast cancer awareness, and it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and so and a good vibe for Baker. Just got a signal from above saying, "Hey, ride this board you've never ridden before. Ride it in your heat," and went out there and just I think that 7 was like the highest waves score that he's gotten this year.
Oh yeah,
on the
because
Challenger
Kali
Series.
didn't reach those levels yesterday with a 6+ something.
Here's a replay. Finn Miguel used the priority.
Beautiful first snap. Unfortunately, the wave kind of lost all the power, but he's like keeping motion, zigzag, just to be able to do another long cutty there. Amazing style. He got it all, man. It's just a matter of finding the right waves. And talking about still the interview, man, we can call him Jacko, the king of November also.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. So Finn Miguel will be waiting for that score. 4-point ride will move him into second place. Another fun fact about Finn Miguel, growing up, he was an avid skateboarder as a youngster, and he actually skates really well.
We can tell by the lines that he dropped.
Yeah. So Finn, Finn can skate vert. Finn can actually do, I made a joke about McTwist, Mike Miguel and stuff like that, but I think Finn, as a youngster, was able actually to put down some McTwists.
This is so special.
Yeah, and you know how hard it is,
yeah.
scary, for anyone to do.
Because you
maneuver.
kind of land the trick like blind spot way.
Yeah, and you're kind of inverted. It's just a hook.
And you're never going to land it in the water.
No. Skateboarding hurts, but it's worth it.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of.
We can tell.
Cade Matson, the 23-year-old out of San Clemente, California. Cade, number 12 on the Challenger Series right now. 5th in the U.S. Open, a couple of 9ths also. This is such an important heat for Cade Matson. He wants to get above that number 10 line, and it really starts with getting out of this round of 64. So Cade up against the wall. Iago Dominguez.
Looks like a grower, Kaipo.
Oh my goodness, you're right. And well-surfed wave so far for the Basque surfer. Dropped down to third. Needs a 4.38 to move into second place, occupied by Imai Kalani Deval. Finn McGill, with his last wave score of 5.17, goes into the lead. So shifting and seesawing of the standings in this heat.
Amazing. Let's rewind a little bit. The variation, starting with a little snap, just to be in the power source, going up with this big hook on top. Tic-tacking there just to throw this off the top, combining with a little cutty, functional cutty. Beautiful styles. It's kind of cool to watch those young kids surfing with so much maturity.
Yeah. And I think, you know, a lot of that, I'm going to, as we look at this in slow motion, slow it down. You can see the power off of that snap. So for Iago Dominguez at 4.38, I think he's going to get the number. We're still waiting for the judge's decision, but the judges owe us a score for another wave for Finn McGill. Here's Finn live up and running on a run-in left-hander, and McGill swinging the Paisel around, looking in control. Whoa. Blows a kiss to the beach.
To the crowd.
Was that what was going on?
Fan relationship with the athlete and the surf star. This is a special, you know, smile country type of claim.
Oh man, that's good stuff. Finn again, thunders McGill. So let's take a look at all the replays, starting with Finn.
Powerful surfing from Finn, nice off the top. Beautiful carving turn. Up and down. That was a money turn. I'm seeing some glimpse of Shane Harrigan. Rest in peace, rest in power, Shane.
It really was accentuated, that turn you could see from Finn McGill, because he timed it with the backwash, right?
Amazing.
And just
throwing kisses, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
hey,
make love, no war, man.
I was gonna say, Marcos, there's nothing wrong with like love in the morning right now. We're not even at the noon mark.
A little cup of Joe with love is way better, man. Tastes better.
Iago Dominguez, 4.87. Iago goes to the lead right now, but that's going to be a temporary lead because Finn McGill, the judges owe us a number for Finn, and I feel it's going to be much better than the 3.43 requirement that Finn needs. The real math is going to be for Imai Kalani Deval and Cade Matson once Finn's number drops on what their requirements is going to be. And now we know the requirements. Imai needs a 3.94. Cade needs a 4.84. Finn McGill goes into the lead with a 5.57.
He surfed with an extra cup of love inside of each shoulder.
Yeah, I like it. That's some
That
was Johnny Thunder's power right now. I'm going to go back to the New York Dolls, you know, with Johnny Thunder's.
Yeah, the band put a lot of pressure on the Ramones also.
Yeah. All right, well, we're going to get into punk rocks, but we're out of that conversation. We're coming back with more from Itaúna Beach right after this break. Finn McGill's in the lead.
E agora aguardando
diversas alternâncias de posições aqui, nada definido. Cade Matson, número 12, morreu na quarta posição, correndo após apenas 4,80.
Second heat of the second round of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. Finn McGill out in the lead. Iago Dominguez hanging on to that second place and advancing position. Imai Kalani de Vault doesn't need much of a score to get into that second place. And Cade Matson also in a position where he needs another wave. He needs a 4.84 Cade Matson. There's the requirements, 3.94 for Imai Kalani de Vault. Although during the break, Imai got a wave and Cade got a wave. Let's look at Cade Matson first.
Beautiful first snap, no energy there. That's why I was saying
that's why you
the
don't
right
go right
is almost like a backup lane.
Imai, though, finding some room on the left, Marcos.
Nice up and down turn there. I think we can see there's more water on the banks there.
Yeah. So Imai just needing under a 4-point ride. I think he's going to get it, and the judges agree. He gets a 4.13, just dropped for Imai Kalani de Vault. So the two surfers representing Hawaii, Finn McGill and Imai Kalani de Vault, up in the number 1 and 2 spot. Iago Dominguez needing a 3.93. Cade Matson in a tense heat for the San Clemente surfer, needing a 5-point ride. Again, Cade, number 12 on the Challenger Series coming into this event. We take the top 10 at the end of the year, so Cade's right there in the conversation for getting back on the championship tour. He did enjoy his rookie year in 2024. Didn't make the mid-season cut, however. But Cade also, when you think about his career, has to have some good feelings about Saquarema, because this place is where he qualified for the championship tour back in 2023.
You can feed yourself with good memories. This is a powerful tool for your mind. And I still, can recall like hanging around people. You're like 5 foot tall, young Cade in the Halley Pro.
Yeah.
As a Reaper, as a superstar grown already.
Imai.
Pushing the tail on the first one, little slice there.
Finding a right that ran, right? So we saw that with Cade and how his right kind of just dissipated. But then a couple of these rights, I feel like get a little second motion in them. And that, Imai was able to find one of those. Check it out.
I love this first snap. Slicing the fins there. Once again with a little extra flare on both 3 turns. I love the pace, I love the style. He got it all, the poise.
I like the thing, I mean, although it's not part of the criteria, you did bring up style. And I really enjoy the aesthetics of Imai Kalani de Vault. He's got such a great style.
One of my favorites.
For
sure.
Aware, and man, I'm going to tell you something about style. You can't really teach that. Everyone surfs kind of with their own style, and you can work on trying to change your style a little bit, but there's a certain innate kind of way that your body works that brings style. And some guys are just like naturally stylish.
I like this analysis. We
right?
can go back to Brad Gulak, Tom Curry, and all the boys.
Naturally stylish, right?
Yeah. And we still feed ourselves with those guys till today, man. Shout out Currens, shout out Gare.
Yeah. Cade Matson, second priority. There he is on screen. Needs a 5.03 to get into second place. The San Clemente surfer, just 23 years old. But like you said, Marcos, it seems like he's been around forever, because he was a super grom. He was wearing pro juniors. He was wearing NSSA titles. There's the year for Cade Matson. Slow start, but then coming back in Bolito, Huntington Beach, a spot that he's very familiar with and been successful at, getting a quarterfinal finish there, coming off a 9th place in Aracera. So he's got 1 throwaway, 7 events on the Challenger Series, top 5 results. So you can have 2, bad results through the year and throw them away. So he already has 1 throwaway. Doesn't want to get his second throwaway. Right
nice rhythm so far. Since Bolito, he's been rising to the occasion. That little sense of urgency that comes along with the necessity to try to requalify.
Yeah. Ooh, a little fog over there. Nossa Senhora de Nazaré.
Eddie said a fog is coming to Saquarema this season, man.
You know what? Yeah, get away. The fog. And this is not a normal weather pattern,
Hey
isn't
man,
it?
it's not a pattern from Brazil, but I think it's a nice name for a punk rock band. The Fogs.
There's probably is a band called the Fog.
I got to cut to certain punk rock from time to time.
Yeah, hey, let's talk about music. There's no problem with that. Billy Stearman, he was outstanding in his opening round heat. He's coming up next. Dimitri Poulos wants to do it for Ventura with that Timmy Patterson looking smooth under his arm.
Nice rail lines there from Timmy Patterson. Such an OG from the shaping game.
Oh, yeah. And down to this sneaky fog that has been haunting us.
I think TP still shapes for Archie.
Yeah.
Oh, this is amazing.
Yeah,
those relationships.
Six channels off the tail.
Woohoo! Shout out Archie.
Yeah. Matt Archibald's still surfing really well. See him in T Street every once in a while, having a good time.
He's residing on North Shore or in T Street?
He's back in San Clemente.
Oh,
yeah.
Big news, man.
Yeah. Breaking news.
Breaking news.
So what's with the spooky fog? Is it because we're in October? Halloween coming up?
We don't have a traditional Halloween here.
Oh, do you have tradition?
Just in the USA schools that we have in Brazil, like bilingual one.
Brazil doesn't do Halloween.
Yeah, we have
Well, you
like
don't
parties
need it.
Halloween, but not the tradition, the trick and treats.
Oh. I feel like Halloween. I feel like Halloween in Brazil would be crazy, bro.
Yeah,
but you
because
guys
it-
get carnival, so maybe that's
Yeah,
like everything.
it's kind of hard to feed yourself just with black clothes because you gotta use white because it reflects the sun.
All right, so we've had this. We started a little bit later today because we had a fog hole first thing this morning, and so we don't want that fog to come back. Let's take a look at our Natural Kayak recap here. Heat number 2, Finn Miguel is looking on point.
Beautiful rail turn, man.
And Finn is able to just do some smooth surfing here. That was his opener.
This Paisel is flying super high.
That was a 5.17 on the right, got a 5.57 on this effort on the left. And Finn McGill, he liked it so much.
Typical back foot surfer with a special claim.
Imai.
Power and release, like Sean Thompson teach Mr. Robert Kelly Slater. The art of power and release. Put pressure, don't put pressure.
I love that. That was the 5.37 for Imai Kalandeval. There's all of the waves written and highlighted are the top 2 scores for each of the surfers. And Cade Madsen wants to get rid of that 1.93 that he's currently is anchoring him, is pulling him down in his score line. Fog coming through here too. Is this a bit concerning? What do you think about the fog
A little
pattern?
bit. It's always concerning. Even in Barra da Tijuca, we're having fog. We don't have fog in this part of the year. It's not a tradition for our climate here.
I feel it's because of the cold water.
Oh, here is the cold water. The contrast between the warm temperature and the cold water is natural. It's a chemic reaction or a biologic reaction.
Ooh, Imai with disco spin from the very get-go right there, showing a loose board. Deval stabs a finish, looking to improve upon a 4.67. Now takes a little bit of a redirection there, looking for a reform on the right. Not going to find it, but
Fully flared there.
Fully flared.
Yeah, I love it.
I thought so too. And this is kind of another thing for Iago Dominguez has been able to find some nice running lefts, and Imai and Finn have been in rhythm in this entire heat. I feel right now Cade Madsen is kind of a victim of not being in rhythm.
Oh yeah, that's
every
the thing.
time a good wave comes through, Cade did not have priority. So we'll see what Cade can do now with priority. Here's a replay, Imai.
I love the backside disco spin there, and the variation to just hit the lip in the traditional off the top, the entry, but always with a little extra flair style, spicy. Back to back with Iago Dominguez. Talking about fin slides.
Yeah. Pulled the parking brake right there. There's a Tokyo drift.
Oh yeah, No Ginso nice big fins there.
Okay, so scores coming through. Still waiting for Imai's score, Yago's score. Cade Madsen holding priority out the back, having to be patient. Can Cade pull a clutch performance and get out of this heat? He's got 1 minute, 15 seconds. You can see him in the blue jersey as the fog starts to settle in. Madsen just summoning, looking at his Apple Watch, trying to stay calm. Little water splash, this little Kelly Slater trick right there to bring the sets over.
That can bring a lot of
There
flashbacks
you go.
to us.
Yeah, it does. It works for Slater. We'll see if it works for Cade.
I want to see at least having a chance.
Kelly splash the water like that on a wave come?
At least 11.
At least 11 times. I get you. Well, 40 seconds. And the overview doesn't show a lot of motion here. Cade Madsen on the paddle, trying to reposition himself, down to 30 seconds. All the surfers see something on the horizon, paddling out to meet it. Cade down to 20 seconds. Madsen needs to make a move on it. Kicking.
Seconds of chances there.
He's got a chance right here. Cade looks at it. Right, left, head down, gets up on the left. Cade Madsen, oh, and throws it away. And that is going to be a heat right there. It's going to be Finn McGill as well as Imai Kalani de vault onto the round of 32. The two surfers representing Hawaii will keep those flags flying. Iago Dominguez and Cade Madsen eliminated from competition.
Mahalo, boys. Amazing performance for Finn and Imai, and head high for Iago and Cade Madsen at Pipeline.
Yeah, we'll see them over at Pipe. That's going to be stop number 6 on the Challenger Series.
This is so special to have a venue like Pipe in the CS Tour. Whoa.
Yeah. Well, watch out for both Imai and Finn at Pipe. But right now, we're concentrating on Itauna Beach. We're concentrating on the next seed, Hiroto Ohara, Dimitri Poulos, Ryaru Ito, and Billy Stearman coming up after this break.
Essa aí é a valendo o confronto de 3 de 64. Bateria já devidamente apresentada. Ao lado paulista, seguimos aí nas próximas. Pela direita, o Hiroto Ohara, Dimitri Poulos, Ryaru Ito, Billy Stearman, Banco. Na hora de controle,
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Riachuelo, official apparel of WSL Brazil. By Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. By Vivo, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. And by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero.
Bom dia and welcome back to the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. We have the Alchinia challenge right here. Basically, a little foot volley happening on the beach at the moment. Why not? It's Sunday, it's Children's Day. Everybody's out on the beach. And it's warm today for a change, Maida. The sun actually came out, and we have men's competition underway. Round of 64 for the men, not only one of the most exciting rounds. Really talk about the Challenger Series. Any single person within this round could easily win the event as well.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. And the sun is out, the vibes are high. We just seen like a really good surfing right in the beginning of this round. So everything is on.
Yeah, the waves are cooking too. It's very consistent out there, and still some size on display here at Praia de Itaúna for the men's round of 64. It's heat number 3 in the water right now. Hiroto Ohara in the red, Dimitri Poulos out of Ventura, California in the blue, Ryaru Ito in the white, and New Zealand's Billy Stearman, the hopeful for NZ, in the green. All 4 of these gentlemen have at least one keeper result already, including Poulos. He has 2 quarterfinals so far in 2025, Maida.
Yeah, and he started pretty quick on this heat, and good turns right there, finding a nice right-hander and smashing it.
It's a 4.5 to start off for Dimitri, and then a quick start for Billy Stearman to 6.83 for the Kiwi surfer in green.
Yeah, found a larger wave right there, put in a really great combo, and kept like patience, came around the corner, still coming in, looking for a great finish, hoping for the double up inside. And look how long this wave was.
Bill's been at this for about 20 years now. And then on the outside, Ito. Ito actually got 2nd place in the Asia region QS to qualify for the Challenger Series. And it's not his first shot at the CS. An incomplete turn right there at the end, though, only keeps that score at a 2.17. So you look at the draw, obviously a loaded heat, 25 minutes on the clock. But once again, Billy Stearman, a 2-time Olympian, the only surfer representing New Zealand on tour. Just to be able to qualify through the Asia-Pacific region is huge. But most importantly, guys in his mid-30s, still very motivated, and just a very well-spoken gentleman to him. When you talk to him, he can tell you about his experiences in the early to late 2000s, up until what happened at the last event. A lot of experience, and he's gotten his best score in his first 2 heats with a 6.83 here at the start.
Yeah, it's just amazing how determined he is, and yeah, as you mentioned, very motivated. So just right in the beginning of the heat, finding this jam and scoring a 6.83, and he's looking for another one.
Up and riding now on the inside. Get used to positioning by Stearman. That's going to be an incomplete maneuver, though. 24 minutes on the clock. Only person to not catch a wave so far is the surfer in red, the former U.S. Open champion, Hiroto Ohara. And he does have priority on the outside. Poulos with the 4.5. Ito with just a quick 2.17 at the beginning of the heat. There's Hiroto on the outside, next to Dimitri. And Hiroto, one of the best surfers to come out of Japan, at least in the last decade or so. Won the U.S. Open back in 2015. Went viral for his interview with Joe over there when he was getting his award. Said, yeah, with this money, I'm going to buy a ton of cars. But looking at Dimitri's results so far, top 10 surfer, number 8 out of Ventura, California. He's already got 2 quarters or better in 25.
Yeah, really good results this year. Looking for making to the semis or the finals to have his best result of the year here in Saquarema. And he started strong with 4.5.
Great surfer. He's won multiple events in North America as well. Over there in Pismo Beach. Here's Ito. Well, delayed bottom turn, second turn is just massive, though. He explodes on the second one. Through the lip line, wraps it back. And potential for one more section right at the end of this wave. It's going flat on him, but he does well just to keep the speed up. Damage was done way on the outside. And that should score well. You talk about a significant maneuver on a wave. We saw right there with the second one from Ryaru. 22 minutes on the clock. It seems like Poulos was up and riding as well. See what he was able to do. But all eyes on the surfer in white, Ito. It should be scoring well for him. Also, O'Hara seems to have gotten on the board right here in the first 8 minutes of the heat. Meanwhile, though, still the best score of this one is the 6.83 of Billy Stearman. Winning on multiple numbers right here, Maida.
Yeah, I really love that ride. Let's take a look again. The first snap was cool, but then he really well timed that one, really radical, like hitting the leap aggressively, coming to the inside. Set up turns right there, waiting for a good moment inside. And then hits again. Unfortunately, couldn't complete this one, but the damage was already done.
And this is the wave we haven't seen. The opener of O'Hara. Get it going left, get it going right. He can do everything, Maida.
Yeah, a nice combo right there. Good way to finish it off.
Now Stearman. This is his third wave so far. 21 minutes remaining in heat number 3. Only looking to improve on a 0.87. He's done that. And a lot more. Seem to really just go flat right there at the end of that wave for Bill, though. 20 and 40 seconds on the clock. Big heat win for the surfer representing Hawaii, the former world junior champion Finn McGill with Manu.
Hello guys, good morning. Great day here in Saquarema. The sun is trying to shine, and I'm here with this happy guy that just won this heat. Finn, we know that the conditions here in Saquarema are not very easy, but you found some good waves out there. What was your criteria to choose which ones to go for? Congratulations.
I was just looking for the closeouts, to be honest, and I didn't get a single one of them. I just, honestly, I've been pretty sick the last week, like ever since we left Portugal, so I've been not really spending much time out there, and also I've never been here. So just from watching it and surfing, it kind of feels like home. It feels like Pupukea. So it's kind of like felt natural, you know? That was my goal, just to get a closeout. The right's there if you need it, but I think the score is most on the left. So yeah, it was fun though. I was very happy, very excited to get that done with.
Oh my God, you're sick and you're here for the first time and you just won your hit. Congratulations again. And well, you're from Hawaii that has some powerful beach breaks just like Saquarema. Do you think that helps you in any way?
I think so. I think the wonk, the bump, and all that stuff, it's kind of like, it's the norm for us. I don't know, we always we grew up playing around at like Keiki Shore Break as like 8-year-olds, so it's kind of like normal and fun, I guess. It puts some extra flair on it. I don't know. I mean, I grew up with Imai. Imai's like an older brother to me, so I think it kind of showed, you know, we both grew up in that kind of stuff, and it was amazing to both make it out of that heat, you know.
Thank you very much. I hope you get better. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. Congratulations to the former world junior champ, Finn McGill. The board he's riding, a Red Tiger from John Peisel, but it is kind of specifically designed for him, so slight modifications right there. It got buckled in Edeseda, came here, a guy picked it up at about 7 p.m. at night, charged him 70 reais, which is what, just over $10? He got it the next morning, and the thing's working well, obviously. He got him the heat win this morning so far, Maida. So just a really cool story for Finn, and first time here in Brazil competing too. Obviously, wave suits him well.
Yeah, for sure. And a couple athletes said that they were kind of ill, and like making your first hit in Itaúna feeling not 100% is just lovely. For sure, he's gonna this is gonna pump him up.
So a couple of scores have come through. Ito gets the best of the heat, a 7.1. Last to Billy Stearman, a 2.7. That keeps him in the lead. Meanwhile, O'Hara, who is coming off of a great result a couple events ago at the U.S. Open, a 5.33. He got a semi over there in Huntington Beach. And Poulos, 4.5, 2.6. He is in third at the moment. So this is the 7.1, one of the best scores of the event so far, Maida. Really coming from the second turn right there.
Yeah, for sure. That was the money turn. Really committed, explosive, and the rest of the wave just was kind of slow. You know, the wave went flat a little bit, but the second turn was massive.
less is more. And
Yeah.
truly a case in point right here. Late to the first one, but set him up well for the second explosive turn.
Look right there, throwing the fins, come out of it. Just amazing what he's done.
A lot of commitment right there for Ito. Bill Stearman, though, in the lead, fourth priority. Low score, a 2.7. Low score for the surfer in second, Ito, just a 2.17. That means Dimitri needing a 4.78, and Ohara is needing a 3.95. So you have, you know, a history of people doing well in events, maybe getting on a run towards the back end of the year. Now with the structure being a bit different, Maeda, 7 events in comparison to just 5 or 6 in previous years. Now having the potential to have 2 throwaways, but even I'd say you carry your best 5, could potentially have 4 good results, and even 1 as a throwaway that could be counting too.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. Like with more opportunities, I think you have more time to regroup if you have like bad results in the beginning of the season. So for sure, I would like to have more opportunities, you know, because sometimes surfing is just like that. Sometimes you're not feeling well in certain competition. So yeah, I think we could see like a lot of things going on the rankings in this final stops of the season.
Here's Poulos. This is his bread and butter right here on the backhand. Explosive first turn. Has to bring it all the way back. Longtime team rider for Timmy Patterson. In the pocket right there. Much better by Dimitri. Handling the backwash well. Has to readjust. Gets to the lip line once more. A lot of spray on that one. And he just has those whippy snaps on lock on the backhand. And halfway through the heat, his best at that point had been just a 4.5. Needs something better than that for second place. It seems like he might have gotten into that on this wave right here, halfway through it, Maeda.
Yeah, I think so. He's just needing a 4.78. And it was a good wave, but the thing is, like, Ito has a 7.1 and Billy Stearman has 6.83, so it can be dangerous, like Billy right now.
And Ohara up and riding. Has a 5.33 before Dimitri's last. Was needing a 3.95. So we'll see where that score comes through. So waiting on 2 numbers, 1 for blue, 1 for red. Starting now with Ito, the person, as Maeda said, who has the highest score of the heat. And now the heat leader, Stearman, quick in and out. He was looking to improve on a 2.7. None doing right there. It's a good sign, obviously. Lots of waves. But that doesn't necessarily indicate that every wave is going to be good, though.
Yeah.
And as Finn said during his post-heat interview, the lefts tend to be better than the rights, but if a right comes to you in an opportunity of priority, you might as well take it. But it seems like Ohara, the lefts have been the choice. Too short on this one, though. A 3.67, still needing the 3.95.
Yeah, it was a nice combo, but he will need to be more aggressive to get the highest scores. And this is Dimitri, the replay. We're still waiting for this score. Yeah, quick snap right there. The wave kind of bounced a lot with the backwash, but he kept like believing it and he came through the inside. Good dynamic. Let's see what comes.
He's very quick and has a low center of gravity too. Comes from an excellent area of waves in, you know, certain times of the year. Over there in Ventura, Southern California. Ito now in second at the moment, still waiting on the last of Poulos, and that's an unforced error for Riaru, unfortunately, because still waiting on the last of Dimitri, and if he does get the score, you got to be thinking that Ito's got to be needing at least something in the 4s to maintain his top 2 spot. Stearman, despite catching a few waves, still in the lead, and he hasn't been able to improve on his low score of the 2.7 for a few minutes now. And scores coming through for Poulos, they seem to be quite good for him. Needs a 4.78 at the moment. It seems like it's going to be more than that. It's actually a 6. So he goes straight to the lead right here, Maeda, with just over 12 minutes now remaining.
Yeah, straight to the lead. Very good wave reading. Now the priority is with Billy. But with the best wave of the heat at 7.1 is Ito, so he just is needing a 2.43.
11 minutes and 55 seconds remaining on the clock. Heat 3 of the round of 64 still in the water. It's the former champion Samuel Pupo getting his Apple Watch and getting ready for his heat coming up here in Saquarema. The high seeds of the event out there in the water right now. It's the men's round of 64, heat number 3, Dimitri Poulos in the lead. Ryaru Ito momentarily in second place, gets a 2.87, just enough to move up into second. But during the break, this wave from Hiroto Ohara, just a 2.77, Maeda, and gone left a couple of times. First time he's gone right in this heat, and unfortunately just not able to get the score. It's not a big requirement. And then this is the third wave, the one that just barely got him the score. A 2.87 despite the fall at the end for Ito.
Yeah, he's looking sharp. Unfortunately, he made this mistake in the end of the wave. Oh my God.
And an awkward fall right there from Ohara. Hopefully everything's okay. It seems like he is. Ito now going left once again. And this wave kind of flat on the open face. He's going to stick with it, though. Doesn't need to improve a whole lot. 2.87 as his backup, and smart move right there. Stuck with it. Potential to improve if it is just slightly, but an improvement does matter at this point of the heat, especially with the way Ohara and Stearman can surf. So Bill still with the second best wave of the heat, a 6.83. Now down to third, though, with priority. Needs a 3.15. And Ito right here looking to improve on his low score.
Yeah, it was a smaller wave, but with a very clean face right there. He put like three turns in a row. And the wave kind of fades a little bit right there, but another turn. A lot of whitewash. Finish it off. Yeah, probably he's going to improve this 2.87.
And this one just incomplete at the end, but I like what I'm seeing, the attempts at least, but an awkward landing right there from Ohara.
Yeah, it's the second ride that he finds it. Look, Children's Day. Everyone is on the beach, having fun. Carlos Munoz right behind.
Well, those are his kids.
Oh, it is?
He brought the whole family at this event,
I didn't know that he brought.
His wife Tamara here as well. There's Matt Myers on the left. Nolan Raposa coming up in the next heat. A couple of Californians chatting it up before heat number 4 of the round of 64. That'll be Samuel Pupo, Nolan Raposa, Carlos Munoz, and the South African Luke Slipen. 7 minutes 20 remain in Heat 3. So Ito takes the lead, a 4 on his last. Poulos down to second place. Stearman in third now, needing a 3.67. And Hiroto Ohara, well, he needs a 5.18. He's been trying. He's got 4 waves. Really, the last 3, nothing better than just a 3.67. So interesting, too, because when you look at, you know, what Itaúna, what Saquarema does, has a lot of power, as a couple of people have been saying, resembles the beach breaks in Hawaii a lot. But if you look at a good amount of the beach breaks, the Japanese surfers, you know, tend to compete at within the region. On the smaller days, Saquarema actually has a lot of similarities too, especially with how the weather is right now. Tends to be a bit gloomy, maybe not as sunny, but in the end, you're usually wearing a full suit. Well, it seems like just another day of competition for that.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. With the smaller days, I'm pretty sure you're right. But then when Saquarema gets a little bigger, I think it's one of the most powerful waves, like beach break waves, that you can watch on the Challenger Series.
Maybe
even the QSs
Yeah.
that they are competing in Japan.
100%. 6 minutes to go. Priority with Stearman, 3.67 or better is what he needs. Ohara needs a 5.18 or better. And Poulos in second, his low score of 4.5. The heat leader Ito, his low score now of 4. And here goes the surfer in white, currently leading the heat. Been choosing some pretty good looking waves so far in this one. Setup turn right there, throw in the air, and he's gonna be able to pull it. Some clean surfing right there at the end of this wave for the heat leader, Ryaru Ito. 5 minutes and 25 on the clock right now, and just seems like so far in this heat, he has really found his rhythm. Hasn't had a keeper result so far in the Challenger Series in 25. And meanwhile, Ohara, he wants to go 1 and 2 with his fellow Japanese surfer out there in the water. Hitting the 5-minute mark right now, an important wave for Hiroto, needing just a low 5. Outside though, Bill, in the green. Ooh. So that wave doesn't really produce much scoring potential for him. And now Dimitri, this is a key wave for him. Big turn right there. Explodes, getting into the lip line. Brings it back once more. And the young Californian looking to just close out this wave in a strong way. He does. So great exchange right there by multiple surfers. Down to 4 minutes and 25 now remaining in this heat. And really, judges have a lot of work to do right here. 3 crucial waves at the end of this one.
Yeah, for sure, Mitch. Everyone has ridden a wave, and many things can change right now. Let's watch Dimitri's wave. Really a bigger wave of the set, and then, whoa, I love that snap off the top. Another beautiful turn. Spraying a lot of water. Squeezing everything, every juice that this wave has, finishing it off like inside really strongly.
And then Ito got this one too. This seems to be improving on his low score of the 4.
Yeah, I think so. It's a 5.7. So he's finding good balls and throwing to the air. Beautiful rotation.
One of the first airs we've seen actually complete at all events. And then Ohara right here, this is a key wave right now in this heat. And first 2, maybe not as critical. The last one, good tail slide right there. The kick out was even cooler too. 3 minutes now, and waiting on a crucial score right now for Ohara. 4.17 on his last, not enough. And also still waiting on the score for Dimitri. Had his first chance of surfing in a CT event this year as well. Surfed over at Lowers due to him getting a good result over in Newcastle. Literally went from the airport straight to the event site. Same thing with Kira Pinkerton. But you get the chance to surf at home, Championship Tour event, you can't really deny the opportunity, can you?
And I really think Dimitri is going to improve his situation.
Oh, and gets the first excellent score of the event in the process as well. An 8.33, now into first place. is Poulos. 8.33 and a 6. Ito in second, a 7.1 and a 5.7. And there's the average. The Basque judge really liked it, a 9. You can see right there the average comes through as an 8.33. So international panel, as we always see at a Challenger Series event. And now the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Both Stearman and Ohara, they're not out of the heat though. I mean, Bill basically needs a 6. And Ohara already has a semi this year. He's won a major event before. This guy has his talent.
Yeah, for sure. He needs a 7.47. We just saw Dimitri getting an 8.33, so we know that Itaúna can provide nice canvas. But we could predict this high score for Dimitri. It was a larger wave with a steeper section. The second turn was just amazing. So, and that's it. He did what he has to do.
Well, this is a key wave right now in the heat. Bill Stearman needing a 5.98. Uses priority on this one. Already has a 6.83 at the beginning of the heat. Big turn right there for the Kiwi. One more. And let's see if this wave offers up anything else through the inside. Around the section. He's doing as much as he can. And the lone Kiwi in the draw, he loves it. Wow. 45 seconds remain in heat 3. And despite the wave going flat towards the end, he could not have surfed that wave any better. And this one might be a buzzer beater if he gets the score.
You know what, Mitch? I'm not a judge, but I think he can get there because it's less than 6 points. And I mean, the third turn, I believe, it was really strong and committed. Let's see what the judges think.
10 seconds remain. Ohara did get a quick wave, but it was an in and out. And let's see if somebody's up before the buzzer sounds. Ito, he might be needing a score right now and throws the air. A good attempt, but it's going to be incomplete. So it is all going to come down to whether or not Stearman is able to get the score on the beach. 5.98 or better right here, Maida.
Yeah, look that. It was a nice wave. Just a setup turn right there. Another one being patient, waiting for the steeper part of the wave, and then bangs it. And then keep coming through the inside. And he holds for another 2 snaps. The thing is, the requirement is not that high, you know. He needs a 5.98.
Well, get energy right there at the end too, but really the one big moment on that wave was right there.
Right there. Very vertical.
Chatting things over with his coach.
He's confident.
No, you have to be.
Yeah,
I mean,
so.
In the end, you also got to be able to sell your body language, and if it's close, you got to convince them that it should be going your way. And once again, this guy's been doing this for nearly 20 years now.
He knows what he needs to show.
Great pro junior career, and he already has a good result this year in Bolito in 9th. Waiting for the score. There's quite a few waves to compare to in this heat as well. And it's coming through. 2 saying no so far, and it's just gonna be under the requirement. Only 1 judge out of the 5 said yes. And it comes through as a 5.7, a close heat between Ito and Stearman fighting for the 2nd place. And despite a valiant effort right there at the end from the Kiwi Stearman, it's going to be the Japanese surfer Ryaru Ito in the white moving through in 2nd place. Ohara in the 4th. We'll see him compete over at Pipeline and taking the win. The highest score of the event so far, Dimitri Poulos with an 8.33 and a 6-point ride. moving through into the round of 32 here in Saquarema. A couple of big heats already in the round of 64. One more coming up when we return. Pupo, Raposa, Munoz, and Slipen in Itaúna.
Sem contar que foi a primeira final dele na elite do surf mundial aqui, né, Paulista? Exatamente. E aí a no Samuel Pinto, first rider for red, 5.83. First of red, 5.83. Sai a primeira de camiseta vermelha do Samuel Pinto, 5.83. Saiu a onda de abertura dessa batida de 4 aqui do round de 64 melhores. O Banco Brasil Saquarema Pro 2005. Importante, o Samuel Pinto, né? Ocupa a 13ª posição no ranking, está ali na berlinda de entrada nos top 10.
One of the biggest events we have the entire year. A lot of people hopeful to make that leap up to the championship tour. The stakes are really high.
You want to talk about emotion? You want to talk about passion?
I think this is as good as Huntington gets.
For these longboarders, this is a massive stage.
A lot of people might not understand how huge this event is for all the surfers.
Best, hungriest surfers on the planet fighting to achieve their dreams.
Perhaps the biggest event on the planet. Inside Pro Surfing. Now you can watch the episode about the US Open. An incredible year. We had tiny waves, we had big waves, we had everything. And that's why it is so fun to always watch that event as a fan. Round of 64, heat number 4 in the water now. Samuel Pupo from Brazil, former champion in the red. Nolan Raposa, who was in the episode of Inside Pro Surfing, in the blue. Carlos Munoz in the white. And Luke Slipen, the lone South African, out there in the gray. Remember, you can watch all that on worldsurfleague.com as well. Pupo already has multiple good results this year. Raposa, he's looking to get his first major win at the CS level. He's already made a final before. In the past, that was last year in Belito. Munoz, we've seen for a number of years now, Maida, competed on the championship tour. And Slipen, he's one of the younger names, but he's no stranger to competing on the CS. His second year now on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I remember like watching, first of all, let's go to the Samuel Pupo replay. Beautiful carve right there. Another nice turn. Just building some speed for this strong finish.
That comes through as a 5.83, so a quick start for Samuka, as he's known here. And a 3.33 for Slipen, waiting on this score for Munoz, the Costa Rican out there in the white.
Yeah, looking great. Munoz as well on this wave. Strong snap right there. Finish it off.
So traveling with his entire family at this event. I saw his wife Tamara earlier, and we were just chatting. Oh, there she is on the left, and the Costa Rican flags being waved. It is Children's Day here in Brazil. Having his kids here must be very special for him as a father. 32 years of age now for Cali. He has done very well at major events before. Actually qualified once again for the Challenger Series with the win in Barbados. It was literally the last event of the season in North America. And with that victory, he was able to gain his spot within the North American top 8 and qualify for the Challenger Series. Speaking of North American surfers, Raposa now going left. Spoke to him yesterday and he said, hey, this wave is very tricky, but that's what makes it so fun, that it's different from everywhere else. Very fast surfer, Nolan. Longtime Paisel team rider. Into the limp right there, and surfer out of Long Beach, California. He's going to kick out with a strong start as well. 24 minutes now remain in heat number 4, Maida.
Yes, starting pretty fast right there, looking great. And we asked him about the wave that he's looking for here. And of course, he's looking for the ones that really opens up until the end, until like the end of the road here on the beach. But look how quick he was.
Yeah, the cool thing about Nolan is that his surfing, you know, you could describe it as sporadic. It has elements of speed, of flow, but all of a sudden it can be very powerful at any moment too. So expect the unexpected with the Southern California surfer.
Yeah, that's why I've asked him that question, you know, because I really think that his surfing is so creative. He can explode in a nice ramp, like in a huge air. So that's why I asked him that, if he's looking for a bigger section.
So split peak, Munoz on the right. We're sticking with Slipen on the left right here. Cool casual style by Luke. Very methodical in his approach on this left so far, and a great finish by Slipen. I just love what I'm seeing so far from competition in the men's round of 64. You talk about elite talent. These are the best surfers on the planet. And we've seen a lot of people already lose with more than 11, 12 points. When heats are competitive, you know one thing, the surfers are good, but the waves are also good too, Maida.
Yeah, we just saw like the highest score of the competition, 8.33 in the last heat, and we see this heat starting pretty quick as well. This is the replay for Samuel Pupo on his backhand. Couple good turns. Look at one. Oh, fortunately incomplete.
So that's a wave we hadn't seen from Pupo, still waiting on that score. And then this one, the last to Slipen, his best.
Yeah, really good looking wave. Being patient. Cut back right there, just wait for a steeper face and then snap it.
So his brother Connor has also competed this year on the CS, but had to pull out before the event started. And Munoz on the right, just a 2.83, a cool little throw to reverse right there by Cali. And this is the 417 of Raposa on the left.
Yeah, got a little stuck there in the white water, but the first turn was nice. And then Cuddy right there, just coming around the corner, just snap it, trying to squeeze everything he can from this opportunity.
Brazilian flags, excuse me, being waved here on a beautiful Sunday, October the 12th. Kids Day here in Brazil. So waiting on multiple numbers, one for Pupo and one for Slipen. And he was a CS champion last year in 24. And Sam has qualified and, you know, re-qualified for the championship tour multiple times. He won the event back here 2023 when it was quite large too. Last of Connor, a 6.5. He's into first, waiting on the last of Sam still, but the Brazilian surfer, still young, which is what a lot of people forget, despite him already making a final at the championship tour level, winning multiple Challenger Series events so far in his career. He has struggled really to maintain a spot on the CT for longer than just a season, Maida.
Yeah, we can comment this later. Yeah, just an in and out for Carlos right there. Actually, like Samuel, he's such a talented surfer. Look, Carlos kids having fun. But he's such a talented surfer, you know. But as you mentioned, he's really young yet. So I think it's just a matter of being more confident and keep like his. Hold on. Oh, this was the same wave that I said it was just an in and out. Sorry.
So had a couple of carves on the
Yeah,
backhand.
I think we just saw the last carve.
Well, he needs a 5.84. First two weren't bad on the outside.
Yeah, they look great.
So he's had the chance to compete at home. Some big events right there in Esterillos, where he is from. Loving father, has his wife and his kids here in Brazil. And score coming through for Munoz. It is not going to be what he needs at the moment. It's going to fall short and be in the 3-point range. Raposa with the 4.17. He does have priority. He's in 4th at the moment. Meanwhile, Slijpen into 2nd place with a 6.5 on his last. Low score 3.33. And Pupo 6.7 on his last going left. And his opener in this heat of 5.83. 19 minutes on the clock. The last of Munoz, a 3.5. So both Munoz and Raposa needing something in the mid to high 5s. Plenty of time, and what we see right there, Esterillos, where he's from in Costa Rica, the land of Pura Vida, made the CT. Unfortunately, he had a shoulder injury at Pipeline the very first year, the very first event even, and was not able to requalify during the mid-year cut, but he's tried over and over again, and he's a very talented surfer coming out of Central America.
Yeah, I think this is one of the saddest stories of pro surfing, like, because he has been like trying to qualify for so long, and then he got qualified and then got a huge injury that made him like he couldn't compete during the year. Yeah, it was really sad to watch that. And I think in that year, like many athletes also had injuries. So
speaking of Munoz, he's up and riding. First car very strong, but that's all he's going to get on that one. Saw Luke Slijpen there in 2nd at the moment, the kid out of Cape Town, South Africa. As you said, a lot of the currents where he's from come down here to Saquarema. That's why the water tends to get quite cold in this area. But he is used to wearing a full suit year-round. And here's the heat leader now, Pupo, going right. First car, very aggressive. And actually, if you remember, Maida, when he won this event back in 23, he got it right at the beginning of the final. He gets it right here with 17 minutes and 20 to go. And it seems like he's found his rhythm so far in this heat. Looking to replace a 5.83, likely that he does that. Slijpen trying to force the reverse right there on the left. He's gonna come unglued. So waiting on some numbers now. Munoz gonna get a small score. Really the one that's gonna be significant here is if the heat leader Pupo extends his lead, looking to improve on a 5.83. And more waves approaching the lineup. Raposa, we haven't seen him catch one in a while. And speaking of him, he's up. Going left. So layback to start things off on this wave, and trying to make it around the section. He can't. And that's one of those waves that he was mentioning yesterday, just run off on him and was not able to make it around the whitewater, unfortunately.
yeah, the wave selection always really hard here in Taona, but Samuka has been on point.
So it was a split peak. This was Munoz's wave on the right. Not a whole lot right there. And then the difficult thing about reading the waves here in Saquarema.
Yeah, this one just let him like do his first turn and then shut it down. He was talking about this and how hard it is to read the ocean here. But Samuel Pupo has a lot of experience, and look this beautiful wave that he found. 2 really good turns to start things off, get some speed, throw to the air, complete it. Really nice.
I like his brush on the board. He has the Spider-Man claim. We haven't seen it so far, but it is obviously a reference to how acrobatic he can get right here in the air.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, he was thinking about it right there at the end, I think.
Should I keep for further in competition?
Halfway through the heat, Samuel Pupo with a convincing lead, a 7.83 on his last, dropping the first excellent score of the day so far. Dimitri Poulos with Manu.
Hello guys, I'm here with Dimitri, and Dimitri, what a heat. You found that 8.33 right in the end to take the win. What was going through your mind when you realized you turned it? Congratulations.
Yeah, I was just super stoked. It was a little stressful heat. It was kind of hard to find a good one, and kind kind of knew with the time winding down. I was in second priority, and I think Billy went on the first one, and I was just kind of hoping there'd be another one, and there was, and kind of hit the bar nice, and was able to just surf and just tried not to fall, and yeah, stoked.
And you were so composed out there. How did you manage to find that the wave in the end of the heat?
Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of tried to just stay positive and just not stress out, because I figured either it's going to come or it's not. There's nothing I could really do besides just wait. So, yeah.
How does it feel to win a heat here in Saquarema?
Feels good. This is my third time here and the first time I've ever made a heat out here. So it feels like I climbed a little mountain.
Congratulations. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Oh, an interesting factoid right there given by the man himself, Dimitri Poulos. First excellent score of the day. First one of the event, too. So congratulations to Dimitri. 14.33 heat total. He's moving through into the round of 32. Munoz hitting a 5.84. Going left. This is his 6th wave already in this heat. And tough wave to surf right there. A lot of white water on the open face and nothing crazy to finish that wave off, but let's see if he at least improves on his top score of a 4. That would diminish the requirement for him. Meanwhile, Raposa had a quick wave and in and out Maida. And Slipen, that 6.5 is keeping him in second place. That is a crucial score for this heat at the moment.
Yeah, it is, Mitch. This is the replay for Carlos. Nice snap right there. Setup turn, just waiting, being patient for a bigger movement. Snap it off the top. And looks a lot of white water and incomplete turn to finish it off.
4.53, so it does improve on his best. He now needs a 5.31, and think about Munoz, comes from a lot of beach breaks and heavy ones too. He knows how to surf these types of waves very well. Meanwhile, Pupo doesn't improve. It's a 4.77, but he's found his rhythm in this heat, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. Keeping busy, like surfing, pretty patient. Look, he's been like waiting for the right moments to make his tricks.
And Samuka working with Matt Myers. So Matt's actually got 2 surfers in this heat. Pupo and Raposa, 12 minutes on the clock. Slipen with priority, needing an improvement of a 3.33. 8.03 or better would get him into the lead. Meanwhile, now Gali needing a 5.31 and Raposa a 5.67 to move up into second place in heat number 4. Very diverse lineup out there when it comes to the nationalities. You have a Central American, somebody from North America, and a couple from the bottom half of the world, Brazil and South Africa respectively. But everybody right here, enough experience competing within your own region, and of course, already on the Challenger Series. Everybody in the water has at least a couple of years of experience at this level.
Yeah, and here in Taona, this is very important.
Pupo in the lead convincingly as well. 7.83, 6.7. He is in control of heat number 4.
Está pegando seu terceiro evento de peso nessa temporada 2025. Vou fazer até uma retificação aqui, porque ele estava em pipeline, o Thiago Silva seria. Mas na verdade é o seguinte, fevereiro, vai dia 8 de fevereiro, então dia 8 de fevereiro acontece a penúltima etapa do Cero no Havaí, no pipeline, e aí a partir do dia 15 de março, dia 15 de março, a segunda temporada está abrindo em Newcastle, que abriu no mês.
Back in beautiful Brazil, Saquarema, stop number 5 on the Challenger Series schedule. 9 minutes and 20 remaining in Heat 4 of the round of 64. Mitchell and Maida with you. It is the former runner-up at the championship tour level, Samuel Pulpo, leading the Heat. He has also won the event at the Challenger Series level back in 2023. Also, no shame in losing at home. First year on tour to the incredible two-time world champion, the 4-time event champion Felipe Toledo as well. And obviously the experience really prevailing for Samuka so far in this heat. Raposa, though, in 4th. He needs a 5.67 or better. That's a good start for Nolan. Going right. Excellent beach break surfer coming out of LA County. And a sick combo right there at the end. There's the claim. He loves it. He should. A competitive heat for second place. Slijpen has been there basically all heat long, Maida. The 6.5 has been a great score for him. Has a low backup though, and at the moment it seems like Raposa right here, looking right for the first time, was able to get a gem.
Yeah, I really love that first turn, like sliding the fins up of the top, and then really great finish right there, like the control and everything, the combo looked amazing.
Get energy too, you want to see that. And as somebody who's truly fired up after getting what seems to be his best wave, just under 8 minutes, and Munoz, you know, he hasn't stopped trying. He's caught 7 waves, but nothing better than a 4.53. Let's see what Raposa gets right here, and if we have a situation change or not. Pupo, though, 5 waves, 7.83, 6.7 is top 2. He's throwing away 2 that would still have him in the lead, though. A 5.83 and a 4.77. Talk about being in rhythm with the ocean out there. Guys looked unstoppable so far. Massive heat total, 14.53.
Yeah, he really hit the water today, like with all this confidence with that he brings from the results that he has here in Itaúna. That runner-up in 2022 against Felipe Toledo was just amazing. The very first year that he was in tour, and actually, I think that result put him in a really nice ranking spot. That's why he was a Rookie of the Year that year. So this brought a lot of confidence for him in his own career.
I'd also add attention to who he was back then, because,
and probably a little bit of pressure as well.
you know, that's what happens when you're a professional athlete. People see you, you do well, now they want to beat you. And that's what happens at this level, and of course at the CT level too. 6.5, the last of Raposa, into second place. That is his best. An 8.03 would give him the lead, as low score of 4.17, but that means that Slijpen now, a surfer out of South Africa, in green, needing a 4.17. Munoz needs a 6.15. Tight scoreline right there, Maida. 6.5 average for the surfer out of California.
Yeah, very important score for Nolan. And now Slijpen needs a 4.17, but he's with priority, and he still have plenty of time to do that. 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
Munoz, he's interested in this ride right here. Haven't seen the air game that much from Cali this year. We do right there. And lands it. Not the easiest section either, so you know, already has a couple of 4s, needs a low 6. Not saying that it was the biggest air you're ever gonna see, but it was a complicated wave to surf and did very well given how it was, Maida. Looking for a low 6 at the moment for second place.
Yeah, it was a very interesting rotation right there. I don't think it's gonna get there, but can maybe decrease the requirement.
Oh, and just under his best. A 4.47, so he's going to keep the 4.53. Cool rotation, though.
Yeah, very cool. It wasn't that high, but it was really well done.
So just under 5 minutes now. Slijpen, He has a 6.5 as well in the scoreline. He was in second place for the majority of this heat. And he only needs a 4.17. He can do that in his sleep. And let's see how we got to this point of the heat right here. The Natura Kayak recap, Maida. 7.83, 6.7 for the heat leader, Pupo. He's been dominant in this one.
Yeah, he has been like choosing the best waves of the heat and putting on a show. Like, look how sharp he is. This one, actually, it was incomplete, but the right one looked pretty great as well. Beautiful turn, spraying a lot of water. Another one, very stylish. And then building some speed to throw through the air, completes the rotation.
That is his best, a 7.83. And then Raposa, in the nick of time, right when he needed it with priority, got his best, a 6.5.
Yeah, snap and then releasing the fins up there, just comboed with 2 good turns right there and strong finish that made the 6.5.
3 minutes 20. Munoz has caught 8 waves. Second behind him, Pupo with 5, and then both Raposa and Slipen have caught 4 each. Seems like the heat leader, Samuel, he's up on another right. Mentioned something during the recap right there by Natura Kayak that he's just been on the best waves. And despite this one not being maybe the best, oh, that was a sick air attempt though. Just seems like that experience, having competed here so many times, having succeeded so many times at this wave, you're in the right spot at the right time.
Yeah, that's the point, you know, Mitch, because sometimes you have a lot of experience, but you didn't figure out how to succeed in a spot. But like Samuka, he has been runner-up during the CT. He won here already. He knows where the best waves are. And look, he found another ride really good. It almost seems like a replay, you know, because he threw to the air again, unfortunately incomplete. But he's finding like good ramps and very good open balls.
I also don't think it hurts when your older brother's been on the championship tour for more than a decade. You know, you have a good relationship with him. He's basically not only your best friend, somebody that you've looked up to your whole life. So maybe that's something that we need to look into a little bit more. Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning.
And also a very succeeded surfer here in Itaúna, Miguel himself. That's why Nolan said that he would like to surf like Miguel Pupo here in Itaúna, which really surprises me. Not because, like, for sure Miguel is one of the best here, but I don't know. I think Nolan's surfing could match more with Italo or this kind of surfer. So really interesting what he said yesterday.
Down to 90 seconds right here. Munoz has had multiple attempts, 9 waves ridden. A 6.15 or better is what he needs. Slipen a 4.17 in second priority though, and that's the thing that might be hurting him right here. As Raposa gonna play some defense, going right again. First turn through the lip, big roundhouse cutback. Good flow on this one by Noel Rapp. And nearly digs the nose, recovers well. And he might try to beach this wave if he can. And somehow he will. A lot of energy just making it through these flat sections. Looking for some kind, any kind of double up really on the inside. And I don't know how, but he did make it all the way to the shoreline. Watch out. Ends up on the sand, literally. And with 25 seconds on the clock, he was looking to improve on a 4.17. There is a likely chance that he does. And it seems like now he is truly enjoying himself here in Brazil.
Yeah, it seems that he did everything he could, you know. So 5 seconds left.
And the heat leader, Pupo, this is just going to be a victory lap for him. A great heat win for Samuka. Throws a tail around, completes that just for fun. And unfortunately for Luke Slipen, right at the end, it seemed like he did have a chance, but it's just going to be an insignificant score for him. So Samuel on your screen is throwing away a lot of scores that still would have had him in the top 2 of this heat.
And it's looking like Nolan increased his last wave with his last wave of 4.7 Mitch.
And then Munoz, that was his last attempt, and unfortunately for him, incomplete. And this is the 4.7 you're talking about from Raposa. It did increase and remained in second place.
Yeah, nice wave, really good looking, found nice right.
Well, it seems like maybe after all those years of practicing at Huntington, got very good at the Huntington hop. It worked at Itaúna, beached it literally, and was able to convert his energy into something positive right here to get this little double up connection. And for those watching at home, it is a pretty far distance from the shoreline all the way to where he caught that wave on the outside. So it's going to be Samuel Pupo, Nolan Raposa moving through. A good performance by Slipen. Unfortunately, he just comes up short. And Munoz, same thing for him. We're going to be seeing them compete over at Pipeline. But the former champion, Pupo, Raposa advancing through into the round of 32 right here in Saquarema. Heat 5 coming up. Jackson Bunch, Jordan Lawler, the world junior champion of this year, Bronson Mady, and of course, the local Brazilian surfer looking to make do with this wild card, Wesley Leite, when we return to Itaúna.
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Dr. Peanut, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. By Probiotica, for real achievements. By Maiteja, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. And by the City of Saquarema, official host of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero.
Welcome back to the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Zero APV, all natural ingredients, Corona Cero. Taking a look down here at the contest site. Itaúna Beach in the town of Saquarema. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. That's Marcos Bukuyuva. Give me some knuckles, bro. We've had a good time. We're talking surfing all day long. We're in the round of 64 for the men, 4-man heats to advance on into the next round. Every heat with some consequence to it because there's no losers round, and that's one of the exciting things about the Challenger Series. Surf's been good. We've seen some great performances. We just saw past champ Samuel Pupo move on into the round of 32, so the action continues right now out in the water, and we've been really blessed with some great conditions. Sun has come out, Marcos. The sun has come out. We've had some rain, but now it looks like things are, I can see clearly now.
For sure. Maybe you're going to search some rainbows later.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. I'm hoping for some rainbows, and thank you again for joining us. Look at that beautiful set right there. Jackson Bunch, Jordy Lawler, Bronson Mady, and Wesley, is it Leche?
Leche.
And Wesley Leche, all out in the water. Hawaii, Australia, Indonesia, and Brazil, all represented for Enter to Advance. That is what we're doing all day. We're going to get through most of this round of 64 today. We'll go get through heat number 14, I believe, of this round. So we're going to leave 2 heats on the table before we end the day, but we're right smack dab in the middle of the action right now. Bronson Mady out there, he is our reigning world junior champ out in the white jersey. Looks like Bronson's dropped a 2.83, and also the judges owe us another score for Bronson Mady. Jackson Bunch, Jordy Lawler, Wesley Leche all got waves as well. Let's go through some replays, starting with Bronson.
The only regular in this almost 100% goofy affair. 75% goofies in this heat. Nice snaps, setting the pace, a little drift with the off the top into a tail, a little lip slide there.
Here's Jordy.
Amazing style, always so functional, really reading the waves properly. Nice entry there.
And let's take a look here at Wesley.
Going right, showing his backhand moves from climbing, setting the pace for the snap. Just finding some power there, but the wave went flat.
JB, Jackson Bunch.
Former CT, super progressive, always hit rips last year. This year, sorry, still in 2025. Sorry, I'm living in the future, guys. Nice snap. On the end, that was the money turn.
Yeah, that's right. So there we go. Oh, and the second wave for Bronson.
With a little more wall ahead, nice first carve. Another one with a different angle. Let's see if he can bless some airs. There he goes. Ooh, got caught with the inside rail in the turning in the rotation in the end of rotation.
Yeah, we know, Bronson's got a great air game. Bronson did get a wild card this year on the championship tour at the Abu Dhabi Surf Pro, where he got a 17th place there, displayed some of his air game. And Bronson also, I mentioned, being a world junior champ. When you win a world junior championships, not only do you win a world title, but you also win a spot on the Challenger Series. And so that's how Bronson kind of got fast forwarded into the Challenger Series.
Yeah, in Philippines, the same, Evander puts the crown on Lulu. World champ for the first time, Lulu for Brazil.
Let's hear from Samuel Pupo Samuka on to the round. It looks like he made it easy, Manu. All right, we're going to be back and check in.
Hello?
Oh, there we
Get
go.
me? Okay.
We got you now.
Okay, I'm here, Kaipo, and I was saying that now we have Saquarema the way we like. The sun is shining, the waves are pumping, and when we talk about Saquarema, this guy is hard to beat, definitely. Samuka, when you surf here for us, when we're looking at you, it seems to be easy. Definitely is not easy, but what is it about this wave that it fits your surf so well? Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Good question. I feel like it's more about my time coming to Saquarema since I was like 8 years old, and I've been competing here, since then, and getting to know the wave a little bit more every year. And yeah, I guess that's a big advantage coming to Saquarema. It's a hard wave, a lot of backwash, a lot of swell differences. Even the water temperature changes so much with the swell direction, and it's been pretty cold lately. And yeah, I'm happy to make my first heat.
And 2 years ago, you won this event. How do you come this year?
Yeah, I guess I feel like once you won an event before, kind of your standards are up there again. Every time you come back, you can win here. And yeah, it's Portugal and here are probably my 2 favorite stops. Yeah, my most successful stops, I'd say. And yeah, just feel home here with all my friends, my family's here, my mom, my girlfriend, and Joao and Mateus. We're all hanging out a little bit more, and I mean it's just a good environment here with everyone and all the fans at the beach is what fires me up the most, and I just want to get out there and perform for all of them, and that's what I did, so I'm happy.
Great. Now some words in Portuguese for your friends, family, and fans.
Obrigado, galera, pela torcida, amarradão de avançar. Tem altas ondas, fez de cair num momento do mar bom. E finalmente o sol saiu para a galera vir na praia torcer. E é isso, vamos para a próxima.
Thank you, Samuka. Back to you guys.
All right, yeah, Sammy Pupo certainly going to be one of the surfers to watch as this competition progresses. Made it easily through that round of 64 into the round of 32. During that interview, Jordy Lawler, who already has the highest single wave score of this heat as a 4.33 starter, the North Narrabeen surfer, caught another really good-looking left.
Amazing left, full of hooks, punchy, turns, and I'm talking about the adaptability. Amazing to watch, Jordan Lawler. Look how deep he was in the first carve. Nice hook at the top, like doing a lot of spray out. Extra spicy with the third turn. One more hook, still able to push in the last cut. Amazing. Nice effort, nice, variety.
Yeah, you'll notice this long kind of bottom turn to set up those dynamic top turns. Again, low on the bottom, hot off the top. So nice combination. Also, Bronson got it right.
Let's see, first setup snap. Connecting to the power source, just generating speed for the air. Coming to the closeout. Nice air reverse. Nice rhythm. Good variation.
As well as Wesley found himself a left on this replay.
A little drift on the first turn. Deep down carve into a cutty in the end. One more cutty. Nice roundabout. Still connecting with some source there. No longer.
All right, so judges owe us 3 scores right now. And one more wave. Bronson Mady, very busy out there, staying active.
Oh yeah, and using his best chances on the right to throw some airs, like he just don't care.
All right, so we'll get caught up with those scores and the situation. 18 minutes, 30 seconds on the countdown. Indonesia added another, added a world title, junior world title, with the efforts from Bronson Mady, an incredibly talented young surfer. Basically adopted by one of the godfathers of Indonesian surfing, Rizal Tanjung.
Oh, what an OG! Shout out to Rizal, all the boys in Indonesia. It's so long overdue to see those guys like Rio is pushing the pack, pushing the envelope, throwing some good influence to the boys, and now Bronson is already a world champ, junior world champ. So the boys are coming. Watch out.
What can you tell us about Wesley?
Wesley, man, what an amazing surfer, amazing soul, full of faith, such a resilient surfer, super well-rounded already, fast, crispy surfer. He's still adapting to like the big league scene, but I think it's a matter of time he's going to be finding some slot on the CT with the big dogs. And from Ubatuba, man, it's a pretty traditional place in Brazil. Back in the day, Felipe Toledo dad was 2 times national champion. I think it was 89 and 91. So we created our national tour in Brazil in 87. So he was the 3rd official Brazilian champion. Ricardo Toledo from Ubatuba, north coast of São Paulo.
Right. Yeah, we saw a quick shot of Jackson Bunch, the 21-year-old out of Bahia, Maui. Looks like Jackson has a strapped-up ankle and an ankle brace, so it looks like he's kind of nursing a little bit of an injury. He's sitting out there in the red jersey. Jackson with priority. Opened up with a 4.17. He's got a throwaway fractional score as a backup, so he's going to need to do better than that. The numbers have come through. Last of Wesley Leche, a 2.23. Last of Jordan Lawler, pretty big number, 6.33 for Jordy Lawler. Lawler in first, Bronson Mady in second, Wesley needing a 3.84, Jackson holding priority, needing a 4.34. There's Jordy Lawler, and he looks like he's just activated in this heat. Jordy last year came in as a wild card at the start of the Challenger Series over in Narrabeen, his home break. He won Narrabeen, which was pretty incredible. That put him full-time on the Challenger Series. But Jordy has a statistic that a lot of surfers don't want to have. He won a Challenger Series event, but yet did not qualify in 2024. He wants to change that story in 2025. right here we have Wesley looking smooth on the backhand, Marcos, and a nice sting to finish. That's how you want to end the wave.
Yeah, I love the sting, like Muhammad Ali or Bruce Lee. Like, you gotta fly like her. What, a fly?
You float like a butterfly. That's what he was doing with
and
the first.
And you sting like a bee.
And you sting like a bee, right in the eyeball. So here we go with Bronson. Wants to do his own stinging. Nice snap there. Mehdi looking for a ramp, no doubt. This wave's going to go into deep water, though, but it forces the air nose pick reverse just for a cherry on top of the sundae. And a nice exchange between both Bronson and Wesley. We'll see how that pans out for the two competitors. And if that keeps Bronson in second. Yeah, go ahead.
Beautiful cherry on top, Kaipo. I know he found his way. He's understanding the peak right there. The formation of the angles that the right provide is so different from the lefts. That's why the winner here are the lefts. He have a nice statics. He understands that he can pull some rail turns first, set up the pace and the speed, and launch some airs like fading, some tic-tacs fading there, and then boom, nice rotation. Gotta force a little bit.
Yeah,
some weight on the nose.
You can see that goes into deep water on the right, and then in contrast, here's the floating like the butterfly part.
Yeah, classic surfing for Wesley Leite, Wesley Milk. If we do some translation in Portuguese to English, and I love the last thing. It's like going for broke there, like Manga Barry used to say, smacking the lips.
JB, Jackson Bunch, series of cutbacks into the white water, looking for something more, wants it to stand up on the inside, the Maui surfer. And former CT rookie doesn't find a closeout maneuver on the end. Jackson looking for a 6-point ride, better to advance. And getting loose right there on the Timmy Patterson's Jordan Lawler, but he could not secure the fins and could not get the finish, so he's going to stick with the scores that he currently has in the score line. Judges are going to be busy with awarding numbers to all 4 of our surfers at the 13-minute mark.
Whoa, nice snap for Wesley. Tons of speed. Now setting the pace to do a beautiful choreography throughout the inside. Whoa,
wow.
Nice hook on the top.
You know what? Marcos, he milked that wave.
Oh, yeah. Nice lemonade stance with just one lemon. And he's surfing with Ricardo Martins, I think, since 1 year right now. He used to surf with Snappy, a shaper from BC, Balneário Camboriú, not British Columbia. Same place that gave birth to William Cardoso. And now he's riding RM, Ricardo Martins, man. What a pack of heavy hitters in the team of RM.
Wow, unreal. And those RM boards look like they're real smooth on rail. They look very dependable.
Oh, yeah.
Under the feet of Wesley Leite.
And responsive.
Yeah. And by the way, oh, and here we go. Let's see. Jordy got a little caught up on this turn. Not this first one, but did not quite get the finish. Got loose, but got some stuff in between. But right there, not the finish. And then Jackson probably wanted a little bit more out of this wave, but smooth surfing on the Minami surfboard.
One of my favorites from Maui, man. He's so well-versed, super crispy surfing, super progressive. I still got some memories stuck in my brain from his performance down in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah. Well, that was his
fifth there.
That was his best finish, right? As a rookie on the championship tour, he got that, 5th over there, quarterfinal finish in Abu Dhabi. Up in WA, the last event before the cut for Jackson, got a 9th place finish, but he needed more than that because other than that 9th and that 5th, the rest of the year, Jackson just got a string of 17ths, and that wasn't enough to keep him on tour. And that's why he's back here on the Challenger Series trying to get his place back on tour.
Showing a lot of resilience. It's hard to digest those results, those bad results. And, everybody knows how talented this boy is.
Sure is. So we'll be waiting for the score for Jackson, Wesley, and Bronson. We'll take a break right now. We'll come back and report back to you on the scores and see how the situation changes as the sun's out. And we are enjoying day number 2 here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero.
and fourth place coming red, ready at 6.23. But remember, we are waiting for the final return of the left, right, of the line.
Let's take a look at Bronson Medi, how he earned a world junior title. Oh my goodness, Marcos, that's how you do it. That was a 10-point ride for Bronson on his way to taking the world junior title. Talk about an air game.
Oh my God, second to none, one of the best for sure. Full of swag, style, and personality because he's such a young boy and surfing like into the big league stage. Is amazing to watch. He's evolving each and every heat.
Talk about spring, talk about pop. Bronson Medi currently leading this heat, and Bronson is leading in a big way. He's gone excellent here, and he wants more. Looking right, Bronson engages again, off the bottom, snaps off the top. Beautiful rail surfing to begin with. Nice carve there. He's been looking for the ramp on the closeout. That one mistimed and unable to pull that one off, but no harm, no foul. Bronson Medi will remain in the lead as we see Wesley Leite also kick out of a wave.
He's breaking records right now, 8.5.
Yeah.
Best score of the contest so far.
Jordy Lawler tosses the fins on the Timmy Patterson, but runs out of wave.
This board is looking insane underneath his feet, man. Kudos to TP. Mr. Tim Patterson.
Timmy Patterson, yes, second generation surfboard shaper. Timmy's dad and uncles were part of that historic Hobie Surf Shop team. So Timmy Patterson coming from quite a lineage of board building. You know, the Pattersons working with Hobie Alter back then when they basically invented the foam core of a surfboard.
Talking about heritage, oh my God, San Clemente. Kudos to those guys.
Replay here, Bronson Medi.
Preparing the sting. There you go, missed the grip almost in the front foot. He finds his liquid banks over the backdoor ramps of the rides. Yeah, he had a plan, but he lose the grip there.
Wesley Leite currently in third. Some smooth backhand surfing here, gets a little caught up. Needs a 5.87 to move in second and advancing position. Highly competitive heat so far, but really what's standing out when you look at the best two scores up in the graphic is that 8.5 from Bronson Medi.
Talking about the Wesley hometown, Ubatuba, North Shore of São Paulo, man. The variety that they have there, and you know, wave-wise, is amazing.
It's a wave fest. Bronson throws the fins out in the air, pokes the nose, spins around. He don't care. He's still in the lead. And will he build upon that? Just needs to improve upon a 5.4. Great surfing by Bronson.
Amazing surfing. Talking about technique and like pushing the envelope towards evolution with the air game. Well, one of the leaders right now. Because I think it's a matter of time when it's going to be around the CT lead.
Here he goes on the replay, Marcos.
Setting up the pace with the first snap, waiting with the proper cutty, connecting with the power source, tic-tacking through the launch, and there he go. Nice air, front side air reverse.
And Wesley.
Showing his rail game. There's so many good campers in Ubatuba for Wesley to sharp his backhand attack.
And Ubatuba were Felipe Toledo's originally
Yeah. It's the, you know, the ending part of the North Shore of São Paulo, almost crossed to the territory of Rio de Janeiro State, down closing from Ubatuba to Paraty is already Rio.
Wesley wanting to know the scores, and the scores in last for Wesley is still coming through here. And we're still waiting for the last score for Bronson.
I got to remind our audience that all the Dentas family is from Ubatuba also. Wiggly,
right.
Wesley, Swelling. Shout out to that big family of surfers, heavy hitters.
Great conditions out here, looking at the peak at Itaúna. Wind's been staying light.
Wow.
Sun's coming out. We're having a good day.
Oh, for sure, man. The waves look so rippable right now. Can't complain.
Let's take a look. This is the 8.5 for Bronson Mady.
Stacking, you know, good waves and clips always, even in competition. I like how he's setting the turns with some tic-tac fakes there, preparing to launch. And there he go, one more front side reverse.
Well, that's the combination, right? Some smooth rail work, some variety. He had a snap, then he had a nice carve, and then into that air reverse where he really tossed it up there. The wave was running out of wall too, so that was pretty impressive for the Indonesian surfer to pick up and put down. He did increase his lead too. His last wave score just coming through for Bronson at a 5.63, so he's way ahead of the pack with 14.13 two-wave total. Jordy Lawler trying to hang on to that second and advancing position. Lawler with 3.5 minutes and does have first priority. You can see him in the blue jersey.
Nice rhythm from all of the boys. Amazing to watch those guys progress in each and every turn.
Ooh, look at this glassy peak coming through here. And interesting that we've seen just as many rights being ridden in this heat as lefts.
Yeah.
Earlier this morning, it seemed like it was mostly all lefts. But right now, it's just a split peak situation.
Whoa, A-frame situation right now. I think the drop of the tide is pushing some power there from the right.
Yeah. What's the best frame?
Oh, man.
An
You never
A-frame.
know. A-frame.
An A-frame.
Yeah, for sure. Not a Z-frame.
Jackson.
Stinging there.
Hangs it up there. Carves through here. Bunch. Needs a pretty big score. He basically needs a 6.5. Looks like he's on his way with some consistent surfing on the backhand. Wesley right behind him. Looking for a ramp, building up speed. Punches it up. Spins it around. Unable to ride out.
Man, almost like a tiny, tiny version of the right-hander for Toilet Bowl in Haven.
Doug Silva. He likes big chains.
Oh, yeah.
And he's out there. He's actually coaching Bronson Mady. So I feel like for Doug, as a coach, he's got to be satisfied with what he's seeing his surfers done already.
Oh, yeah. Surfing with authority for sure. Doug is such a amazing guy to inspire the young kids. He was a ripper in his competition era in the NSASA.
Oh, I know
against
that.
Machado in the boys division back in the day.
He's a little older than he's my age, so yeah, we were one division older. Banco do Brasil 2-minute mark, but yeah, he was spooky good. As a youngster, he was actually tagged as a potential world champ.
Oh yeah, like Dave Eagers back in that time.
Exactly. You know your stuff.
Without studying, just leaving. Oh, you study a lot, man? No, I leave a lot.
90 seconds remaining. Wesley still searching 5.87. Jackson still waiting for his score. Jackson's going to come up short. He still needs a 6-point ride. Jordy uses priority. Lawler goes on the backhand this time. Gets lucky with a wave that stands up, and he exploits the finish. Talk about a backhand hanger. That was well done by Jordan Lawler, looking to improve upon a 4.33. Wesley takes to the air, lands on the back of the wave, but really Jordy Lawler is securing his spot to advance into the round of 32. The Aussies like it.
Dylan there.
Yeah, so Jordy, I think, improved upon his standing, and he's going to put advancement a little further out of reach. Here's another look at that great surf wave on the backhand.
Amazing, steering the turns, putting the right pace, the right rhythm, because he was flying super fast on the lefts, but he was surfing with more, cool, calm, collective in the right.
Yeah, and, just a stinging finish really helped out. And that's sometimes, I feel that you can't really tell with a lot of these waves of how that inside reform is going to do for you.
Oh,
and
yeah.
That wave did Jordy Lawler a favor. Okay, last ditch effort for Jackson Bunch. Oh, and that's going to be it for the surfer out of Maui. That's going to be a tough loss for Jackson Bunch and Wesley Leche. And Jordan Lawler, he's going to move handedly on into the round of 32. Still waiting for his last score, but he's already through. and it comes in at a 6.6 to increase his scoreline. So Jordy Lawler on to the next round, and Bronson Medi went excellent out there in his effort. So
breaking records, Mr. Bronson Medi, with the authority of being the nowadays world champion, junior world champion, defending world champion from last season through this season.
All right, so earlier when we were doing a replay, we showed you a wave which was well surfed by Bronson Medi, but that was the wrong wave. But let's show you the actual excellent score. This, my friend, is the 8.5.
That's the one. Look
Boom.
how high he went there.
Bang. Woo. Excellent. 8.5. Medi, Lawler, on to the round of 32. We're taking a break. We're going to be back. When we come back, Jacob Wilcox, Callum Robinson, Ottawa. Welcome back to Saquarema, Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. Heat 6 in the round of 64 on the water. Jacob Wilcox, Callum Robson, Charlie Quivant, and Shohei Kato. Kaipagura, along with Marcos Bokiuva, talking you through the action. The sun came out, the waves are still here. It's a beautiful day in Saquarema, Itaúna Beach. And again, 4 surfer heats, 2 surfers advanced, 50% advancement into the round of 32. Excited to see in this heat Jacob Wilcox, a goofy foot from Western Australia, is high up on the rankings right now. Number 5 coming into the stop, number 5 for Jacob Wilcox. Started out the year with a win in Newcastle. Wants to earn his spot back on the championship tour. He had a full year on CT year in 2024 before in 2025 getting cut on the championship tour. So let's see if Chippa can come back.
Oh yeah, amazing surfer. You know, beautiful. You know, from forehand, backhand, and this is Colin Hobson.
Callum, Smooth, the surfer from Evans Head, Australia, also a former C-tier. 3 years on the championship tour for Robson. Wants to get back there. He's got that power and flow to his surfing, right? Darren Hanley designs. And also on the DHDs, we have Jacob Wilcox.
Amazing lines drove by Mr. Jacob.
Wow, that was a quick finish there. And also, Charlie Quivant, our French surfer.
Yeah, a little blow. Nice cutty after the first snap, setting the pace. Maybe telegraphing he's gonna go for broke. In the end, nice hook, a little fin drift.
And our Japanese surfer, Shohei Kato, also got a wave.
The ocean providing a lot of action right now, setting the pace for the big turn now. Just a setup snap, and now the rotation. Nice variety.
Another wave for Charlie Quivant.
Engaging the rail. Ooh, nice cutty. Look, back to back. Japan and France well represented here. Nice hook in the end for Charlie Crivon.
And another wave for Shohei Kato shown right here.
Yeah, the right-hander showing some walls right now. Beautiful canvas for the boys. It's a shame he couldn't pull the rotation there.
So it's my count that the judges owe us 6 scores, maybe 7. Here's another wave for Callum Robson.
Yeah, the ocean, you know, put some gear in motion right now.
And Chippa went left, so yet another wave. So maybe 8 scores are owed to us right now.
Beautiful first card. Just set up. Okay.
Wow. We got a lot of catching up to do, don't we?
Oh, yeah, a lot.
First wave scores are in, 6.33, 5.67 for Callum Robson, and 5.17 was the start for Jacob Wilcox. And Shohei Kato opened up with a 3.67. Judges owe us second scores for all 4 surfers. Callum Robson with a 2.6 backup. 2 points backup for Jacob Wilcox. Charlie Crivon still need his second wave score, and Shohei Kato also need his second wave score. So waiting for those scores to set the situation at the 23-minute mark in 55 seconds.
A little breeze coming to play right now. You can see a little texture from the ocean. It's so superficial right now.
Quick up and out by Shohei. That's going to be his 3rd wave and another score owed to us. Here we go. Robson, smooth off the top. Clean rails for the Australian. Pumping down the line, snapping through that section. Wants a little bit more. Kicks out right there in the deeper water on the right. Up in the air and puts it down. Charlie Crivon nearly decapitates Callum Robson on the way out of there. The French surfer looking super spicy. And Jacob Wilcox.
Beautiful lines from Jacob.
A little bit of a lack of a wall there, though. You can see he's a little bit disappointed that he didn't get more out of there. So again, judges are going to have to play catch up with just multiple waves. That means there's like 5 wave sets happening right now.
We need 10 judges in the panel right now.
We'll get caught up. We will get caught up. They just want to make sure they get all the scores right. So they'll take a look at all the replays to make sure that they didn't miss anything. You know, typically what the judges will do is they'll write down their first initial kind of reaction to the wave, then review it and adjust the score therefore after that first initial reaction.
And you got to trust your instincts.
Yeah, but all of the judges will have the ability to replay all these waves, take another 2nd, 3rd, maybe even 4th look before settling on the final score for each of the waves. So that's the process, and that's why it takes a while for all these wave scores to come through. Let's just enjoy the replays, starting with Callum.
Yeah, man, stacking clips, Callum. Amazing rail, clean surfing. Always extra power in the back foot. Check it out. The wave didn't allow so much in the end. Flowing, gliding to this left hand. A setup snap first. Beautiful hook on the top. Forced to do a cutty. Beautiful line, clean lines. Nothing short of amazing.
Up in the air and down for Charlie Crivon.
Beautiful, you know, progressive turn. I think you have a lot of inspiration coming up from the French force right now, man.
And Chippa got another left. This one a little bit better. Doesn't have to do as many cutbacks.
Beautiful first turn. It's a shame the lack of energy in the end of the wave.
Searching for something here. Inside shore break section, comes on and finishes that off. So we're still waiting for that wave score for Jacob Wilcox. And the waves continue to roll through, actually exceeding expectations today. I think the forecast that we're given, we're actually seeing better waves.
Oh yeah, man. It's nice to have this amazing surprise. Sometimes we have the fog surprise, and sometimes we have a better wave surprise.
I like the sun surprise.
Oh yeah.
Good wind surprise. I like 5-wave sets.
Kids Day surprise for the kids in Brazil.
Let's hear from Bronson Mady. He went out there and went excellent. He's with Manu.
Yeah, guys, great heat out there. You look so confident. What did you think about your performance today? Congratulations.
Yeah, I think I did pretty good, I guess. There's a lot of fun rides out there, so I just kept going and then just try to better my score every wave. And yeah, stoked it worked out perfectly.
Your first time in Saquarema, you already found an 8.5. Describe for us that wave.
Yeah, that wave I went on a small one before, so I was on the way back out, and then I seen all the sand starting to coming in. So I paddled as fast as I can, and then I kind of just turned midway, and then just focused on one thing. And the biggest section just came to me, so I just went to the air, and then I kind of got surprised that I rode out of it because I was in the whitewater for quite a while. So yeah, I had to claim it after.
That was really good. Want to say some words in your language for friends, family, fans?
Ya, terima kasih ke yang nonton di rumah. Mudah-mudahan bisa lanjut sampai final. Let's go.
Terima kasih. Back to you guys.
Bagus.
Oh yeah, bagus, man.
All right, so while we had that interview, most numbers have come through in this heat. We just owe you one more number for Jacob Wilcox. He's a 6.27 to move into second place. Last wave, Callum Robson was a 5.77. Charlie Quivant, for that big air that we saw, full rotation, he earned himself a 7.17.
And talking about Bronson, man, if you guys don't know, now you know. Oh my God. You know, breaking records in the first appearance in Saquarema in such a kind of mixed A-frame situation. It's kind of easy to watch and see good waves. It's kind of hard to find those ones sometimes.
I don't know if there's a white jersey going on because Bronson was in white in that last heat, went excellent. And Charlie Crevant right here is in the white jersey in this heat. Not quite excellent, but he's got a pair of really good numbers, a 7.17 and 6.33. Surfers will take those numbers any day of the week. 13.52 wave total. That's going to get you through most heats on the Challenger
And
Series.
Brazilian people, cultural-wise, we love superstition.
Ooh. Okay, let's get superstitious.
Yeah. Shout out to Mr. Stevie Wonder. I'm going to stop with the shout-outs for at least half an hour.
It's okay.
I cannot take it too long.
It's so good.
Good reference is okay.
That was so good. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Thank you for the fun.
I'm regathering myself.
I love my team.
Yeah. There we go. Jacob Wilcox. He started off in Newcastle with a big win to start off the Challenger Series. Like we said at the beginning of this heat, currently ranked number 5. You know, he won Newcastle. Then he went to Bolito, got a 9th, and then since then, you know, U.S. Open didn't treat him that well. 25th. Ericeira did not do him any favors. 49th in Ericeira. Number 5 on the ranking. He's kind of got 2 throwaways, so it's very valuable for Jacob Wilcox to get a good result here in Brazil.
Oh, it's almost necessary.
Almost necessary.
Yeah, 7 stops, just gonna count the best 5 results. This is the Japanese force, always supporting boys and girls.
Oh, they got a face fan. That's next level.
Whoa.
That's, well, talking about superstition, that could be good luck right there.
Oh, for sure, man. All those Japanese force people, they have a good power, man. Wow. They are amazing. And so.
Well, Shohei Kato, you can see him right here. Number 4 on the seeding coming out of the Asia region. He does have first priority right now. He needs a 7.77, so again, superstitious-wise, he needs a lucky number of 7.77 to move into second place. You believe you got numerology as well?
Yeah,
okay.
I love numerology.
Okay.
And math.
Yeah, me too. That's my hobby.
One of mine also. And talking about heritage in Japan, Takao Kuga, Miyuki Nozato, Masatoshi Ono.
Masatoshi Ono, yeah. So many. Shuji Kasui.
Oh yeah, and they charge, man.
I just
in Hawaii, it's a different scene, so they charge there.
Well, and he's the Japanese Tom Curran. Shuji Kasuya, super smooth.
And a little hello, not a shout out, a hello to Mr. Kito, the former, coach for Mr. Tom Curran, 3 times world champ.
Yeah.
95 or 85, 86, and 90, just to be precise.
Evans Head, Australia. That's the home of Callum Robson. Like I said, 3 years on the championship tour. And another thing that Callum achieved while on the championship tour is he got a 10.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of guys go through their whole career not getting 10s, and Callum was able to do that. We'd love to see Callum back on the championship tour once again. He's only 24 years old, so he's got plenty of time to earn his spot back on the CT.
Even a full decade to keep grinding, and I think it's a matter of time. He belongs there.
Yeah, he's great on social media, Callum, as well. He gives a lot of surfing tips as far as technique, equipment, preparation.
I dig that.
A well thoughtful surfer also.
Yeah. And I love when people show, sharing is caring,
Yeah.
They throw the knowledge away for people feeding themselves from them.
Both Callum and I really love a cold glass of bonsai.
Okay.
Soy milk, oat milk, almond milk, all from the bonsai. And then also we have the bonsai sparkling coconut water that goes down
Count me in, man.
so smooth, I'm telling you right now.
Good for smoothies also.
You can shout out bonsai if you like.
Oh, shut up. Hello. The ocean is in motion, guys.
Look at this. Okay. Well, remember, Kato has priority. He's in the green jersey. He's going to pass up this one. Our heat leader, Charlie Cravon, he's going to go left this time.
Clean backhand attack there. Nice spray on the first carve. Little cutty. Connecting the dots. Finding the space and pace. No longer power back.
Important wave here. Oh, a little slip up there is going to make up for it. Jacob Wilcox needs a 6.27 at this moment. Carving through there. You can see he's really trying to give as much muscle as he can for the wave, but that wave just tapers off. Callum Robson stings the lip there, also on a left, and another left that kind of tapers off.
Oh, yeah.
So the personality of this wave has changed a lot from this morning till right now.
Yeah, the mid, through the outside, mid-side, and inside is kind of dying there.
Yeah.
And the walls on the rights are kind of providing right now.
Here's Jacob.
Beautiful snap anyway. Drift the fin the first one. Nice cutting. Showing a lot of board control. Beautiful flow. Not rushing into things.
Callum.
Smacking the lip with that snap. Let's see what he can find in the end. Off the top, drifting the fins after. Pushing the tail there. Man, the machine is on.
Yeah, someone really pulled the handle on the surf machine right now,
Oh,
right?
thank you for all the locals. Good karma from Saquarema.
That's right. See a little bit of a fog bank on the horizon. Let's keep the sun and keep it out there.
Oh, yeah.
Still waiting for one more score for Callum Robson to give you the situation. I can tell you that Jacob Wilcox did come up short on his last ride, so Wilcox still looking for a 6.27 to get out of this heat. We're going to take a break. We'll be back for the conclusion of Heat 6 in the round of 64. We're back here in Itaúna for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. Banco do Brasil fan picks as we come back in. 53% of you have picked Jacob Wilcox to win this heat. and Jacob wants to do the same thing. Right now, he's trailing in third place. He needs a 6.27. Again, go to worldsurfleague.com, pick your surfer. We take all that information and we put it together for the Banco do Brasil fan picks that we present to you.
This is so cool to watch, you know.
Tossing it up there, Shohei Kato coming back to live action. Shohei, that was a nice start for the Japanese surfer. Looks like he's going to get a bonus inside section. Kato times the snaps with some backwash. Make sure he finishes on his feet. Well done for Shohei. Going to get him right back in the heat.
Some glimpse from, let me see, you can see there. Maybe some powerhouse from Australia. I know he's a Japanese surfer, but I saw some Michael Sunsbury, rest in peace there.
Sanga.
And Mark Bannister.
Ooh, another powerful surfer, Mark Bannister. I like that. Here's a replay. Shohei.
Look the reference there. Good variation, throwing the tails out, nose peak reverse, air reverse, setting the pace with this setup carve, stinging one more time. Beautiful effort.
Now, I don't know if this is going to be, it's always good when you do the big maneuver out the back, so nice air reverse. I don't know if this is going to be the 7.77, but it's definitely going to help Shotei's cause.
Oh, he's open with the banger, but almost finished with the second banger there. Got hung up a little bit in the end. But nice variation.
Yeah, his requirement's going to be reduced for sure when that number drops through.
Oh yeah, shortcut.
Here's our heat leader. Charlie Crevant is having a great heat. Our French surfer, big airs, nice carves, looks for more, gets the finish, times that wave well, looking to replace a 6.33 that he's got in the scoreline. Callum Robson has been strong on the forehand. And again, Robson just punishes the lip for the finish. So nice exchange by all three regular footers in this heat. That leaves the goofy footer, the lone goofy footer, Jacob Wilcox, outside holding priority as we wait for these scores to eventuate. Last score for Shohei Kato, 5.4. It did reduce his need. He needs a 6.04.
Electric heat so far, so good, man. A little more calm in the ocean right now, but I think it's just a marathon.
I think the judges are appreciating a little bit of a lull right now.
A little buffer zone, so let's think about those scores, let's process, digest.
Exactly, it's going to go sometimes to digest what's happened in front of them. We still are looking for a last score of Charlie Crevant as well as Callum Robson. Both two surfers are in an advancing position right now, so the scores can only help them.
Yeah.
There's no way it can hurt them.
Stacking good numbers, Mr. Charlie Crevant. 7 minutes more of action in this almost like liquid skate park going on here in Daytona right now. Man.
These last two heats, dozens of waves ridden. It's been a super consistent. Take a look, a replay. We're still waiting for this score for Charlie.
I know I always throw some glimpse from other surfer, but I can see some Benji Wetterly there. Beautiful slide from Charlie Crevant. Beautiful rail game. And open with a beautiful carve and then finish with a banger. Just power surfing from Callum. Ooh. Talking about cherry on top. Beautiful finish.
Oh man, great timing right here.
Oh, I like the variation, almost like a snap into a lip slide.
Yeah, and you're right. 3 different turns that Charlie was able to put together on this wave, and coming out of this replay, I can tell you that that was a 7.5 for Charlie Crevant. Here's the finish. Powerful finish for Callum Robson as well. So our 2 heat leaders have increased their lead over the rest of the pack. And Callum Robson's going to hear that he got a 7.93, and Charlie Crevant's going to hear that he got a 7.5. So that makes things super difficult for Jacob Wilcox. Needs an 8.53. Shohei Kato needs 8.3. There's Callum's score line with all 5 judges.
Oh, they're imposing. Charlie Crevant and Callum Robson is imposing their power rail game of the water right now.
Crevant, there's his spread for that 7.5. That's a tight spread right there, by the way.
Oh, yeah, super tight. Good mood for Luli.
Our head judge, Luli Pereira. Yeah, the head judge likes it when everything's same.
Smooth operator.
Yeah.
Oh, should I say smooth operation?
And Jacob Wilcox is hearing the unfortunate news that he needs a 8.53. Number 5 on the CS rankings coming into this event, and this could be a devastating loss for WA's Jacob Wilcox if he cannot manufacture an excellent score in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, but you got to see life throughout the lens of positivity, and the good news is he had first priority, so in the good way, we're gonna, you know, arrive at the sand banks there. The workshop gonna provide, and he's gonna succeed maybe.
Decision time for Jacob. Does he go there? He hangs on to priority, takes a look at that wave and says, no, that is not an excellent wave. Shohei Kato, also with second priority, also needs an excellent score at 8.3, and he's sitting in number 2 in line right now with 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I should say shout out to Riachuelo for providing support for surfing, and the Rosel sponsoring Vitor Ferreira also.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's take a look at our heat recap. It's been a busy heat, and we got some big numbers to share with you at the heat recap here. Charlie Crevant, that was his 7.17. And Callum Robson hammered this wave, Marcos, for 7.93.
The blueprint for success. Open with a banger, finish with a banger. It's a cliche, but it's pure truth.
7.5 here for Charlie Crevant. Variety of maneuvers on display.
I love both free turns. First carving into lip slide, finish with a beautiful hook.
Oh. Charlie feeling the power of freshness with that natural kayak.
Oh yeah, I can feel
Heat
inside
recap.
here, man.
There's all the waves ridden by all of our surfers. Feels like they rode way more than that, but there's all the waves ridden.
Yeah.
And highlighted are the top 2 waves for each of the surfers.
With good numbers. The ocean's providing, the guys are attacking.
Jacob Wilcox, Chippa, they call him. Oh, and you can see the frustration. You know, started off with a nice vertical backhand re-entry, but then that wave, like I said before, it's hard to tell which ones are going to give you a wall on the inside and which ones are just going to kind of dissipate. And that was one that just disappeared.
That's why I always approach, you know, wave reading like a separate science.
It's true.
Yeah. You got to take chances. You got to make the right choices. It's just a matter of pure technique. There's a lot of strategy involved. Now is the Japanese surfer with the first priority.
Yeah. So Shohei also needs an excellent score of an 8.3. Looking at his Apple Watch right now, 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the countdown.
In those moments that we can understand or observe that time is so relative because there's different clocks. One clock from leaders, Crevant and Robson, and another flipping the side, another clock rushing super fast for Wilcox and Cato.
Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning as Marcos is dropping some metaphysics on us right now.
I love those metaphysics, metaphors. Metaphors, metaphysics.
Yes, I like them both.
Oh, me too.
1 minute 35. Kato, priority. Waves coming through here. He's in the green jersey. He's positioning himself. I think he's looking left as this next one comes through. You can see the WSL buoy bobbing right there. That's the indication of an oncoming set. A little bit of a ruffle with the wind that just keeps up this
a little texture going on right now. But sometimes a little, you know, texture on the coping block of the waves are amazing for rail turns, even for launching some airs.
Yeah. Of course, coping, you know, a lot of people use the word coping to describe surfing, originally coming from the edge of a pool.
Yeah, shout out to Jay Adams, Tony Malva, all the boys at Doggytown, and Strider, because he's from Doggytown also.
Here we go. Shohei. We're going to stick with Callum here on the left-hander. Already in an advancing position, Callum Robson wants to increase his score line. And Callum, as well as our heat leader, Charlie Crevant, both getting waves, both going left. Meanwhile, Shohei Kato did go right, so we'll see if the Japanese surfer did enough. Charlie Crevant just going to take a nice, easy ride in. He's riding straight into the round of 32. There's no problem for the French surfer. That's right. Snap your fingers, Charlie, because you are on. And what a great showing from Charlie Crevant. 14.67 heat total so far, even without that last wave. Callum Robson, 13.7 heat total, even without his last wave. And Jacob Wilcox kind of getting hung out to dry right now, so it's unfortunate for the WA surfer. And Shohei Kato did have one last swing at it. Here's a take a look at Shohei's last swing.
Let's see what the ocean provides for him. Oh my God,
no.
got slip almost like a turn from a movie. Momentum type of silly moment there. Let's see if he can do a banger in the air now. Ooh, going for a reverse. He accomplished the task. A little ollie in the end. Squaring up Callum. Nice snap. Extra paw on the backhand. Searing the third one. Love to watch those back-to-back action. Callum at front, you know, Charlie on the back.
Yeah, and that, let's stick with Callum right there. Here's Charlie.
Let's see the beautiful rail game from Mr. Charlie Crevant from Meylan, France. The citizen of the globe, for sure. Beautiful rail game. He's almost in the cruise mood right now.
Oh, yeah. This one's just for fun for Charlie. Whoa. Already with the 14.67 that he has in his scoreline is already the high heat of the day. Give a snap, Charlie. There you go.
Amazing pace.
There you go. And so, Callum, hey, you're on to the round of 32. Hopefully everyone's telling him that. Doesn't matter what he gets in the last ride.
Beautiful D. Oh my God. Beautiful white outline from this magic stick.
You can tell it's a little bit, you know, a little wider, a little hippier board for the beach break over here. But Callum can dust off. He's got his work done today. He can go back and dry off and start rooting on and cheering for the rest of the Australian squad.
Yeah, for sure. Going for the support system there. First you surf and then you give support to your peers.
Yeah. There's the numbers, 14.67, high heat total of the day for Charlie Crevant. Got the job done, and so did Callum Robson. Jacob Wilcox, Shohei Kato eliminated from competition. We're going to be back. We got more on the way. Stick around.
the event. David Silva in red, Morgan Sibilik, former number 5 on the planet, in the blue. Oliver Zietz, representing the Netherlands, out of Kauai in the white. And the Olympic gold medalist, current number 1 on the Challenger Series rankings, Kali Vost, representing France, is in the green. Mitchell Salazar with Maida Popst. Maida, it is all-time out there. Slightly offshore wind, rights, lefts, everything. And, of course, the scores so far in this round have really reflected not only how good the surfing is, how great the waves are, too.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. The highest score for Charlie Chevron. We were watching the waves, and it looked like pretty great, like many waves coming through, beautiful surfing. The vibes are on. Look, the sun is out. The crowds are coming. So lovely Sunday here at Saquarema.
And we do have a couple of surfers riding for Sharp Eye out there. Morgan Sibilik, Oliver Zietz, both on the 77 models, which, of course, have a lot to do with the success of Sharp Eye's main team rider, Felipe Toledo, having won out here for different occasions, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. Mitch, I saw Yufo there. He's with a lot of athletes, working a lot. I didn't have an opportunity to talk to him. Every time he comes, we keep like talking a little bit about boards and what kind of boards the guys are using. Have you have a chance to talk to him?
Yeah. I've been actually speaking to him the last 2 days. A great surfer himself, too. Speaking of great surfers, Charlie Quiveron, highest heat total of the event so far. He's with Rachel.
That's why, Charlie, you just had the highest heat total of the day. Tell us, how was your strategy once now the ocean is offering a lot of opportunities?
I was watching the ocean for a while before, and I thought there was only going to be left, and it suddenly became right, and wind into the right, good for airs, and yeah, I just changed the strategy into going right, and I'm glad it paid off, you know. Right, I know is my strength, so I'm happy to get a good waves today, and yeah, it's been so hard this year making heat, you know, so just the feeling of making a heat right now, it feels amazing, and finally to put it together. I've had so many really close hits all year long, like losing by 0.5 and stuff like that. Now just really putting like good scores and making the heat, like for sure, it feels nice.
And what boat are you riding? Talk us about it.
It's a PE Merrick 510 THR, works amazing.
It does, for sure. Congratulations. You want to send some message for your friends, family, supporters back home?
Merci à tous ceux qui regardent, content de passer la série, de faire du bon surf, et on va garder l'énergie et la vibe tout au long de la semaine. Let's go.
Thank you.
Félicitations to Charlie Quiveron. 14.67 heat total. And look at how beautiful it is right now here in Sac-Town, Maida. The sun is out, waves are pumping. Of course, food always everywhere. Quite good. It's lunchtime right here in Saquarema at the moment.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. So a beautiful Sunday. And you know what? It was interesting about what he said. He was watching and he was looking for the lefts, and then he had a chance to adapt himself because the rights started to come through. So it's always like this in surfing. The surfer who better adapts himself succeed.
6 minutes have gone by without a wave being ridden so far in this heat. But it does seem like all 4 of them just slightly out of position so far. David Silva out of Sao Paulo, last year's runner-up at this event. Longtime surfer on the championship tour. He's also made a final at that level. Speaking of somebody looking to get to that level right now, it's Kali Vost, leading the Challenger Series rankings. Coming off of the win in Edeseda, his first Challenger Series win. He's looking for number 2 right here. A bit hung up on that one at the end, but it's going to be the first ride of the heat. And the French surfer, originally out of Tahiti, winning the event in Edeseda, obviously a huge one for him. He's made 2 finals so far this year and already getting more wins so far in 2025 that he had in last 4 years combined. He can qualify by making the final right here in Saquarema.
Yeah, what a year for Kali Vost. This wave looked pretty good, and yeah, just start things off with a quick turn right there, trying to build some momentum in this wave, and beautiful layback rack right there.
A lot of people forget about how good he is on rail. Of course, yesterday he proved that both right, left, he can do it at a beach break. Did it in a Seda on the backhand. That score comes through as a 4.33 for Vost at a Vaidao. Beautiful little town in Tahiti, very close to Teahupo'o. The other three surfers haven't caught waves so far. It seems like maybe struggling to catch the wave. It also seems like the offshore wind has gotten a bit stronger so far in this heat.
Yeah, it looks like we can see the water like flying from the wave. And you know what about Kaulivas? I think it's like we have been seeing him like surfing in Teahupo for so long already and doing great there. He made like quarterfinals. He was a runner-up in Teahupo. That sometimes we kind of forget, as you mentioned, how good he can be on his rails and with very strong turns and progressive as well. So it's been really fun to watch him do and show whatever he's capable of.
Yeah, very well-rounded. Speaking of well-rounded, let's go down to Manu in the VIP zone.
Yeah, guys, I'm here to invite you guys to come here at any time and check out this peanut butter space. Dr. Peanut is here with some alfajor. That is a treat from Argentina, but this one is healthy. It has whey protein on it and also peanut butter with a lot of flavors. And you guys are not gonna believe what this is. Patricia, this beautiful lady, she gets some protein bars, put it in the air fryer, and here we have, it's like a dessert, and it's warm. It's just delicious. I'm just gonna have it, and it's also healthy. 21 grams of protein. We have peanut butter of many, many flavors, including pistachio. I don't know how to say it in English, so please help me with that, you guys there. And here, you press this button, and it comes peanut butter out of it. Can you help me, Patrícia? Você pode apertar o botão aqui pra gente ver? This is so delicious and healthy at the same time. I just cannot believe it. Well, I asked, oh, here she is. Let's do this. I want to see how that works. Whoa, that's a dream. I can't believe it. Back to you guys. Thank you, Patricia.
Hey, Manu, before we let you go, can you bring one of each flavor to the booth, please?
Of course, I'll do that now.
All right, thank you, Manu. Good stuff. A big shout out to Dr. Peanut, one of our sponsors here in Saquarema as well. Getting back to the heat, just under 20 minutes on the clock, 4.33, the only wave ridden by the heat leader Voss so far, also leading the Challenger Series rankings. David Silva, we talked about him, last year's runner-up at this event. Morgan Sibilik, number 5 in the world on the championship tour back in 2021. Great surfer out of Australia. Talk about one of the quickest surfers on the planet. It is that guy in the blue jersey, Maida. He is very talented and very skilled at surfing a beach break like this, too.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. He has done so well on the championship tour, and we would love to see him qualify again. And now Kaulivas again taking a look here.
Yeah, it truly does seem like that offshore wind is just pushing them outside and out of position. Meanwhile, Voss, well, he's saying, hey, guys, you don't want it? I'll take it. Under everybody else's positioning, a couple of cool forehand wraps. He's going to kick out. Already has the 4.33. That'll add on to his heat total. And once again, he makes the final. He automatically qualifies for the World Championship Tour. 10 spots available on the men's side. And if he does that, there's only going to be another 9 available. Here's Silva now. Get it going right, get it going left, but what we can guarantee you, a lot of spray. As you can see right there, longtime team rider for Slater Designs. He loves those boards, and it just seems like it really suits his springy style. Looking good right here on the forehand going left. He's gonna kick out. And now priority established on the outside, as it seems like Surfer in White had a quick in and out. Runner-up last year at this event, and very close actually to defeating Marco Mignot in the final. But with that result, he guaranteed a spot on the tour once again.
Yeah, it's true. David Silva is very well known for his strength on his backside, but look how sharp he is in his forehand. Just nice combo, vibrating angles right there, splitting a lot of water. all over the place. Really nice.
Well, you mentioned his power. Looking at the slow-mo right here on the outside. The first two alone, just the spray right there. I mean, watch out for that offshore wind, because if you're on the outside, he's going to spray you. Meanwhile, the surfer out of Kauai, Oliver Zietz, just a 1.7 for him. And here the last of Kali Vost.
Yeah, nice cutback right there. Another beautiful one. Just looking so in tune with the ocean, Kali Vost.
At the moment, yes. 17 minutes remain in this heat. Heat 7, we're going to go all the way through heat number 14 today. That should put us in a really good spot for the next few days, according to how conditions are, but it would only leave 2 heats remaining of the round. Oliver Zietz out of Kauai, younger sister Zoe, also a great surfer. As we look at the rankings here for the Challenger Series, Kali Vost leading by a slight margin over Luke Thompson. He has a victory at the last event in Ericeira. Look at Poulos right there. He already made his heat earlier today. George Pitar going to be coming up. Luke Thompson as well. So Kali, he's leading, but at the moment by a slim margin. He wants to be able to make sure that he at least guarantees himself a quarter or better to put himself at a great position at Pipeline. Silva, an interesting combo to start this wave off. This wave acting very weird, does well on the inside though. And what a way to finish off his second ride. Crowd loves it. They should, Maida. Explosive surfing right there by the man known as Devide.
Yeah, and it looked pretty great how quick he could manage to do the last turn to finish it off. He looks like he's coming inside.
Yeah, probably going to do the runaround. Got to be expecting. As we look at the replay right here, beginning of the wave, interesting. It had an odd shape to it.
Yeah, just that one got a little flat right there, but then he couldn't manage to come to the open face right here. Look, that one releasing the fins, and look how quick, a little bit late for the last one, but managed to stay on his feet.
Smaller wave, but could not have surfed it any better, especially with this last combo, Maida.
Yeah, very smart surfing for David Silva.
Doing the runaround, he's in great shape, drops a 6 on his last. That is the best of the heat so far in this one. And he was pretty far down south. Because so repositioning is something. Why do you think getting closer to the rocks is something beneficial for him?
Because there is like a channel like close to the rock, so it will be quicker and easier to come around like running on the beach and getting outside from really close to the rocks, because the water comes like to the outside close to the rocks, so that's why.
So there's a current there.
Current,
That it's
yeah,
like
there's a current.
Like an escalator almost that takes it back out.
Yeah, almost like a channel, like with the current, you can go like easily to the outside.
Well, now I know how to surf Saquarema. There it is, as you're saying. At that point,
Yeah, actually, I think he didn't go like all the way through, like.
well, you don't want to be right next to the rocks.
Yeah,
either, do
yeah,
you?
yeah.
It does seem though like
Oh
that.
yeah, can you see like the current right
Yeah.
there? So yeah, it was enough, because like the break today, it's a little bit to our right side of the screen, so that's why, because sometimes the waves are breaking closer to the rocks, so then you gotta like pedal closer to the rocks
Right.
as well.
Well, it is a great concept, obviously, to have. I wouldn't recommend everybody run at the same speed that he.
Yeah.
But I mean,
That's the point.
he was flying. I mean, you got to be in great shape to be able to sustain that kind of level of energy. As it seems like Zietz right here, nephew to the former Championship Tour surfer Sebastian Zietz, and just as talented of a surfer. First year on the CS for Ollie. He's looking to really gain a lot of confidence out of this event. He did qualify through the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region despite representing the Netherlands. As we see the heat leader Voss, just the one carve, and he's going to kick out after that. But Sibilik, though, He's held on to priority for a number of minutes. He still hasn't caught a wave, and nearly 18 minutes gone by in this one. Meanwhile, Vaz has caught 3 waves. Silva has 2, and so does Zeitz. So unfortunately for Morgs, he's kind of been caught in no man's land right there on the outside, Maida.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. You know what? You were talking about Zeitz, and I was remembering about Sebastian Zeitz. I really enjoyed his surfing by that time. I remember when I was in Queramas in 2013, and Sebastian Zeitz made a 9-point ride to win a hit against Kieran Peril, and he was surfing pretty well by that time. I really enjoyed his surfing when he was on tour. So I was looking at Oliver's stats and remembering.
Yeah, virtually identical, right? 11 minutes 30 on the clock. It is the local surfer Silva leading at the moment with a 6 and a 5.83. Let's see if the other 3 surfers can get a couple under their belts and make Heat 7 a lot more interesting. Back in heat number 7 of the round of 64 here in the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. David Silva still leading the heat out there over Kali Vaz, Oliver Zeitz, and Morgan Sivlik, the former top 5 in the world. 9 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. During the break, Maida, Morgan Sivlik was able to get his first ride, a completed one too.
Look how beautiful this wave was, and he kept like wrapping up. Multiple turns right there, and the finish was really strong, like releasing the fins. And this is David Silva on his backhand.
Yeah, so that one incomplete for Silva also during the break, just a 3-point ride, doesn't go into his top 2. And waiting on this score, Oliver Zeitz on the backhand talked about the style resembling his uncle. Also, the amount of spray that he throws just as similar to Uncle Seabass.
Yeah, it's true, and a little bit of claim right there. Very happy with his performance on this wave.
Well, he should be.
Yeah.
And Vaz did have a quick in and out. Well, that won't go into his top 2. He is holding down priority, though, at the moment. The surfer in green Vaz. And it seems like Sivlik under priority. Ooh, an awkward fall right there by Morgan. Now looking at Kali going right. Surfer in green using priority. Good flow, nice combination. Nothing super critical, but well done by Vaz. Meanwhile, this guy, I don't know if it's his timing, the positioning of his board, but every single time he hits the lip, there are buckets and probably a couple liters of water just flying through the air. He's looking to replace a 5.83. And every wave he's got so far, at least one of his turns have been quite radical, Maida. 7:45 on the clock. We saw him in the Red Bull Athlete Zone just warming up earlier. He seemed like he was enjoying himself, having a lot of fun. And to be honest, very relaxed too. It didn't seem like he was even going to paddle out for a heat.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. He's always with a smile on his face, you know. He's such a like relaxed guy. And look, always on point. Like this was a little. Oh, this one was nice, releasing the fins, and I really like the flow of this wave. In the beginning, got a little hanged on the white water right there, but kept like going through.
And then Vost on the right as well. Let's see if this one replaces his low score of a 3.5, but there has been a situation change as the last of Zeets came through, and this one after the 6.43 as well. So he got this on the paddle back out, Maeda. Now in second, look at her better, a 3.67, the surfer out of Kauai.
Yeah, keep him busy, like choosing good waves right there. Nice combo. And that was it on this wave.
And working with one of the best coaches on the planet as well, the former Z-tier, Chris Gallagher. Benchen Oliver, his younger sister Zoe, mom Afke. She's from the Netherlands, father Maxwell from the island of Kauai. And he is very proud to represent both the European region and Netherlands, and of course, his beautiful small island. Waiting on multiple scores, 6 minutes on the clock. The second score of Sibilik, just a small throwaway, but his first one is impactful to the heat, a 5. So at the moment, needing a 5-1-1, but depending on if improvements from both Zeets and Silva happen, both Vost and Sibilik are going to be needing scores right here. And the two surfers that have had both experience and success really at the championship tour level, just over 5 minutes on the clock, they need to get the right wave at the right moment, Maeda.
Yeah, actually, I mean, like Kaoli, he's like not selecting the best waves of the heat. He needs to wait. This priority right now, it's really important to him because the time is ticking. So he might build. I don't know if he will have the opportunity to take 2 waves. So
might have to just be one.
Yeah, good one, you know, because then the 4.33 will be a strong backup for him.
So scores in for Silva, it is his best. A 6.4, backup now a 6. Vost at the moment eating the 5.78, Sibilik a 5.11. But the issue, Zeet's still waiting on a score that could potentially improve, a 3.67 right here. And really interesting that, you know, for a lot of the local surfers, the score drops in for Zeets, it's a 3.73, so slight improvement. Just a smaller necessity now for both Vost and Sibilik, a 5.84 and a 5.17 respectively. Joao Chianca right there on screen. For a lot of the local surfers, now this being event 5, not the last one, it almost seems like there isn't the same sense of urgency to have to do well at home, to have to necessarily win the event. And for a lot of foreigners, you come here to Brazil, you normally feel a hostile environment as we see Jorgen Kuzene coming up. It doesn't necessarily feel that way this year, especially the sun's out, the waves are good. Everybody just wants to go out there and prove why they deserve a shot to be on the championship tour.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. It's really nice to watch the last event of the season because we can qualify people, like watch people make their dreams coming through. But I mean, now with less pressure, we might see like a better show sometimes because they're more relaxed. They want to just surf well. Of course, they want to win an event, but it's totally different. And Matheus Ergi, he talked to me about this, you know, because he's feeling it will be nice because he's not feeling that pressured here. He knows that he can make a good result as well in Pipeline and in Newcastle again. So it will be interesting to watch.
Here's Zeets on the backhand once again. Oh, that's better from Ali. 3.73 his low score. He's feeling it now. You can just see by the kick out right there. He is happy. 2:45 on the clock. So doesn't need to improve a whole lot. I really like the second turn right here.
Yeah, so do I, Mitch. Look right there, like, whoa. Kicking the tail, really vertical, well-timed.
Power.
Power as well.
He hasn't gone right a single time in this heat either, and drops his second best of 5.6, so still in second, but much better positioning in the heat. That means Vost up and riding with priority. Needs a 7.7 or better, and Civic in fourth, needing a 7.03. Kali, he can clinch his spot on the WCT if he makes the final at this event. Beautiful wrap right there in the forehand from Vost. And he's trying. This wave going flat as we see the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. Checking his Apple Watch right there to make sure he has an adequate sense of where he is in the heat with time. Just over 90 seconds on the clock. Needs close to an 8. It's a big requirement at the moment.
Yeah, it is, Mitch. 7.7. Look, the wave was nice, but a lot of whitewash right there. Beautiful snap, kicking the tail, but then he had to come over and then wrap it up again, but nothing really critical. So I don't know if it's going to get to a 7.7.
There were a few moments on this wave. The layback was excellent on the outside. It was the one carve. We'll see if the judges give him a score that is close to excellence. Meanwhile, Civic, he needs a bit less. Surfing this wave well, a 7.03 for Morgs will do it. And we just talked about how quick he is. One of the fastest surfers on the planet. And a big fan of his surfing. He has made sure to not only remain within the top 20 for multiple years now in the Challenger Series, but to come close to requalifying for the tour. 7.03 or better is what he needs. Scores in for Vost, a 5.53, his best. Now needs a 6.5. Here's Zietz, playing some defense. Looking to improve on a 5.6, 15 seconds. And throws the rotation. He's going to pull it, too. And he's truly enjoying himself now. And now Silva, he's in first, though, so regardless if he improves here or not, he seems like he's pretty safe to advance into the round of 32. So it's really going to come down to the last of white and blue. And if Zietz does improve on his low score of the 5.6, that'll up the ante as well for Morgan Civic, Maida.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. Look, the last wave of Zietz. Nice wrap right there. Waiting for an open face. Another turn. And then build some speed. Makes the rotation complete. And I love the claim.
And then Civic right here, big fan of his surfing. And, I mean, can't really get more on rail than that first carve right there, Maida.
Yeah, the first carve was really beautiful, throwing a lot of water. And this one was more vertical, snap on the face. And then, unfortunately, the wave didn't offer that much.
Yeah, after the first carve, wave just kind of went dead on him. And unfortunately, it comes short. It's a 5.47 for Civic. And Zietz doesn't improve on his last, but either way, a 4.7 that does not change his situation. He remained in second, and he advances over a couple of big names in both Morgan Civic and Kali Vaso. Kali, his chances of qualifying at this event are done. He's going to have to wait until Pipeline or Newcastle to achieve that goal. But David Silva, Oliver Zietz, into the round of 32 here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Be right back with Heat 8. Local boy Joao Chianca hit on the lineup when we return.
oitava bateria do dia. Primeiro vencedor do Brasil. Brasil, representante da França, Guilherme Cristiano. De branco, representante do Hawaii, Yang. E de verde, representando o Japão, Joe Azuki.
Trabalhando, bateria de número 8.
Mano vermelho na remada. Escolheu aqui a direita. Vem de frontside na bola. Primeira buscando velocidade. Camiseta vermelha. Mas de trás o branco. Já atacou o Nick jogando bastante área. É com a camiseta branca.
Enquanto isso, o vermelho vai no aéreo com aqui.
Everything on the line in one day at a world-class venue in paradise.
There's no hiding from your biggest rival. If you want that crown, you've got to take down the best.
That was insane! Beating multiple sections, not giving up just yet.
If you say you don't fear the failure, you're lying.
I want to win, and I really mean that, and it's scary that that may not happen.
Brand new world champions for 2025. Check out Inside Pro Surfing, a new episode about the WSL finals. It is available now on worldsurfleague.com. Congratulations to both Iago Dora and Molly Picklim on their first world championships. Heat 8, local boy in the water, João Chianca taking on Jorgen Kuzene, Ian Gentile, and Japan's great product, Joe Azuchi. Mitchell Salazar, Maida Pops with you. And speaking of the local surfer, he has surfed here probably thousands of times, many times that are probably similar to this, Maida. Just another day at the office for Joao.
Yeah, just through the rotation right there. Completed.
And then Gentile right here.
Gentile, like kicking the tail right there. Beautiful movement. Two nice carves right there. Another one bringing to the inside, looking for a strong finish. Snap at it. That was it.
And then Azuchi got a 2.33 on this one. Still waiting on a couple of other scores, but talked about the good surfing that Azuchi has presented on a few years on the Challenger Series. Still very young. And this is actually his second ride, Maida, so waiting on this score for the surfer out of Japan.
Yeah, nice snap, almost didn't, I think he didn't complete, yeah.
I think you're right. A 4.83 for Chianca's opener. Number 5 in the regional QS in Asia was Azuchi. He's good everywhere. Watch out for him at Pipeline too, because I think he's gonna surprise a lot of people on how good he is as a barrel rider as well. He has a long task ahead though in this heat, facing not only a surfer that knows this wave as well as anybody, but Ian Gentile, both of his parents from Brazil. He is from Paia Maui though, former CT surfer looking to make it back onto the World Championship Tour. Opens up with a 5.5. There he is, from Paia Maui. Very well rounded, I should say. Pipeline, Tahiti, Fiji. We've seen it over in El Salvador at Punta Roca, make it all the way to the semifinals. And a tall, lanky surfer that really knows how to use his power and his frame to his benefit, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. For me, like his surfing, he's so stylish, you know, and he's always like looking pretty smooth in all beautiful lines, you know, that he does. I really enjoy watching him surfing.
And speaking of large frames, he was maybe a couple of heats away from qualifying for the tour a few years ago. Third place in Bolito, Jorgen Kuzene. He had one of the most incredible finals at the QS level at Anchor Point in Morocco. And the way, or one of the point breaks, excuse me, in Morocco against the local surfer, former CTer Ramzi Boukiem. He beat him with 19 points. Ramzi had 18 plus in the final. You're able to defeat a guy that knows that wave, surfs it nearly every day, go to his home break and tell him, you know what? I'm here to win, and I need to earn my spot just like you did a few years ago. Kuzene is that brother, and he's been close. He's resilient, still has the attitude, and of course, the surfing to get there. Speaking of him, here he goes. And as well as I was speaking of him. Just an unforced error right there by Jorgen to start things off.
And you know what, Mitch? You talked about resilience, and I think this is the word for the Challenger Series, because I was talking to some friends outside, and it's so hard. Like every single heat you go against, like such a good guys like João Chianca, like any CT surfers with experience in CT championships. So it's really hard to get all the way through the qualification.
And the main thing is just not only getting that consistency in results, staying healthy throughout the year too.
Yeah, and you get to travel sometimes, like you travel to another part of the world just and then you lose on your very first heat, and then how this psychologically hits you. So it's really hard.
Well, a good friend of mine from Southern California, actually chiropractor to the stars, Dr. Lewis Rice. I mean, Jorgen was competing that year with a broken back, and he was still making heats, as you said, but every heat at this one, as we see the replay of Chianca, it would have been a pretty meaty score if he actually rides out of that. This guy in red, though, he's on the championship tour right now. He's competing at home because it's a Challenger Series event. He was number 4 just a few years ago. And if you know, understand how good he is, he's well-rounded everywhere, but more importantly, he already proved that he has what it takes to get to that point.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and sometimes like you look at an athlete that comes to the championship tour and then comes out, and then you were like, oh, he needs to improve his surfing right here, right there. But to get there, it's really hard. So he's a really good surfer if he already got in.
Great calm on the outside by the Bahia Maui native, Ian Gentile. That's a great layback for the surfer in white. And what a way to cap off what seems to be his best wave in Heat 8. 21 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here for Gentile. Already has a 5.5, but it seems like he will be taking the lead with this last one by a significant margin, Maida.
Yeah, I think so. Look, quick snap right there, but look that one. Just spraying a lot of water. Another one coming all the way through. Kick the tail and finish it off strongly.
And it's really just his flow, the way he's able to keep composed, but you know, the way he was able to select the maneuvers according to each section.
Yeah, the variety, the different angles that he approached.
Longtime rider for the Mayhem team as well. It's a pretty big deal when one of the all-time greats, Andy Ayers, comes out and says that, you know, you're one of the best juniors on the planet. That's what the case was when Ian was about 13 years old and, you know, was still maturing, you know, was competing at the amateur level, but once he became an adult, you didn't hear of him that much in competition. And all of a sudden he breaks through, is able to qualify for the tour, and Bob's your uncle. It was there for a few years. Here's Kuzene now. Really strong surfing on the outside of this right. Looking for an inside reform. Cool reverse right there. A bit different for Kuzene, but that'll work. It's going to be his best Maida. 20 minutes now remaining in this heat, and a competitive one.
Yeah, it was cool how he put a lot of strength to just make the rotation on that reverse.
And the last of Gentile, the best of the heat, 7-1-7. He's in control of this one, but we are waiting on a score for both Kuzene and Joe Azuchi. As here's the last of Jorgen, Maida, looking to at least match the 5.5 of Ian.
Yeah, beautiful carve, a lot of water coming from it, and puts another turns right there. Just wait for the open face and a lot of strength, make the rotation. That was it. Look how beautiful this first one was, Mitch.
Well, technique couldn't get any better on that outside turn. But this was an interesting maneuver. I don't mind it personally, this last one.
Yeah, I think it was creative, at least.
So fun surfing right there from Jorgen Kuzene. Right on the sharp eyes by Marcio Zuvi and the team. 18:40 on the clock. Alasta Vazucci is a 4-point ride. Waiting on the score for Jorgen Kuzene. Meanwhile, Shianka gets dropped down to 3rd place. His high mark in this heat, a 4.83 on his opening ride. And Ian Gentile, well, with 3rd priority, they're going to let him go on this and has potential. Throws the rotation and was close to pulling it too. An incomplete error, but a beautiful attempt on what would have been a major score for Gentile.
Yeah, it would be very interesting if he completed that one because he was with 3rd priority. So it would be kind of a little mistake of the other opponents.
Well, there wasn't much left on that wave, so I understand why they let him go. But for Gentile, that would have easily improved on his situation. So priority with Vazucci. Kuzene in 3rd. Needs a 1 to move up into 2nd, and Shianka not far behind him, just a 1.5 the requirement. So in Heat 8 at the moment, Maida, we're going all the way through Heat 14 today. So still 16 heats being completed on day 2, which is great for us. Obviously the waves are really fun, a lot of action, but you know, 16 heats in this round, so there are still going to be 2 left, depending on when we run next, potentially tomorrow. But either way, talk about best surfers on the planet. The Challenger Series, obviously very competitive, but the main thing right here at this top 5, we've talked about it not being the last event anymore. Kali Vaz just out of the event right now. He could have clinched his spot on the CT if he made the final. But that doesn't necessarily mean that for everybody else, hey, just because he's out, he's really going to drop down in the rankings. You need to gain ground on him. And fortunately for a lot of people that are still in the mix in the top 20, top 25, one big result right here might put you in the top 10.
Yeah, because sometimes, like just as you said, like one big result. Even Kauli Vaz, he has like a final and then he won in Ericeira, but the other 2 results are, I think, 33rd.
Yeah, they're early losses.
Yeah, early losses. So if you make a final or if you win an event, this means a lot on the rankings for you. So.
And I'd add in too, for a lot of the surfers that haven't surfed, competed at a pipe yet, everybody's thinking, oh, pipe, it's the most intimidating wave on the planet. Yeah, I want to go surf there and compete. Once you get there and it's actually proper pipe, it's a different story.
Yeah.
You go there and you think you're going to be able to catch amazing waves. 30 minutes sounds like a long time. Might not get as many chances as you're thinking either, so don't want to leave anything up to chance. Kuzene almost pulled that one. And would have been stellar if he lands it. Incomplete though, but a great attempt by the Frenchman. Oh boy. He was going for it, Maida. I love the attempt at a Jorgen Kuzene right there on the right-hander.
Yeah, very committed. Just threw to the air, almost pull it.
And now on the outside, yeah, we're going to stay with Joe Zucchi here on the left. Good setup carve into the lip once. And that'll be complete at the end. Got a little hung up on the last one, but recovered well. Currently in 2nd place. He's only looking to improve on a 2.33. It seems like going to do that on some change. Just under 15 minutes now remaining in heat number 8. As we look at the replay, this is what happened on the split peak on the right for Shianka.
Yeah, Shianka going through the air as well. Couldn't finish that one. But here, John Zucchi, beautiful snap off the top. A little bit of, a lot of white water right there, but finish it off strong.
2nd turn especially, very well timed.
Very well timed. Look, Mitch. This one got a little hanged right there, but stay on his feet.
So waiting on a number for Joe. Needs an excellent score to move up into the lead. It won't be that, but he will be improving on his low score of the 2.33 and increasing his positioning over both Kuzene and Shianka in 3rd and 4th. It's a 5.7, so he extends his second place. Just under 14 minutes on the clock here in heat number 8 in Saquarema. More action to come once we return. Back in Saquarema, Ian Gentile, Joe Azuchi in the top 2 spots in heat number 8. David Silva, last year's runner-up with a big heat win in number 7. He's into the round of 32 downstairs with Rachel.
I'm here with David Silva. Congratulations for winning this heat. Coming as a runner-up from last year's event here, how was your mental preparation before this heat?
Yeah, the last years is amazing. For the finals, for second place, it's really good. But I think that the years is hard because it's the second heat is made for this year for the Challenger Series. Is hard here for me. But I'm very happy to stay here in Saquarema. The guys is here is amazing, and then stay for my family, my dad, my wife, my kids is incredible, and yeah, I'm very happy to make for the heat. It's super important to make it for the heat because it's hard because Kauli is win for the last event, and then Morgan is super athlete, and then Zitz is I have a huge air in the heat, but I'm very happy to make for the heat.
It was amazing.
So big congratulations to David Silva advancing into the round of 32. Jorgen Kuzene, big fan of that wave right there. He loved it. And not needing a massive score to move up into second place, a 5.74 or better will get the job done. 10 minutes and 20 remaining in heat number 8. Mitchell and Maeda with you, running until heat number 14 today of this men's round of 64. Taking a look at the last of Jorgen, Maeda.
Wow, beautiful carve, like releasing the fins a little bit in the end of the carve, and the combo was nice as well. Like, I like the variation of the angles that he did. And this one was the last of Ian.
Yeah, a quick one right there for Gentile. That doesn't change his situation. And this is a 3.43 for Joe Azuchi. And then Shianka was up and riding too. This is his best. And actually at the moment, this has him in second, Maeda, a 6.23 for Chumbinho.
Wow, beautiful wave. Like, he really found a gem on this ride. The crowds are happy. Probably local crowd cheering for João, competing at home. I love the first carve, Mitch.
Yeah, it was spectacular. And now Azuchi down a third spot, hitting a 5.37 or better. First turn on the outside, very strong, but this wave just fattening out on the inside. Does very well to kick the tail out, though, right at the end. He likes it, too. 5.37 what he needs. There are plenty of scores comparable to that one in this heat. The 5.33 of Kuzine, the 5.5 of Gentile, and of course, his 5.7 a few waves ago too. So back and forth heat right here. It seems like Gentile, really with the first couple of waves that he had, he's been in control, but still waiting on a score for Kuzine, and of course this last one for Joe as well. Oh, and it's in for Kuzine, and it is a large number, 6.77 for the Frenchman into second place now, and that means that Azuchi now requires a 6.41 or better.
Yeah, now the heat is really tight, Mitch. Like a lot of good waves ridden, many opportunities. We saw João Chianca right now. We see João Chianca right now.
Well, he gets dropped down to third. Looking at these right-handers, hard wave to surf this one so far. Done well, looking for the air, and not gonna get the ramp that he was looking for. 7:45 on the clock. Hickson Falcao, Daniel Templar, Valentin Neves, and his partner Luana Silva on the beach supporting him. So yeah, truly a local crowd.
Yeah. I didn't have time to, I didn't see Luana there.
We have 3 stars of the area supporting you on the beach. 3 good friends too. A lot of people tend to forget how young Chumbinho is too. As we look at the last of Azuchi, still waiting on this score right here, Maida. Needs to be a 6.41 or better.
Yeah, the first carve was really beautiful, but yeah, and the last one was strong, kicking the tail. Can't be, I think it will get close to that. He can get the score or be just a bit under.
Well, it comes through as a 5.4, so not enough. Still in third place. Good heat total though. 11.1, same thing for Joao. 11.06, but they are both needing some decent scores. 5.88 the requirement for Chianca. Meanwhile, it's a 6.41 for the Japanese surfer in the green jersey. And Kuzine, big comeback right here. The second half of this heat, 6.77, 5.33. His backup. And Gentile, once again, I mean, he did his job early on. 7.17, 5.5. Those waves were back to back. And now, the big difference right here, Maida, compared to earlier for Ian, he's got priority with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's in a really good spot right now in the lead of the heat with priority. We see João Chianca with 4th priority, just coming through in this right-hander.
So set up carve, looking down the line, looking for something big. He gets the section and was close. Oh, so close on that air attempt right there by the local surfer. Once again, he's already on the championship tour. This event is just basically not only a crowd pleaser, something to get a bit more reps, some more heats under his belt. There's a big break in between events for him too, so.
That's the point. We talked about this, like it's a huge gap this year on the championship tour, so it's better to keep like busy competing. Look, it was a nice carve and then build some speed, throw the tail really high right there.
Man.
Unfortunately, came unglued.
And the peanut gallery reaction, galera is what they're
Galera.
called, yeah?
Yeah, it was Valentin Neves right there, Leo Neves' son, like putting his hands on the head. Everyone really cheering for João Chianca.
That's cool though.
Yeah.
I mean, you go look, say, whether you make the heat or not, you look back on it on the replay and you see those kind of reactions, it means that they care. And that kind of support, that goes the distance, Maida, right there. When you're thinking about requalifying for the tour, those kinds of things, those are the memories, at least to me, that I'd be thinking that go the longest away for somebody like Joao.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. And he's a local hero, you know, all these boys like Hickson Falcão, Valentin Neves. Look, Hickson just trying to help with positioning. They all for sure get inspired by João Chianca and what he does in the championship tour. So watching him compete here, it's even more special.
Well, he's having a dig at this wave on the inside. He won't be able to get it. Just under 4 minutes now. Needs a 5.88 or better. And seems like Gentile did have a paddle. He lets it go. So let's see how Priority positioned itself right here. But Chianca's got a chance. And a golden opportunity. 2 turns, second one tough.
Wow.
Ooh.
Wow.
That was a pretty meaty section right there at the end. And let's see if they deem that complete or not. Now Ian's up, the heat leader. And that one not really going to change things at all for him or the rest of the heat. So 3 minutes remain right here, Maida. 5.88 or better. Got to consider, you know, first of all, does he fully ride out of it with control? And second, a lot of these waves in the 5-point range so far this heat.
Yeah, I don't know, Mitch, if they consider, look.
Did he let him go?
I think so.
Because Ian had a priority. It might have been a gift, a gimme right there for the local surfer.
Wow. Was very committed on this second turn right there. Really strong, powerful section. Look how thick the lip was.
Now, this second one, as you said, committed. On point, but does he ride out long enough? Oh, it's right there. They're definitely taking their time with it. Just over 2 minutes.
3 seconds. You need like...
Well, the main thing, they want to see right out of the whitewater with control.
Yeah, with control.
I mean, the time doesn't matter as long as you're actually riding out in front of the whitewater. And everything indicating that they did think that way. It's a 7.43, the best of the heat for Chianca. And there's the average. It goes up to a 7.8. Toss out the high and the low. You average the other 3. Now his low score, a 6.23 in first. Gentile down to second. And now that means that Jorgen Kuzene needing a 5.91 and Joe Azuchi a 6.98. 90 seconds right here, Maida.
Yeah, but now Ian Gentile is in not a safe spot, Mitchell, because Kuzine has the priority. And we still have 1 minute and 15 seconds left.
And Jorgen right here, 5.91. He can accomplish that with a single turn if he gets the section 2. And this one, just the last of Gentile, quickening it out, a 1.2, so that not changing anything in his score line, but it did affect priority. So, as you said, Kuzine with priority 1, Azuchi with 2, and really attainable scores if the wave comes for them with 45 seconds.
Yeah, for sure. That's why it was kind of awkward what happened with Ian Gentile with priority, the time that he left that wave for João, because now he's in second spot of the heat.
25 seconds. Kuzene with first priority needing a 5.91. You just want to see him get a chance right here at the end. He surfed a good heat. And seems like split peak, we're going to stay with the Azuchi on the left. He needs a 6.98. So within the realm of possibility for him. That's a great turn right there. Really tight in the pocket, but not a whole lot outside of that on that wave. And it does not appear that Kuzene had a wave right at the end, so it's all going to come down to this last one for Joe Azuchi, needing close to a 7. And just a quick one for Chianca. That won't change anything for him. And the last of Azuchi, a 4.03, so not enough. It's going to be João and Ian moving through. And unfortunately for Jorgen Kuzene, despite getting more than 12 points, he's out of the event. We're going to see him compete at Pipeline, and same thing for Joe Azuchi in 4th. So the Brazilian surfer, the local boy, Chianca moving through. Same thing for Ian Gentile. Heat 9 coming up, George Pitar, Luca Messina, Shion Crawford, and Wesley Dantas. When we return to Saquarema, it'll be Kaipo and Marcos, and also a special guest when we come back to Saquarema.
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Riachuelo, official apparel of WSL Brazil. By Natura Kayak, feel the power of freshness. By Vivo, official sponsor of WSL Brazil. And by the state government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero.
All right, so Chumbinho, João Chianca comes through in a clutch position. The local boy comes through into the round of 32 with a win over Ian Gentile, Jorgen Kuzne, and Joe Azuchi. Ian Gentile will join João in the round of 32 as well. And welcome to the set here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. This is Pedro Brazil. That's Doug Silva over there on the 3-shot. And we're going to get going again with some special insight on everything that's going on today. The sun came out, Pedro. It turned out beautiful. It's been great since this morning. We had a little bit of a fog hold, but other than that, we're all good.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, one of the best days we've seen so far on the winning period. It's looking so good. It's lefts, rights, everything. You can have as much as you want. You just got to go there and get it.
Well, let's just set up this next heat. We have George Patar out there, along with Luca Macinas, Shion Crawford, and the king, Wesley Dantes, the wild card, who's been just shaking things up here. He's very, very good at this location. I'm going to go to the original soldier of speed, as well as super coach, Doug Silva. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Kaipo. Thank you, Mr. Brazil.
His name is Brazil, too.
We
it's actually true.
We usually do a call somewhere around the world at some point.
Yeah.
The event is always on.
Yeah.
Yes.
The event, yeah, that's a global sport, right?
I mean, the event is on.
Yeah.
And your take on what you've seen so far over here in competition, Doug?
I mean, this is my second time this year I've been here, gratefully. And the conditions are amazing. I mean, it's really similar to home in Lighthouse, that right-hander, and the left kind of looks like rock piles on the South Shore. So a lot of excuse me, a lot of waves, very fair for all the competitors, and water's just a little chilly, but the sun is out, and we're very blessed here.
Yeah,
for sure.
and who are you working with at this event?
Oh, so yes, I have Finn McGill, Eve Wong, and Luke Tima, and Bronson.
All right, so Team Silva doing pretty good so far.
Yeah, a lot of no, they're doing great. It's just, you know, positioning, landmarks, energy, fortitude, movement. You know, just a lot of the rhythms that I teach, but truly just the landmarks and understanding the currents and positioning, so you can get right on the button.
Yeah, it's been important to get on the good wave, no matter how good a surfer you are.
I mean, yeah, and like Luke Tima has just been, you know, he's so incredible. This guy just absolutely fearless.
Tell us what you're seeing here on this replay. This is the Luca Macinas.
Is this Luca Macinas? He was so impressive in, where were we? Portugal. Gosh, his front side's just gotten so much better. And he was a real true standout and really, really impressive, which was very, very tricky wave, but he was just absolutely a true standout.
What about George Patar? He's having a pretty good season on the Challenger Series on this replay, number 3.
George, you know, kind of became a good friend of Seth and I, you know, this year, and it was a little bit of emotional to lose him over the cut, but great to see him coming back so strongly, for sure.
What do you think about Shion Crawford and that air, Pedro?
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah, oh my God, that was really cool to see. Now Wesley, forehand, huge snap to start things off. There's a nice cutty. He usually rides some really big boards, which is cool to see. And that guy, he has so much talent. It's crazy to see. He's always super sharp on his feet, going fast. I think he's riding a 6'4", if I'm not wrong. Yeah, that guy, he likes to ride big boards, and he always does that. Now his backhand, Luca Macinas, he comes from Banco, you know, so he got a lot of waves like that. And we all know that his backside is really strong, but like you said, Dog, I think his forehands got way better, and he's doing a lot of damage this year on the chart. Just came with a third place finish in the city.
Yeah, third place finish in Araceli for Luca Macinas, 29 years old, representing Peru. Here's North Staines. George Pitar, the manly surfer. A win here for George Pitar, and he's back on the championship tour. And wow, it is. We've seen that all day today. Just rapid fire, the consistency, Doug.
Yeah, I mean, like that. We're so blessed to have so much consistent surf. You know, the Atlantic Ocean kind of like has that dynamic. You know, like North Carolina and South Carolina. You know, just that consistent kind of wind swell that pops up. So I think it's just fantastic conditions. It's really fair playing field.
And Pedro, the angle, I mean, I don't know a lot about, I've been here, but I know you, the angle looks like it favors both the lefts and the rights.
Yeah, it's so good right now. Oh my God, Wesley, he's so gnarly. Look at that turn.
Little clayback.
How did he pull that off? He's a musician. It's crazy.
So I'm going to ask the surf coach right here, Doug. When we talk about Wesley Dantes, how much easier is it to perform? Because I feel Wesley only has the upside. He doesn't have any pressure, unlike George Pitar, which has a ton of pressure.
Yeah, the pressure is, you know, I like to say, like, people say like, oh, no pressure. I like to say all the pressure. You know, it's like just like how people say sky's the limit. I'm like, absolutely not. There's no limit to the sky. Yep. So I just have a different interpretation on those sort of verbiages. Wesley, you know, both Dantes brothers, you know, they're so dynamic. They throw spray. You know, they're performers and incredible surfers. Have been for, you know, gosh, has it been a couple decades now? Or?
Yeah. Well, as we wait for that score, last of Wesley Dantes, let's hear from the last heat winner. Rachel is with João Chombinho.
Yeah, Kaipo. Wow, João Chianca. What a comeback. What was going through your mind during this heat? With your local knowledge, did you know that you would find that wave in the end?
Actually, yeah, I was pretty confident and happy to surf this type of conditions. This is pretty much my favorite type of condition out here at Point. When the right and the channel, it's working really well. Felt confident and didn't stick the airs though that I should. So I wouldn't be in that hard of position if I did so. But also happy to scrap through and to grind it out. Never give up until the end. And that wave that Ian let me go, I just saw potential for 2 big turns, and yeah, never went for the big full roll on that one because no time left, but felt really blessed.
And when you came back, what were you talking to Mateus?
I was actually hyping him up, just saying that the right, it's everything that he loves, and just air wind and perfect sections. It's really fun out there. I just hope he can go out there and just have fun and loosen up. So, yeah, basically, Matheus is one of my best friends, so he's on such a blessing spot right now to clinch his spot. So, yeah.
Amazing. Thank you very much. You want to say something in Portuguese to your family, friends, supporters?
Sim, dizer feliz Dia das Crianças. Para todo mundo aí que nos assiste, para todo mundo que torce. A gente tem muitos fãs muito legais, bem novinhos e que dão de tudo ali na torcida. Estão ingressando no surf, estão ingressando em outros tipos de esporte. Ser criança é muito bom. Eu me senti como uma criança hoje, estando ali de frente para minha família, para meus amigos, fazendo o que eu amo, competindo. Então, aproveitem cada dia. Vocês, crianças, é muito abençoado ser criança, você ser inocente, você ver a felicidade nas coisas mais simples. Eu acho que é um dom que todo mundo nasce com essa oportunidade. É só você aproveitar o dia após dia e feliz Dia das Crianças a todos.
Yeah, that's a great reminder. He said that today's Kids Day in Brazil, and he actually felt like a kid in the water, and all this amazing spirit that the kids bring. Thank you very much, João. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And João referenced his good friend Mateus Hurdy. Mateus is going to be coming up today, second to the last heat of the day, heat number 13 in this round of 64. During that interview, we had a ton of waves ridden, but the result is this guy, Luca Macinas, currently in the lead, Pedro.
Surfing so good on his backhand. That second turn was nasty, and then finished strong, finishing on his feet, which is really good for him. Best wave of the heat. Now in slow-mo, that burn turn was pretty good. And then he waited, timed it perfectly, and just hit it. It was so good to watch. I love it that way.
I love what I'm seeing there, getting caught up on these replay. In second place now, Wesley Dantes. We're talking about just being light, having no pressure, and also local knowledge, Doug. You know, Wesley's already won an event here earlier this year. He won a QS event here. So how is that for a surfer to be able to have success in a place and kind of like be able to regurgitate or bring back that winning feeling?
Yeah, so you definitely want to have those reflections. You know, so some of my students, before they head out in their heats, they'll just draw from some of their past really good serves, whether it was a year ago or even like last month. So they'll feel really, you draw from that experience. So, you know, Wesley's, he's, you know, been a professional surfer for quite some time, and guaranteed he's definitely drawing from his win, and confidence is essential.
I remember you kind of painting pictures like that, Doug. It was a turning point year for Seth Moniz. He needed a big result in Western Australia. And I remember you telling Seth, saying, "Hey, you know how to surf this. That's lighthouse rights right there." It was a windy, smaller day, and you made the analogy that he could relate to a break that he rode at home, and he was very comfortable in Western Australia, and it worked.
Yeah, that was an incredible time in our lives for sure. We were flat, and basically kind of revamped some of the techniques and the fundamentals. So we had like 2.5 weeks before the event actually started, and Lighthouse at home, Kaipo, we're so, you know, lucky to be in Hawaii, and so there's just these certain landmarks at Lighthouse that in certain directions of the waves that come in, and you know, the most pivotal surf heat that we had was against Ethan Ewing.
Yeah,
I was out in the water with Seth and Ethan. It was the first heat, very early in the morning. Paddled out a step-up board for Seth, and I was a bit wide meaning like pretty deep on the rights, not so much in the channel, and I was like, hey, there's a right here, there's a wave here that looks like it's going to close out, but it stands up. And from the judge's perspective, there's such a great finishing like opportunity here. Most of Ethan's waves kind of shouldered off too much, and so that last bit of information that I shared with Seth, and I was on my belly boarded on a wave in when the heat started. So that was just, you know, a really special time that landmark put Seth in the best position to win that heat and requalify.
Well, it's great to have a second set of eyes out there for a surfer. George Pitar, we're talking about him. 2 runner-up finishes this year on the Challenger Series. George Pitar really close to achieving his goal. Although this guy may get in his way. Wesley Dantes, it looked like he was looking for a ramp. Pedro couldn't find it. But I want to hear more about Wesley and the fact that, I mean, Wesley's got to be maybe 5'11", you know, maybe 6 foot tall, riding a 6'4".
Yeah, I mean, he's just that kind of guy that likes to ride bigger boards. He comes from Ubatuba, which is a really cool beach in Ubatuba. Itamambuca, which is a really cool beach in Ubatuba, sorry. It's the same city as Felipe Toledo, some other guys that live there. And, I mean, Wesley's backhand is pretty gnarly. We saw 1 year at Sunset Beach when he won the Triple Crown Rookie of the 3 events, you know, the Triple Crown Rookie. He was surfing so good at event. His backside is pretty gnarly. He can do airs, he can do it all. And now George Pitar on his backhand too. We were talking about Marks, and he had a really good round there last year, which was a 3rd place finish against John. He was surfing, first heat event, he was surfing so good. And I mean, Wesley is such a talented guy, Kaipo. He was already the Brazilian national champ. He's the current leader of the QS. So, yeah, he's doing some damage lately.
Yeah. Wesley, in Brazil, QS #1 rank coming into here. He is the Banco do Brasil wild card for this event, and he's been doing damage through the draw. This is a really, really stacked heat. And this is what we see, Doug. You know, in this Challenger Series, this is the round of 64, and look at the surfers we have.
I mean, all these heats are just like end game. Like they're so stacked. Everyone is so talented. It's incredible. You know, Wesley's just bringing like resilience, grit, confidence, and just fervor. And also, you know, he's so quite talented. And these are the, you know, those are some of the adjectives that you have to possess.
Okay. You know what, though?
To do this.
What I want from you, Doug,
yes.
coach hat on. Shion Crawford has priority. He needs a 5.48. If you had an earpiece to tell Shion what to do right now as a coach, what would you say to Shion?
Patience.
Love
Patience. Absolute patience.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple.
You have priority, you need a good wave.
He requires a 5.48. I'd be shooting for a 6.5.
Okay.
You know, don't just go for the 5.48. Go for something greater than a 5.48.
All right, well, we'll see if Shion Crawford can come back. We're going to take a break right now. Like Doug said, he needs a 5.48. George Pitar needs a 6.97. Can the two of them overcome Luca Macinas? We're going to find out when we return right after this. Welcome back to the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. We're in heat number 9 of the round of 64. We're slated to get to 14 heats in this men's round today. The performances have been outstanding. Currently, it's Luca Macinas out in the lead over Wesley Dantes, Shion Crawford, George Pitar. Let's take a look at our Vivo surf conditions. The swell about 4 to 5 foot, maybe a little bit bigger, with a dropping tide currently. Wind east-southeast. Water temperature?
No. No way.
Is it wrong?
Off by about 10 degrees. Sorry. There's no way.
How's it going to be?
It's freezing. There's penguins out there.
It's gonna get worse, guys.
We're gonna
Sorry.
We're gonna adjust the water temperature to Caipagoro, along with Pedro Brazil, a super coach at Soldier of Speed. Doug Silva also joining us, correcting us on the water temperature, which I agree. I jumped in yesterday afternoon. It was very cold, but that's okay. We got surf. We have super consistent surf as it is. We've had 18 waves ridden in this heat combined by all of our surfers. George Pitar out and performing. He needs basically a 7-point ride if he wants to turn this heat in just one effort. What do you think about that? Oh, wait, let's get to Shion Crawford on the left. And let's see what Shion has for us. Batting up in the lip on the Paisel surfboard, gliding through those sections. A little bit of a tapered wall for Shion Crawford, but he's going to get a little reward on the inside, but does not want to see it through to the shore break. What do you think about that exchange, Pedro?
Yeah, I think the first wave from George Pitar was really nice. His body track is unbelievable. The way that he turns his body, his arms, is impressive to see. He always does that. And she coming from a really good year. I mean, the start of the year he was surfing so good in Hawaii. You guys know this better than me. He was probably the best surfer from Hawaii. I don't know. He did the sick air rocks. He got the best waving backdoor. And right now, just trying to snuck into some little lefts here, going on his backhand, trying to find the rhythm. But it was kind of a fat wave, so he didn't have that much opportunity to do it.
Yeah, kind of dies off right there. Taking a look now at George Petard, Doug.
Yes, I think this is really well served. We do know how bouncy and bumpy these waves are, but I mean, that was really great rhythm and really good timing. Not sure it's going to go into, you know, the excellent or even the score that he requires, but maybe he may have bettered his, what does he need, 510? And it's going to be kind of mid, high five would be pretty.
Well, what happened with George is he will improve and he will reduce what his need when this next score drops through.
Yes.
So,
Pretty important movie though, Kaiko.
The important part was Shihan's wave.
well, when we look at the the complexity of this heat, George Petard, I mean, he's got to feel the butterflies. I don't know if he knows. I would suspect he knows. Most of these surfers know the math. If he wins this heat, if he wins this event, I'm sorry. If George Petard wins this event, he's back on the championship tour.
Right.
How good is that? Straight to Bells Beach.
Yeah. Well, 6.5 for George Petard, so he did better himself. Now he just needs a 4.3.
So he got a 6.5 on that. That's awesome.
Yeah. That was a really smart move, by the way, because he was last, didn't have priority and just went on the wave. Now Wesley.
Dantes. And this one's got a lot of shoulder, so 2 cutbacks. Make it 3 cutbacks. It's hard to get a score just on a series of cutbacks. But a lot of board control, clean rails for Wesley Dantes, and I take that back. He gets a dynamic finish. Shihan Crawford right before him. A couple of backhand hangers, throws the tail of the Paisel out the back. What an exchange. And again, to my point, Pedro, is these heats are so stacked so early on in these Challenger Series.
I know, it's almost better to watch than the CT because those guys are hunting. You know, 4-man heat is just super high level. It's really cool to watch it. I mean, I'm always psyched to watch those hits when we have guys like them. And one more time, really smart move from Wesley, trying to find the left. Unfortunately, the wave wasn't that steep, but on the other hand, Shihan Crawford just went hammer.
But you made a good point, Pedro. I'm going to ask you about that point, Doug.
Yeah.
4-man heats are just savage compared to head-to-head.
They're just relentless. You just got to be like bringing straight fire. You know, blue flames or nothing at all. So that was a great two-hit combo and had a little bit more speed. And so let's see what's going here.
Well, remember, Wesley had to do a series of cutbacks, but he did get a big fin throw at the end of this ride. He's looking to better basically a 5-point ride.
Yeah, like that little turn right there.
Yeah, I was going to say that. What I like about that wave, the wave was fat, and he was trying to change the way he was carving. You know, he was trying to add some variety.
Do fist pumps and chest pumps help your score?
Well, when you put your left arm up in the air on your first turn and dig rail is not beneficial, so there was a little fundamental error there. But that finish, and there was a couple beautiful turns throughout that wave.
So, Doug, I know you're a fan of biomechanics and just technique and more but the body than the board a lot of times.
Yeah.
I've heard you said more than once is to keep your arms low and across the chest. Well, anytime you get your arms up in the air, you're kind of throwing yourself off a little bit.
Well, just that, when that left arm came up in the air, front side, you know, you're just going to just dig your inside rail, kind of, you're going to balk.
Is that part of the coaching that you do with your surfers?
100%.
Is some of that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, part of it is just like that technical and the fundamentals. So we never really, you know, the goal is not to change someone's style. The goal is to make their clouds fluffier and their stars brighter.
Hey, I mean,
there's a bright star right there.
Yeah, Winter Vincent coming up against Edgar Grosjean, Keone Lassa, and Pedersen Crisanto in the next day. Long, lanky Winter Vincent. He has a great future in front of him. He has a smooth style, and again, someone like long and lanky like Winter Vincent versus a body build like an Edgar Grosjean. How does that have to change your body build as far as your surfing technique?
Yeah, it was just really important to have your upper body and your lower body connected. When you have that much leverage, you can be disconnected, disjointed. So once they, it's like a golf swing. Once you have that upper body and that lower body in sync, then you can just get all that incredible lateral torque, like a Jordy and like Luke Timo, who's been, sprouting and surfing so incredible. So the taller surfers, they, once their upper bodies and their lower bodies are connected, then they can really use that to their advantage.
Yeah, and Jordy Smith is a great example. Well, to wrap up what's going on right now on the heat page, 3 minutes remaining. Luca Macinas, who's been leading since the beginning, still continues to lead. Wesley Dantes in second place. Shion Crawford needs a score. Shion needs a 5.48, and George Pitar, not much of a requirement for the Australian, just needs a 4.3.
Yeah, and not a cool movement from Luca Macinas, who just lost priority. He was leading the heat with first priority. I was going to say that he was in a really cool position, but right now, his surfer is needing 4.3
That's
and
incredible.
5s. He was trying to look for the red, but he couldn't find dog.
Yeah, I thought George was I thought that wave was a high 5, but it was great to see him get a 6.5. It's definitely different in real life and then on TV. So I know his rhythm was incredible on that wave. So truly, he doesn't need much, and this actually might be.
This could be the game changer for Pitar.
And I think.
Nice carve there. Second carve. Just easing through here. He's going to hope for more of a wall.
Whoa.
Big snap, throws the tail, times it, and it looks in there. The Aussie squad. They like what they're seeing. Again, he needs a 4.3. I'm going to go to our in-studio panel, but first we're going to talk about Wesley Dantes, the king. And he needs to make up some ground there, but just forces his will. Talk about an emotional surfer, Pedro.
Yeah, he's claiming every single wave. That guy he's so much patient about it, everything. He's always super stoked, super happy. I'm pretty sure the guy's back home because he's sponsored by one of the Brazilian's most famous rappers, Leno. He must be frothing watching that heat right now of the guys, Buchecha, everyone that work with them. And I mean, he was under prio. The wave was so bad. He did a turn moving forward, just did a impressive phone climb. Look at that thing. He was so late and just throwing the things out. And he claimed it one more time. Such a passionate guy about everything. It's pretty cool to watch it. Look at that.
Wow. I'm such a purveyor of like energy and this, like, I love this stuff, coming out with just that much fire and fervor, ferocity. These are just, this is how.
Well, Doug, this is a replay right here, and George did get the number. He got a 5.67, needed just over 4.
Yeah, that first turn, I think was, where all the points came from. He just hit that apex perfectly. The spray went where it was supposed to.
This is a different kind of claim, though. Look at that one. That's like, I got a stomachache claim.
Yeah, he'll have to break it down for us at some point.
I mean, was that Bali Belly?
I don't know, but I mean, pretty amazing for him. He was coming from behind, He was last in the heat and now just turned.
Yeah, needed a mid-range 4, got that and plus more at a 5.67. So George Pitar moves up into second place. Luca Macinas has heat control. Wesley Dantes wants to fight back with a big finish. Does not ride out of that. Wesley needs a 6.45. Shion Crawford out there in the white jersey is left hanging, needing a 6.84. The clock has elapsed. And maybe we'll get another look at what Wesley had on his last effort. It looks like it was just a fractional wave. So this result is going to stay. Wesley Dantes eliminated from competition, as well as Shion Crawford. George Pitar fighting through. Pitar needed a score and got it on his last wave to turn the heat. And Luca Macinas was in control over the entire. This was a 1.73, so we're just showing on a replay just to get through this replay.
I mean, definitely won the Andy Irons Award of, going for it. So, yeah, that was amazing.
So back to the results. Luca Macinas comes through. He was in the driver's seat from the very beginning, confident paddled in for the Peruvian surfer. George Pitar on the contrast waited till the last wave to turn the heat for that second place position, also advancing into the round of 32. And we are going to take a break right now, but we're going to continue with Surf Talk. We'll be back with Pedersen Crisanto, Edward Grosjean, Winter Vincent, and Keone Lassa when we return to Saquarema.
This is what I live for.
A gente já aproveita para jogar uma altinha, manter aquela brasilidade. Mas é isso, é poder aproveitar, curtir a natureza e se reconectar.
And every time we find somewhere new that just surprises us.
Today I'm going for a surf at Pico da Mota. It's my favorite spot at Portugal.
Honestly, a really special place for me to come to. I've had so many good memories.
We're here at the waterfall. It's massive.
On tour, surfing the wave of Tehupo and drinking a Corona. I mean,
It's happy hour for the athletes, so I'm gonna get going. But thanks for watching.
Welcome back to the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. It's 2:20 local time here in Saquarema. It's happy hour. It's time for a Cero as we enjoy this next heat. Edgar Grosjean, Winter Vincent, Keone Lassa, Pedersen Crisanto, all going to be out there battling for the top two spots to move into the round of 32. The heat started this way. Little fade right, go left for Winter Vincent. That old trick got him a three-point ride for the backhand Rio right there. A little bit of defense and offense at the same time. Keone Lassa behind the white water here. Lassa looking for some open face. Finally finds it around the corner, gets a nice carve. And the combination of a couple of maneuvers for Keone Lassa, the Basque surfer. You're watching 3.5 right there on the replay for Keone Lassa and his opener.
Pretty nice form there towards the end.
I like the form.
Yeah, good form.
And there you go. So that 3.33 is a three-point ride for Winter Vincent, and as well as a fractional score of a 0.33. 3.5 is Keone Lassa, and just an up and out for Green Pedersen Crisanto. Crisanto on the scratch right here. Pedersen, not much to this wave, and he's just going to lose priority. Kaipo Guerrero, along with Pedro Brazil and Doug Silva, talking you through all the action here as we are enjoying day number 2 of competition here at Itaúna Beach. Pedro, tell me something interesting about Pedro Grosjean. He's sitting out there with priority, but I want to know more about him.
Yeah, he was a city rookie this year. He comes from Santos, which is in São Paulo, and he's here with his coach, which is also Pedro Souza. He's been doing a really nice work with the boys, and they're trying to find a nice win on the Challenger right now so he can come back to tour, but he has a really nice air game. Thought about quitting surf at some point in his career because he had such a nice amateur career too, but then at some point he wasn't finding like the right sponsors, the right things, and and then he started to study, and then now he came back to surfing. Actually, in 2020 was his first QS, I think, was in Noronha. He was surfing so good, and he just made it to the tour so quick.
Yeah.
Rising star.
Once he applied himself, right, I feel like he was kind of from the Felipe Toledo generation coming up, and he was right a name within local Brazilian surfing, right, along with Felipe. A lot of people were expecting a lot from Edgar. It took him a while because he really, got away, but then he's back. Unfortunately, a victim of that mid-year cut on his rookie year on the championship tour, so that's why he's back here battling for a spot.
Yeah, for sure. Not an easy spot to be. I mean, Doug knows this better than me, but just to be in the field with the best athletes in the world is not easy, especially for a guy that didn't travel much because the Challenger in the QS situation just changed. So,
Doug,
yeah.
Yes. How crazy is the Challenger Series? We start with 80 men.
Yes.
Every single one of them are amazing. We start with 48 women. Every single one of them absolutely amazing.
Absolutely amazing. So you just have to be that much more amazing to...
That's a great answer.
So it's either Muay Thai, gym. I mean, there's a lot of that goes into it to elevate and to separate yourselves from everyone who's absolutely incredible. And we spent some time with Ed this year on the big tour, and it's always sad to have that cut come in and whatever, lose our some of our friends and our fellow soldiers, and so but it's great to see him going forward again and surfing really well.
Yeah, well, we're seeing both Pedersen Crisanto right here in live action, as well as Edgar Grosjean. Both surfers have had a taste of the championship tour. Both surfers have fallen off the tour, and that's why they're back here on the Challenger, trying to fight their way back. Pedersen Crisanto, 2019, 2021 was on the championship tour. Of course, Edgar Grosjean just last year, or actually this year, the rookie.
You're ahead, Kipes.
Yeah. Well, the year's cut, here is professional surfing, right? Our year's cut into two right now after that mid-year cut. But let's talk about this right here, this wave, Pedro, for Pedersen Crisanto.
Yeah, he started really slow, and then he was waiting for the waves to get steeper, and was just, set up turns and waiting for the moment to hit it. And then as soon as the waves stood up, he tried to hit it. He actually hit it, but not sure if the judges are gonna call that a completion.
Surf coach.
Yes.
What threw him off base right there?
Oh, he actually had really nice form. The right arm was maybe a bit high off the bottom, but he has a really great form at the top of the lip. Just this wave in particular is really bouncy. That white water is just undulating and turbulent, even at 1 to 2 feet. So it's one of the dynamics and one of the special dynamics of Saquaremas, and we embrace it.
Broader conversation. Edgar Grosjean is really successful on the Challenger Series and the waves that are in the Challenger Series. It seems to me, Doug, and I want your opinion, that once you get on the championship tour, it's kind of a different animal.
Yes, it is. So this would be, in a sense, a lot more grindy. You just have to hunt and turn 3s into 5s and 4s into 6s and sometimes 2s into 3-5s. So in that sense, it's just like the language would be grindy. So I'm not even sure if that's a word, but it is definitely like that. You have to stay very, very busy. Big tour, it's all about high quality serve.
So how do you transition? How do you transition from success for any of these surfers, men or women, coming off of a Challenger Series, qualifying for the championship tour? How do you transition onto the championship tour successfully?
You get a really good coach.
All right, that's simple.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
You need to call Doug. It's got to call Doug.
I stay pretty busy in the water, so I have to find a little bit more patience, but I also just like that. I like the rhythm. I like movement, because I believe that movement and rhythm, you get to create and put yourself in position for really high quality waves. So
I guess that goes into the competition kind of game book that we see from someone like a Felipe Toledo, Italo Ferreira, even a Gabe Medina, that all surf a lot of waves in their heat and try to create their own rhythm.
Yes.
But then there's special characters, Doug, like an Ethan Ewing or even a Jordy Smith sometimes, that just plant anchors, sit down, and somehow just pick the few good ones.
It's just really on, you you have to acclimate to each student. You know, I have actually Luke Tima coming up here very shortly. So you just acclimate to each student. Some, like Kai Lenny was great at sitting, and like being really patient. So we had made some adjustments to maximize his full potential in that regard. Because overall, I'm a mover and mover and shaker. I like to create. Wow. He has such great form.
That was a really nice play.
Hey, man, you were talking about moving and shaking.
Yeah,
While you were
guy
talking
has-
about moving and shaking, Doug,
Yeah.
Winter Vincent was moving and shaking at the same time on that wave.
Yeah.
And the 2024 World Junior runner-up just went to town on that left.
Yeah. I mean, I surfed with him in Portugal, this left. Can't remember the name, but...
Pedra Branca?
Pedra Branca. I think we call it Tia Blancos.
No way.
Yeah, it's the only way. She's awesome. And that was awesome. And this is awesome. So I'm going to have Luke Tima do that because that was perfect.
Hey, by the way, Doug,
yes,
I know that you got to get down to the beach.
Yeah, absolutely.
To see, so we're going to wrap up this replay right here, and we're going to wait for this score for Winter Vincent. And once we get, and as we're waiting for that score and getting out of this replay and into, another replay of Pedersen Crisanto. And this is, we're still waiting for this score too. Last score for Winter Vincent is an 8-point ride.
Wow.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's really good. That was excellent surfing
That was
for sure.
that was excellent.
Yeah,
I
for
mean,
sure.
the timing, the rhythm, the flow, and the form.
He didn't oversurf the wave. He was waiting for the wave all the time.
Just epic timing.
Yeah, and as soon as he saw
Take a look at the spread. Look at that. Pretty
like
unanimous.
Right on the number, yeah.
The judges know what they see, when they saw the wave was really good. And he basically just surfed the wave, you know what I mean? Like, he just went for it.
He must have read the curriculum, the judges' notes, moving and shaking.
Yeah.
Clearly. So
Here we go. One more wave here for Keone Lassa,
Wow.
and it's a vicious one.
That was huge.
Comes up, and so Keone trying to get back into the game. He's currently in second place, but we've got some scores to get through. Doug, I want to thank you.
I appreciate it. He has a little Kelly Vast in him.
That was pretty cool, huh?
Good call.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you guys so much. We're going to do this again for sure.
Yeah, I please come back again. I know you got to get down to the beach.
Yes.
And you got Luke Tima coming up. So
Yeah,
thank you for your time.
12, yes. for
And
sure.
we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to be back with the conclusion of heat number 10 in the round of 64 here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. Winter Vincent with an 8-point ride. And we are back Heat number 10, round of 64 here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. Winter Vincent went excellent in this heat. He's out there in the blue jersey and in the lead over Pedersen Crisanto, Keone Lassa, and Edgar Grosjean. Grosjean in the red jersey holding down priority. In the back half of this heat is Kaipo Guerrero, along with Pedro Brazil, talking you through all of the action this afternoon. Winter Vincent, talk about style and technique. That 8-point ride was one of the best of today.
So that's something that I have.
13 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here, and we'll see where Edgar Grosjean uses his priority. So Winter Vincent, really impressive, the runner-up for a World Junior title, and continuing on over here. And Keone Lassa, a new name to our surfing from the Basque Country. Keone Lassa in the white jersey, just a youngster. Keone, just 20 years old on his first go-round on this Challenger Series. Meanwhile, we have a veteran out there in the way of Pedersen Crisanto in the green jersey. 33 years old, has always been a staple in Brazilian surfing. Here goes Pedersen. Talk us through this, Pedro.
Yeah, the wave is a bit smaller. He was under pressure, so trying to change his 2.8, but he didn't. I mean, there wasn't many opportunities there, so he just kicked out.
Yeah, so just kind of fishing there. Still remains in second place, Pedersen Crisanto, but he would love to get rid of a 2.8 that he has in his score line.
But I mean, we're talking about Winter's wave. It was amazing to watch. I really love the way that he surfed that wave, especially the last two turns. The wave was so steep and the outcome section was coming so fast. It just went faster than it and just hit it perfectly timing. And I mean, all worth it. Was an excellent ride, that's for sure. Especially in a moment like that, I think the tide is transitioning. It's a kind of a dying swell, Kipes. So it's really good to have a score on the board, especially like an 8-point ride. So it's good to be on top of that for sure.
Yeah, long, lanky body and a lot of leverage with Winter Vincent. Well, Luca Macinas, he utilizes the lefts as well out there for a heat victory. Let's hear from Luca Macinas. He's on the way to round the 32. He's with Rachel Apollonio.
Luca Macinas, congratulations, a great performance. How good does it feel to guarantee the lead right in the beginning of the heat and then just wait?
I mean, it always feels good for sure, but I think in the end I was making a lot of mistakes because I already had 2 good scores. So I think I had like my last 10 minutes of my heat, I did a lot of mistakes. So that's something that I have to work for the next one. But for sure, always feels good to start quick with good scores because it gives you a little more confidence and you can choose more your waves. So yeah, that was good.
Do you want to send a message to your supporters back home, your friends, family?
Yeah, can I do it in Spanish? Yeah, sí. Saludar a toda la gente de Perú que siempre me está mirando, a mis amigos, familia, a todos, a mis auspiciadores. Seguimos con todo.
Gracias, parabéns, muito obrigada.
Back to live action here with Edgar Grosjean, utilizing his priority. Couple of snaps for Edgar. And he is out currently in 4th place. Got a 3.07 to his credit on his first wave. We've got a couple of waves that are owed to us by the judges from Edgar Grosjean.
Edgar find a really good rhythm on that wave. Just did a really nice turn. I mean, we kind of saw it short. I'm not sure if he did something before, but the carve was really cool. And then the wave got super steep. We just went for it the last section, and now Winter Vincent is up and running, Kipes.
Vincent went savage on the left, carving on the right here, hoping for a low line connection onto the inside steeper section. That's all he's going to get, but smart surfing by Winter Vincent, staying active out there, trying to just improve upon his backup score of a 3-point ride and further distance himself from the rest of the pack. Judges owe us scores from all 4 surfers right here at the 9.5-minute mark.
Yeah, He was a CT wildcard this year at Marks, and he knows that like he wants to be there. So he's just trying to find his rhythm on this heat. He knows that's a pretty special one. He's here with Kayota. Kayota is coaching him, so it's pretty cool to have a guy like him on his back. And yeah, it was a pretty smart move. I mean, when you're changing a wave like a tree, it pretty much if you get a wave and do a carve like he did, he will get it. So yeah, smart move from Winter Vincent. He will improve his lead for sure.
Yeah, that was better than a 3, but the judges are getting, catching up right now, and that gives us a chance to check out some replays, starting with Edgar Grosjean.
Oh, so he did hit it first. Yeah, he was waiting patiently for it, and then set up turn, and then this turn was cool. Yeah, it's difficult to make that turn with the backwash and stuff like that, but he managed it really well, so I'm pretty sure that's going to be a pretty important score for him at the moment. He only has a 3.07, and now Winter, that curve was huge. And the score just came in at 4.07 curves. Like I just said, it was a really smart move when you don't have priority, and I mean, just turn and get a wave to change your situation is really cool.
Crisanto here on the replay. What do you think about this one, Pedro?
Yeah, it was actually a pretty tricky wave to ride. And yeah, that was actually the 4.07, and we're still waiting for Vincent. And now Keone Laza on his forehand one more time. Goes with a layback carve one more time. Set up turn, hit it. Oh, where looks good right now. And then one more time. Unfortunately, I couldn't hang on this.
And Edgar got a couple of waves, actually.
Yeah, a lot of waves, guys. I'm kind of getting lost here. Boys are I've been riding every single time. Yeah, we can see that he's waiting for the ramp, right? We know that Edgar is just the kind of guy that wants to go to the air all the time. He knows that his skills in the air are really high. So for sure he was trying to look for that on the wave, but he couldn't find it, unfortunately. He's looking to his side there now.
Looking for a ramp. Grosjean goes up, and that's what he does right there. Kind of lands on the roof, but gets out in front of the whitewater. That's going to be deemed a completion. And then Winter Vincent, I think, went pretty well on a right-hander. So we'll catch up with a replay on Winter Vincent. Pedersen Crisanto pokes the nose, goes down there. So really the bulk of that exchange on that last set would be between Winter Vincent and Edgar Grosjean. That puts Pedersen Crisanto in a troubling situation because Edgar could overtake Pedersen with that last performance.
Yeah, and we saw that coming, right, guys? I told you that with this wind, the east wind, blowing like towards the right, is really good for the airs here, and he was looking for the little one on the inside and just found it. He was just patiently waiting for the wave. It wasn't like the cleanest ride out, but he managed to do it, so that's way better for him right now.
Yeah, you see all the stars on that score bug. That means the judges owe us the scores for every surfer with a star. And some of them are multiple, so this might take a while for us to get all the numbers in. Meanwhile, we can go through these replays one more time. Pedersen.
Yes, starting off with a setup turn one more time, trying to get the finish, but unfortunately goes down here. He comes from Matos Bay, Martinez, so he's really good on the rides. And then Winter Vincent started really strong with the carve, and then ducks a bit of the rail. And finished strong. Actually, that finish was really cool. Wave was steep. That here was nice. And then Edgar Grosjean just found the inside jam. Waited for it. The wave was backwash and stuff, but he doesn't care about anything. Just goes there. Lands on the roof like you said, but yeah. I mean, is that a completion for you, Kipes? Yeah, now it is. Now it is.
100% a completion.
Yeah.
And
like
at
the beginning, I was rewatching. I thought it was a bit tricky, but now can definitely call that a completion.
Yeah, I mean, if he stomped it in the flats, that would have been even more impressive. But anytime you got to like kind of pet the cat out of the whitewater, but that was such an impressive full rotation. Going back to live action here, Winter Vincent back up and utilizing the rights. He's looking for a ramp on his own, pops it up, puts it down. That was a beautiful air, made it look so easy, so stylish. And Keone Laza on the backhand here winds up off the bottom, snaps off the top. Laza comes around the corner again, snaps it right in the lip. Great exchange by all of the surfers. Pedersen Crisanto, he wants in the conversation. Close out re-entry for Crisanto, ends up on his feet. And again, we are going to be in a traffic jam of scores needed to be presented to us to give you the adequate situation. We need 2 more scores for Winter Vincent, 2 scores for Edgar Grosjean. 2 scores for Pedersen Crisanto and a score for Keone Lassa. So we're kind of lost in the numbers right now, as it's been rapid fire between all the surfers.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. The judges are working right now. Got a lot of waves to watch it. And with the replays and stuff like that. As you can see, Pedersen Crisanto, like I said, from Matos Bay. He serves really good on his forehand. Finished strong, but, I mean, he needs to get a 6.77 right now, and I don't think this is going to be the way, but now we can see Keone Lassa, pretty strong backhand. Like Doug just said, sometimes reminds a bit of Calivas on his bottom turns. Disagree with Doug?
No, this guy reminds me, Keone Lassa. I'm going to go on record right now.
Okay.
And you're going to like it. That's Travis Logie style.
Oh
right
my
there.
God,
that was
my brew.
That was just looking like our contest director, Travis Logie. And here's Winter Vincent. How was this air?
Yeah, talk about a smooth air. Oh my God, the tail went so high, truck down, looking to the beach, feet on the nose, and yeah, that was a really cool air to watch. You know, Edgar Groja, first turn, kind of setup turn, waves a little bit fast. Now looking for the ramp one more time. Let's see if he can find it. Steeper section, and then he couldn't make it. We didn't watch the wave before, Kype, so I was kind of reacting to it.
Yeah, and I actually have a feeling that we need 2 scores for Edgar Groja right now. So we'll give you the previous wave was a 6.66 and a 5.17. That puts Edgar in second place currently. We still need a ton of scores to come in to give you the accurate snapshot of this heat. There's 2 waves that are owed to us also right now for blue. Winter Vincent, who has priority, he has complete heat control. Keone Lassa, we're waiting for a wave for him, as well as Pedersen Crisanto. So we're waiting for all these scores. That graphic just showed you what we have in the bank right now as far as scores, but there's much, much more that has to come through from all of our judges. Winter Vincent, his last air is 7-point ride. So 3 scores just dropped for Winter Vincent. He has an 8-point ride and a 7-point ride. He's up and riding one more time. This is live.
Yeah.
Throws that one away. That's not going to count in his 2 waves. So Winter Vincent's going to remain with 15 points in his 2-wave total.
Yeah, and I'm going to say that I think he's the only guy that's comfortable right now because, I mean, between the other guys, the other 3, they're all fighting for the second spot.
Keone Lassa still owed another score, and Lassa up a couple times there. So right now, without all the numbers in, it's hard to know what the requirements are for 3rd and 4th. So we're going to wait till all the scores populate. We're down to 1 minute and 40 seconds. Edgar Groja yet on another wave. This is old school surfing right now, where you're just like surfing by feeling, not like listening to the beach commentator.
This is crazy. I mean, look at everyone rolled at least 5 waves. Like, we've got 20 waves right now. Like, it's crazy. This heat is going off, Kypes. What a pleasure to be here with you watching this.
This is, hey, you know, this is better. This is better than the alternative of having giant lulls. At least it's nonstop action. There's been 6 wave sets through here. It's been super consistent because it's a short interval swell. Lots of waves on offer. Let's just enjoy this by Edgy, but I don't think this is going to be part of his top 2.
Yeah, me neither, because the wave, I mean, he was looking for the ramp, like you said, and it didn't really appear for him, so he just kicked it out of the wave. And then Pedersen Crisanto tried to climb up to the second place, climb on the foam again. Yeah, you can see that his forehand is really good. We all know that. He's been surfing forever, and just, he was on the CT for 2 years, now on the Challengers since the first year too, surfing so good. And looks like Eddie finding a left now, Kypes.
Edgy on the left, good looking wave, carves off the bottom, off the top on the silver surfboard. One more time for Edgar Groja. And that wave tapers off. So really the swell's shifting and more of the focus of the waves breaking in the right channel, making the rights more valuable, I feel, at this point in the afternoon.
Yeah, especially if the wind too for the airs is really good, gets way more steeper, way more wall on it. And the left's kind of a dying one, as you can see now. You know, I mean, what a heat we just watched. This heat was insane. Talk about wave surfing, Kypes. What's going on now?
One more. Pedersen Crisanto. This is his 9th. Actually, this is his at least the 10th wave ridden by Pedersen. So keeps on trying, keeps on swinging, keeps on trying to change the situation out there. Yeah. The clock's off, but scores still need to come through to make this official. But it looks like it's going to be Winter Vincent and Edgar Groja advancing on, but we still would need a bunch of scores to make it official.
Yeah, I mean, what a heat we just watched. It was really good. And the guy that really played that he really smart was Winter Vincent. I think all of his choices were really well done. He started off strong, got his 8, and then set with priority, and then was just waiting for it.
Think about how Winter composed the heat. He got an 8-point ride for 3 beautiful maneuvers, right? For 3 beautiful backhand maneuvers, right, on the left. And then he did a big smooth air on the right for the 7-point ride.
For sure.
So he showed exactly the whole breadth of what you can do out here on a peak, both on the left, on the right, turns as well as air. So a complete performance by Winter Vincent in this heat.
Yeah, that's for sure. Showing some CT behavior right there, Carps.
Hey, runner-up to a world junior champ, just 20 years old, Winter Vincent, super impressive showing here. He's on to the round of 32 easily, but we're going to see who else is going to join him in the round of 32 because we're still collecting scores, Pedro.
And this might take longer than the actual heat because so many scores to come, Kaipo. If they understand they're going to come back to their countries, they're going to still be waiting for scores. They were surfing forever, man.
Yeah, you're right. we need at least 4 scores. I feel like there's probably 6 scores that need to be tabulated and put through to make this official. So just hang down with us, and we can just enjoy this moment. The next heat's not going to start until all the numbers come through from this heat. Winter Vincent, though, super impressive by the Australian surfer.
Yeah, what a year he has been having. And like last year, he was really nice on the challenge. It was his first year. And now he's been having some trouble. I mean, not that many great results, but that one, he's definitely looking good. Like riding that Mayhem, good sponsors, great coach. He's been coached by Kai Alton here, so this is really good from him. And yeah, there was a pretty convincing he win for him.
Yeah.
And yeah, keen to see him more.
And Kai Alton would know about this wave. He's won a QS event here in the past as well. So
Prime, musical Prime.
Yeah. Winter Vincent, that 8-point ride, that 7-point ride, 15-point heat total. We can tell you right now that that's the highest heat total of the day. So again, super impressed by this young Australian. We're just waiting for some more scores to see who else advances on with Winter Vincent into the round of 32. Waiting for scores for Edgar Grosjean, Keone Lassa, as well as Pedersen Crisanto. Who do you think?
I mean, you're not going to do this.
I just did it. I think it's going to be Edgar Grosjean.
No, I mean, so many waves to come.
I think we just need one more score for Keone Lassa. Keone needs a 5.91 at this moment, and we're waiting for that number for Keone to see where it ends up. I think that wave is going to come up short, if I can recall properly, from this flurry of waves. About over almost 30 waves written in that heat.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty impressive to see. Really, Tono is delivering today. That's the best day so far. We only had 2, but I mean, if you look to the CT, even that day was like a really cool day to watch surfing. And now they're talking. This is Pedro Souza, his coach, Kleber Cavalcante, Raíssa, his partner. So they're all together, as we can see, waiting for the score. They don't know what's going on right now. Just waiting for it. As we can see the towel right there, the judges are upstairs. Just looking for the waves, watching the replays right now. It looks like that we just have one wave to come, guys. Keone Lassa is the only one that can turn the heat against Edgar Grosjean right
37 waves written in this heat. Keone Lassa, though, may be turning the heat right now. He needs a 5.91. Keone could be heartbreaking to Edgar Grosjean and Keone Lassa, to the surprise of the crowd on the beach, and Edgar Grosjean. Keone Lassa gets a 6.07, turns the heat. Edgar Grosjean, eliminated from competition, along with Pedersen Crisanto, is going to be Keone Lassa, as well as Winter Vincent, moving on into the round of 32. Shock on the beach, and joy for Keone Lassa.
Oh my God, what a comeback. I don't know what to say. Like, he was coming from behind, was waiting for the wave, caught so many waves, and then the dying seconds just turned the heat. What a finish from him. The best country should be really proud of him right now.
Wow, talk about saying it, and talk about some anticipation getting for that result. So many waves surf. It took a while for the judges to go through all of the replays to get the correct numbers. There's the correct numbers. They're in there. Highest heat of the day to Winter Vincent with 15 points. Keone Lassa on the last wave turns the heat in his favor. He goes on to the round of 32. And unfortunate for Edgar Grosjean, Pedersen Crisanto, both surfed a great heat, but both eliminated from competition.
What a heat we just watched. Like I said, Kaipo was probably one of the best hitters
Pedro,
of the round.
I think I need to take a break. And so I'm going to take a break right now. You
I'm
can
coming
take a
through.
break. We're going to be back with more action. I'm taking a break, but it's going to continue. Ian Gouveia, Mikey McDonough, Lucas Vicente, and Rafael Teixeira when we return.
It has been non-stop action here for day number 2 of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. That includes heat number 10 that we just saw conclude in the men's round of 64. In the end, it was Winter Vincent taking away the W. Maida, 15 points, the highest total of the event so far, including an 8-point ride right here.
Yeah, he really surfed on point, like really beautiful wave, strong snap, linking all the dots right there, finishing strong. Amazing, the 8-point ride of Winter Vincent.
You know, jokingly, he said up until today, he hadn't even gone right because it had been all lefts in the free surf. Got a 7 as a backup on the right.
Yeah, and proving that he has all the tools to be in the championship tour, like with carves on his rails and also on the air.
Close one between Edgar Grosjean, the former championship tour surfer, and the bass surfer Keone Lassa. Big air right there. Took him a little while to ride out of this cleanly, but in the end, they scored it complete for the Sao Paulo surfer Grosjean. But in the end, this wave was just enough to be able to get the bass surfer Keone Lassa into second place and advance into the round of 32.
Yeah, the first turn looked pretty great. The third one as well, throwing a lot of water and just coming right in the pocket to finish it off.
So 6:07 right here to turn things around, literally in the dying seconds of the Heat Maida, and his first year on the Challenger Series, coached by his dad, Julian. Obviously wanting to do very well with the opportunities at hand. He made sure he got the score 6.07 on that one for him to move up into second place. But the winner of the heat, this year's runner-up to the World Junior title, 9th place last year, Manu. He's looking for his first victory at the Challenger Series level. Winter Vincent with Manu.
Yeah, Winter dominated the heat, even though we had 2 Brazilians in the water. That didn't seem to bother you. How was it out there? Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was great. It's really hot on the beach, so it's nice and refreshing in the water.
And now after fog, rain, everything, we have classic Saquarema going on. The waves are pumping. Sun, we're probably going to have a great sunset. How is it for you to surf in conditions like that?
Yeah, it's been raining a lot the past few days, a lot of fog. It's been a bit cold, actually, not normal to Brazil. And it's good to have a nice sunny day and good conditions. So, yeah, frothing.
And what do you like the most about Brazil and Saquarema?
I love the people. Mateus, all these Brazilians on tour, they're all like some of the nicest guys. Miguel, I remember last year, Miguel and Sammy Pua was so nice to me, and so I just love coming to Brazil.
Great, they are nice. Congratulations. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu, and big congratulations to Winter Vincent. Got a 9th last year. He's looking to go better this year. Hit 11, round of 64 in the water. Former C-tier Ian Gouveia in red. Mikey McDonough last year won his first CS event. He's in blue. Lucas Vicente, former World Junior champ in the white. And Rafael Teixeira from just a few hours north in Espírito Santo. He's in green. So during the interview, a couple of waves ridden. Mikey McDonough opened up with a 3.67 right here going left, Maida.
Yeah, quick snap, and then comboed with the second one, but the wave didn't offer much.
And this is a 5.17 from Lucas Vicente.
Yeah, found a really good right there. Steeper section.
Ooh.
Whoa, and look how strong and powerful was that one.
That was hard to do, and this a 4.33 for Ian Gouveia.
Yeah, being paid. Oh, looking for the ramp. Throw the rotation on the air.
And then this one, the best of the heat so far, a 6.5 for the Florianopolis local, Lucas Vicente.
Yeah, look how sharp he looks in his backhand. Snapping, completes. Nice combo.
And then this one, a 2.5, just really a single turn. Great technique from Rafael Teixeira, something we've seen from him over really more than a decade, competing on both the QS and the Challenger Series level. So multiple waves right there, but White's in the lead, a 6.5 and a 5.17 for Vicente. Gouveia in second in the red has a 4.33 and a 1.63. Mikey McDonough with a 3.67, and Rafael Teixeira just dropped a 3.87 as his high mark. That keeps him in second place. He's cut 4, but many of these waves just small scores, so 22-20 on the clock. Obviously, not only super competitive round, you look at the totals, you look at how close the last heat was, but in this one alone, Gouveia's already won a Challenger Series event. He has CT experience. McDonough's been able to win an event at home in Australia, and Lucas Vicente coming off a career best performance in Erceta, 5th place over there, Maida.
Yeah, and there in Erceta, he has shown how his backside surfing is strong. And today, we're seeing all these good rides right there. So let's see what he can does here with this kind of conditions.
He was able to win the World Junior title a few years ago in Taiwan over Cade Matson in the final. A very close final, by the way. I think it was a split decision at the end by the judges. Vicente was able to win. Rafael Teixeira, great goofy footer out of Espírito Santo, but talk about the great experience of Ian Gouveia on tour. Really good in different types of waves, especially Barrow's CT event over on the other side of the beach. He dropped a big score a few years ago, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. He's such a good tube hider. We saw him like going to the semis in Pipeline this year, and his best result so far. And I mean, and also he won QS here, the Saquarema Surf Festival in 2023. So very experienced. He has all the tools, and he know like his backside surfing is so strong as well. Yeah.
A lot of great surfers in the event,
A lot of great surfers. That's why we keep saying why it's so hard to get a good result.
And one of them is the lone Aussie out there in the blue, Mikey McDonough. Won a Challenger Series event last year, but outside of that, struggled really to be able to find a result. He has been very open about how difficult it is to maintain consistency, the kind of tax and toll that the tour takes on you, but does have a 9th already this year. That was at the US Open as a 3.67 in this heat, and does have priority at the moment. But you know, once again, we saw the Brazilian Storm kind of start that symbolic friendship that we've seen on tour develop over the years. And so far, I mean, you go down to the Red Bull Athlete Zone, it's tense. Everybody's getting ready. But the Australians, they're very much together and very close. As we saw the same thing with the Brazilian crew. Lucas Vicente has a good crew right down there on the beach supporting him, and obviously very well prepared. He has a couple of good scores in the first 10 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, his girlfriend is right there supporting him as well. And we saw the graphics showing that it was in 2019 when he won this Juniors World title. And I think since then, he got a lot of like pressure by the media and all the fans, like hoping for him to get into the championship tour and doing good in the big leagues. But this year, he really seems like more confident with his own surfing, and it paid off in Ericeira. So it would be great to see him doing well also in Itaúna.
Well, and the big thing, World Juniors is a developmental stage. I mean, obviously, you want to graduate into the Challengers and then eventually qualify for the World Championship Tour. But the good thing, if you win the World Juniors, you automatically get a place into the Challenger Series. That happened for Lucas back in 2019, but as you said, it wasn't instant, the fact that he got success in his very first event. It took him a while, like it does for many people, even including for Mikey. Despite winning an event, he didn't qualify for the tour. And it's been the first time in the history of the CS that we've seen that happen, and to multiple people as well. As we look at Teixeira right there, has a few QS wins under his belt, Maeda, winning in Mexico in 2016, and over in Santa Cruz, California at the Coldwater Classic back in 2015. Having a look at this one on the inside is the surfer we're talking about. He's going to have to let it go. 18 minutes on the clock. But that's really the beautiful and the unique part of our sport. Everybody interacts. Everybody has to see each other. And you go down to the beach, to the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Eventually, you want to hide from people. There's really no place you can hide, Maeda.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. Yeah, this is like something very lovely about our sport. Like, when the competition ends, like this afternoon, maybe you can surf with your idols. So you can go outside and surf with them. So both ways, like you were saying that they cannot hide like from people, but and then at the same time, fans can really find them to interact.
Gouveia, champion in Belito last year, defeated Nolan Raposa in the final at the CS event over there in 2024. Father Fabio, one of the OG professional surfers that succeeded worldwide. And he is from a part of the country, too, that isn't necessarily recognized as really one of the bigger markets or one of the bigger points in surfing here in Brazil. He's from a bit further up north, is he not, Maeda?
Yeah, they are from Fortaleza.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but there's a lot of good surfers from there as well. So, I mean, now Ian Gouveia lives in São Paulo's coast. Like Marizia is pretty close to where I live. Sometimes I go out surfing and I can surf with him, like see him around. But yeah, for sure, they come from North Brazil, but there's a lot of good surfers from there. Like Ito Ferreira is not the same state, but a little bit more south, north.
Here's McDonough using priority. Goes left, 367 on his first. He's going to pick the first wave of the set. Good flow on this one so far, and if he sticks with it, it might have potential down the line. It does. Big hammer right there for Mikey. Let's see if that last turn was complete or not. It seems like the backwash might have gotten him at the end. 15:45 on the clock, and seems like that last one might be incomplete, Maeda, but let's see the very start of the wave right here.
Yeah, it started a little slow, but that one was really good. Throwing a lot of water, but he was patient. Like he kept like bringing everything to this section right there, vertical, strong. Do you think it's gonna be like complete?
No, it seems like they did not count it as complete 4-point ride for McDonough. At least it's enough for second place at the moment, but yeah, missed chance right there.
If he had completed, it would
have been higher, yeah. No doubt. Gouveia with priority in red. Having a look at the right. Riding the OK Model, one of the OGs from Sharp Eye right here. So setup snap for Ian. Down the line, this wave really bowling up and kind of between two minds right there, but wave was really difficult to read. As we see Vicente now, he's just been on a tear and he is oozing with confidence at the moment. Look at that. Finishing that wave off with authority too. Looking to replace a 5.17. And I'm telling you, after the fifth, after winning those heats over there in Edeseda, it just seems like he has totally become a different person, Maida. As we see Teixeira now in the pocket. Beautiful stuff by Rafa. Brings it back. High mark so far in this heat, 3.87. And once again, just great projection, great use of the pocket and his bottom turn on the backhand. And that should be scoring well for him. The last of Gouveia, 2.57. And looking at the last here of Rafael Teixeira, Maida.
Yeah, beautiful wave. Nice first snap, and then he was waiting for an open face. Good snap right there, right in the pocket. Different angles. And this was with Luca Vicente, a larger wave. Little cut back right there. And snap at it. Very well timed that turn.
So he is definitely looking to increase his lead at the moment of 5.17. What he is trying to throw away. 13 minutes on the clock and heat 11 of the round of 64. Be right back with more action from South America. .11 minutes and 30 seconds remain in heat 11 of the men's round of 64 at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. Stop 5 of 7 of the Challenger Series in 2025-2026. Mitch Salazar here with the experienced Brazilian surf journalist Maida Popst. And Maida, you've been covering the sport long enough to know that Brazil is a destination where you have to succeed at. And Mikey McDonough so far, 3.674, his top two. He's looking to improve, and he wants to definitely succeed right here in Saquarema to qualify.
Yeah, for sure. And this was a nice opportunity for him. He really surfed pretty well that wave. And here is Ian Gouveia right in the pocket. Nice turn. Coming through the inside, looking for a double up, and strong finish.
Jan's dad actually was able to win a championship tour event right here in Brazil back in 1990, but that was at a different beach. That was over in Santa Catarina. So Gouveia, both him and his father have won major events in Brazil. 5.37, the last of Ian. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mitch. Actually, I have to correct myself. Because they've been living for so long in Santa Catarina actually he's from Paraíba. He's not from, I said, Fortaleza. Yeah.
Is Paraíba even further north than that?
Yeah, it's a state, and he is from a place close to João Pessoa, like 130 kilometers from there.
So Mikey McDonough drops a 5.6. Ian Gouveia drops a 5.37. But in the lead, Lucas Vicente with priority. a 7.5 and a 6.5. He is in a good position to make it out of this heat, just under 10 minutes on the clock. And with the big playing field right here, plenty of chances to split the peak if that is the case. Let's see what we get right here. McDonough having a look at the first wave of the set. He's going to end up going right. Looking for the throw tail reverse. It's going to be incomplete right there for Mikey. At the moment in third, did get his best on his previous ride, a 5.6, needs a 4.1 or better. Meanwhile here, Gouveia, he's looking to improve on a 4.33. Setup snap down the line, good throw tail reverse. And it's going to be incomplete for him. Just under 9 minutes. And now priority with Teixeira. It seems like Vicente had a quick one as well. Insignificant score for him though.
But he has like a very high total right now, Mitch. The 7.5 and the 6.5. A solid lead for him.
And just the last of Gouveia, not enough to replace his low score. 2.87 on this one. And it seemed like, you know, an attempt that if he completes it, probably replacing his low score.
Yeah, could be. Like, it would be a very nice rotation right there.
Live action now. Teixeira on the back end with priority. He needs a 5.21 in fourth. And few guys have technique as superb as that. And with the claim right there at the end, just adding a little bit of spice to that wave. Catching up with Vicente now. There's his partner on the beach. Wonder who's more nervous.
For sure it's her.
You think?
I think so. Like everyone that is watching, people that they love and they care about. Like Miggy always says that he stays more nervous watching Samuka than competing. And these guys are very, like, they are very, I forgot this word, acostumados.
Yeah, they're very used to it.
Used to it, to this feeling of being nervous competing.
So 7 minutes on the clock. McDonough still in third, needing a 4.1. But waiting on the score for Teixeira now. Vicente had a quick wave before a potential last one that we'll see if it improves on the 6.5 or not. Really, the big score, the one that matters at this moment is the 5.21 requirement of Teixeira. Had a good wave, start to finish. And especially with that last turn, making things very interesting for the judges. 6.5 on the clock. And this is the last of Vicente Maida, looking to improve on a 6.5. Kid is on a tear, truly.
Yeah, he is. Unfortunately, this wave didn't offer much for him, but the first turn was really sick. Here's Rafael Teixeira, the very powerful carves right there. Another huge snap, throwing a lot of water. And right on the pocket, Mitch, the last one.
They got a decision to make right here, and a big one. Is it enough for Rafa? 5.21. It would have to be his best. He surfed yesterday, and he surfed well. And today so far might not be on the best of waves, but on that one in particular, could not have surfed it much better than how he did. 5:45 on the clock. McDonough with priority. And Mikey finished in the top 20 last year, automatically 11 through 20 requalify for the Challenger Series, Maida.
Yeah, and he doesn't need much, like a 4.1, and he's with priority with still plenty of time on the clock, 5 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Oh, and just underneath the requirement for Rafael Teixeira, a 5.07. At least his best right now, needing a 4.64 to move up into second place now. But that also helps Mikey McDonough too with priority, because his requirement probably would have increased as well if Rafael Teixeira gets that score, Maida.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, now the use of this priority will be very important for Mikey, and then if he gets a wave, Rafael will be with priority with some opportunities to turn the heat.
And here goes the Aussie. Important wave. Setup carve into the lip. That's well done by McDonough. Once again, fully lays into it. This is where he had trouble on the previous left that he caught. This wave kind of dying out into the channel, though. He's going to stick with it, and it seems like a smart move on his behalf. Doubling up well. Fits in one more, and he loves it. He should. Only needs a 4.1. And last year's number 16 on the CS rankings might move into the top 2 with this last one, Maida.
Yeah, what an important wave he just ridden. It was just really interesting how he connected the first 3 turns. We're gonna see this on the replay. And now Rafael Teixeira with priority. Look here, Mitchell. Like, just snap right there, really connecting all the turns. Nothing very critical, but he kept believing in this inside double up, and then he came all the way through. And suddenly he could do this very strong finish.
Well, got to give him a lot of credit for sticking with that wave towards the tail end of it, too. It's a long ride. Make sure to finish that wave off, and needs a 4.1. And it is way more than enough. A 6.47 for Mikey McDonough, and up into second place now. That means that Gouveia in third now needs a 6.7, and Teixeira needing a straight 7. There's the average, Maida. 6 to a 7-point ride. You eliminate the high and the low. You average the other 3. Comes out as a 6.47 for the Aussie in a clutch moment of the heat, too.
Yeah, it was. For me, it really feels that the link between the 3 first turns right there was important for this score. And now Ian Gouveia needing a 6.7.
The only issue with him at the moment, third priority, though. And Rafael Teixeira needing a 7-point ride. He's looking for a specific wave, too.
Yeah, yesterday he got a 6.5, almost there, but the thing is he has only 2 minutes left.
Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning. And Vicente has just served a really smart heat. 5.17, 4.5, 2 scores that he's thrown away. And then his top 2, a 7.5 and a 6.5. So been really in control for the vast majority of this heat. In heat 11 of the round of 64, going on the way to heat 14 today. Then, of course, our Corona Cero post show after that. 90 seconds. Let's see if Gouveia and Teixeira, either of them or both of them, could get a chance just to get on the offense and try to get that score that they require at the moment, Maida. I mean, when you look at the surfing today, the quality of the waves today, too, anything above a 6.5, quite a good score. I mean, there's been a couple of 6s that have just been really well earned. Case in point with the 2 6s that we've seen so far from both Mikey and Lucas in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, like a 7-point ride as Rafael Teixeira needs. It is an important score for these conditions that we've been seeing today. But I mean, he still have like 45 seconds left. We saw so many waves ridden right in the end of the last heat. But the ocean seems to be a little quiet right now, Mitch.
30 seconds. It's now or never for both Gouveia and Teixeira. And Rafa seems like he did have a pretty big dig at that wave. And priority will be changing. Either way, it's not going to matter, though, because time winding down and nothing on the horizon. So, despite good efforts by both Ian and Rafa, they're unfortunately going to bow out in the round of 64. But Mikey McDonough, big comeback for him, but a major heat for the kid coming off of a 5th place finish in Edeseda, Lucas Vicente with the win.
Yeah, did a pretty great job. Kept like right on point. Lucas Vicente looking very, very confident.
So heat 11 done and dusted. Heat 12 coming up Rodriguez, Barry, Radziunas, and Tima when we return to Saquarema for more action of stop number 5.
This is what I live for.
A gente já aproveita para jogar uma altinha, manter aquela brasilidade. Mas é isso, é poder aproveitar, curtir a natureza e se reconectar.
And every time we find somewhere new that just surprises us.
Today I'm going for a surf at Pico da Mota. It's my favorite spot at Portugal.
Honestly, a really special place for me to come to. I've had so many good memories.
We're here at the waterfall. It's massive.
On tour, surfing the wave of Tehupo and drinking a Corona. I mean,
It's happy hour for the athletes, so I'm gonna get going, but thanks for watching.
Life on tour in between heats doesn't look like it's that bad. And I think Lucas Vicente eventually wants to be able to make it there. Convincing win for him in heat 11 of the men's round of 64. Gonna be hearing from him in just a few minutes right here in Saquarema, Brazil. Event 5 of 7 of the Challenger Series schedule. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops and Lucas enjoying every moment of the fans here in Saquarema. Michael Rodriguez, Oscar Berry, number 6 in the rankings, Ozzy Berry in the blue. Franco Radziunas from Argentina in the white. And Luke Tima from the North Shore of Oahu, Hawaii is in the green. Maida, we've seen en route on tour. Oscar Berry, number 6 right now. He's in qualification contention at the moment. Radziunas, first time we've seen him compete on the Challenger in 2025. He was the runner-up to the South American title. And guess who was the winner this year in South America? None other than Lucas Vicente won the last heat.
Yeah, it's true. Probably Lucas Vicente, he is willing for Corona Cero to celebrate. Yeah, I was thinking about this when he was coming out.
4-1-7, an opener for Oscar Berry at the moment. It's the only score of the heat so far. Luke Tima out there, the youngster out of Hawaii, representing Oahu's North Shore. And here's the wave we're talking about, Maida. Quick start for Ozzy Berry.
Beautiful turn. Comboed with another one. The waves keeps like opening for him. Got a little flat right there, but he was able to generate speed enough to finish it off strong.
And has one of the best mustaches in the sport of surfing, too. So don't let it really phase your game if you're out there competing against him. He's a chill dude, but definitely knows how to compete. First time he's in the top 10 for this period of time and looking to make it onto the CT for the very first time in his career. Here's Tima now. And Luke, the former member of the Hawaii junior team, qualifying for the Challenger Series through the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region. And a longtime team rider for the HIC program. An incomplete air right there at the end for Luke. But that'll be his first wave, and lots of time still on the clock for the young surfer at Hawaii. VLAN local, but tends to surf every wave very well over there on Oahu North Shore. We're talking about some of the heaviest waves on the planet where he's from, Aida.
Yeah, so that's why he's doing well here in Saquarema. Yesterday he had a really great heat, so he's really adapted to the powerful of Itaúna.
Well, we did hear from Finn McGill earlier today that this wave resembles Eukai Beach Park, Pupukea, and it seems like Luke having the same kind of fun as he would have back home.
Yeah, this wave looked great. Couple turns right there, generating speed, throws to the air. Unfortunately, didn't complete.
And this was the split peak. Oscar Berry on the left. This came in as a 2.93.
Yeah, the wave was really like bouncing, but not the last turn, but yeah, the last turn looked great.
Got a lot of energy, does Oscar. Meanwhile, Franco on the outside. Father Luis was an Argentinian champion, and he actually won the Argentinian championships 32 years later after his father did, Maida.
Oh, those stories are so nice when you have like a father like Fabio Gouveia was one of the best surfers of Brazil, and then you have the son doing well as well, going to the championship tour. So I love those kind of heritage stories in surfing.
Waiting on that score for White, we saw Emrod right there in the red. A quick in and out for him. Barry momentarily in the lead with a 4.17 and a 2.93. Tima in the green has his sole score of a 2.33. And just a quick throwaway for Michael Rodriguez. Looking to qualify once again for the championship tours, the surfer in red. And split peak, we're going to stay with green. Tima on the right. Great first carve right there from Luke. Working with a couple of incredible people back home. And of course, traveling with his father right here to Saquarema. First time competing at this location. Big difference for him than just competing within his own region. Radziunas is the opener, 5.33 for the surfer in white. 22 minutes to go, 14 points for the Brazilian surfer Vicente. He seems like he's on a roll, Manu.
Yeah, guys, I was talking to Lucas. He's been here since October the 7th, and every day is a different condition. How do you manage to get in and win the hit? Congratulations.
Yeah, Saquarema is really tricky. Every day is different. I mean, I won the QS here, and I rode like from a shortboard to a gun, and then come back to a shortboard, so I know how it is. But yeah, I'm happy that I work with good waves. I did my surfing, and to be honest, yesterday I had a few surfing sessions, felt my knee, and was struggling a little bit with my emotions after Portugal. I had a good result, but I really want to do good again. And then I guess I was stressing out, and I was like, oh, okay, calm down. There's like 24 hours yet, the wave can change, conditions can change. And I was watching the heat today, and I saw a lot of rights, and I love surfing backhand, and so I was really happy and confident once I got in the water today.
You seem to be 100%. Want to say some words in Portuguese for your fans, family, friends?
Obrigadão em geral que está torcendo por mim, estou me sentindo super bem. Queria agradecer a Deus por mais uma oportunidade de estar fazendo o que eu amo. Todo mundo que está me apoiando para estar aqui, a gente sabe que é muito caro esse circuito, então agradeço a todas as marcas que estão aí comigo. E é isso, felizão, agradecer o Mamãe que está aí, minha noiva, a vibe está incrível e vamos um passo de cada vez que, se Deus quiser, vai dar tudo certo por aqui.
Boa, garoto, parabéns, boa sorte. That's it, back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu, and big thing he said right there at the end in Portuguese, one step at a time, and that is, you know, somebody who, as he said, won the QS 6000 earlier this year to qualify for the Challenger, but not getting ahead of himself, and it's nice to have that kind of attitude.
Yeah, and this is pretty common. Like we see someone getting a good result and then putting too much pressure in themselves. So, and this guy, Oscar, He looks like pretty loose.
It doesn't seem like there's any pressure
Yeah.
on him right now. This came in as a 5.6 Maida during the interview, but as you said, he just looks like he's having fun. He looks very loose at the moment.
Look, the aerial right in the beginning of the wave, and then comboed with nice turns. This is the 5.6. Very relaxed.
His results so far, Maida, 6th in the world on the Challenger Series rankings. Started off okay at home. A 17th isn't bad. That could be a keeper result, too, considering that you take 5. 3rd in Bolita, though, and then a pair of 9s after that, both in Huntington and in Eriseda. Emrod, though, well, he's looking for his first major victory. And big shout out to Matt Biolos and the incredible crew at Lost Mayhem. They have stuck behind this guy for the longest of times, Maida. He's had no sponsors at any moments, but the guys at Lost, as he's got the 3rd place finish over at the Lexus US Open, they've been behind him for more than a decade now. And really appreciate the support, does Emrod.
Yeah, for sure. This is so cool because he's such a talented surfer, and he has been to the championship tour a couple of times, and it's just the matter to put everything together to come back.
An unfortunate mistake right there for Franco. Had an opportunity to go left and fortunately just dug a rail coming out of that first turn, number 2 in the South American QS ranks. So big deal. I mean, a lot of countries outside of Brazil tend to struggle competing here. He did exceptionally well, and not just that, maintained consistency to be able to qualify really. And when you look at a very dominant region by Brazil and South America, but you do have to compete in Chile and Peru every now and then. But for him, in a place where, you know, waves aren't generally the best, he had to travel a lot outside of his country of origin to succeed.
Yeah, for sure. We see like many Argentinians, like they have to travel a lot, and most of the competitions on the QS in this region, they happen here in Brazil. So he was very successful on this QS. Nice to see him like performing well as well in this big stage.
17:30 on the clock. And there's his support squad, Clever Cavalcante right there behind the lens. His girlfriend Zoe Passeri, daughter of Argentinian legend, by the way, Martín Passeri. Saw Daniela Rosas right there, competitor here on the CS to her right. Nice to see that everybody come together, but as you said, it's hard not to make friends when you come here at least 4 to 5 times a year too,
Yeah,
right?
that's the thing, you know. And like we have been seeing those guys compete here in Itaúna, especially because like we have the a very important QS event now, 6,000 points. So all the guys comes every year. So you make friends, Mitch, as you do here as well, coming twice a year.
It's hard not to. People are very open. They're very inviting at this location, and we see that, you know, a lot throughout a lot of different stops we go to. But I think especially here, we're more in the countryside than we are in the city. So a lot of people here don't tend to see a lot of people that travel internationally without these events, and that's why I think this location is so special. It's brought a lot of attention, and of course, big amount of tourism for the city and the town, and you know, big shout out just for having us so many years. It's the 4th year now that we've had the Challenger Series right here in Saquarema, but the CT's been coming back since 2017. Here's Franco, once again in the white. A 4.45 or better would get him the lead, but only looking to improve on a 0.73. Team on the outside. It's a great opener for Luke. Once again, brings it all the way back. Great timing on this last one as well. And he's going to be able to ride out, so that's going to be a complete wave. A 3.23 previous to this had been his best, Maida. And it seems like the North Shore product, he should be moving into the top 2 spots, only needing a 2.84.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be the best, his best wave on this heat right now. And look, the first one looked pretty great, vertical, and then connect pretty well with this one. And the finishing was strong, and he rode cleanly.
And he is not a short kid either. So to be able to extend that way, make sure that you're using your bottom turn, and especially your board the way he did, very impressive, especially for a kid who's only been on really this role so far within the Challenger Series on his very first year.
Yeah, sometimes it's just like this, Mitch. You have no pressure. You're just coming like to learn, to show your surfing, and then suddenly things start to come on your way, and you succeed.
There's the former World Pro Junior champ, Maxime Husino. Qualified for the CT a few years ago. He's looking to re-qualify at the end of the season once again if he can. 14 minutes on the clock. Last of Tima is a good one. It is a 6.5 and moves him up into second place. That means Franco and White down to third, now needing a 4.41. And Emrod with a 3.73 as his high mark. He's needing a 6.01, so the surfer out of Hawaii, well, gets the very best of the heat on his last wave, Maida.
Yes, 6.5. It was a very good looking wave, nice combo, the variety, three turns. That's why it was the highest score of the heat.
13:40 to go. Barry with the lead and priority. Low score is a 4.17, and he's sitting patiently on the outside at the moment to be able to get something that'll replace his low score. Rodriguez, though, 6.01 is what he needs. We've seen him do very well right here in the past, making it into a multiple finals day. And there is Adura Matriain getting his Apple Watch from JP, one of our great technicians, always getting the athletes their Apple Watch when they need it. And that, you know, not only serves the purpose of telling you the time, it also vibrates when you get awarded priority too.
Yeah, it helps a lot. Imagine, like, because sometimes with the wind conditions, you cannot hear everything you need. So you are with all the information right in your wrist.
And you know what's super interesting as we see Tima right here going right. Throws the tail, try the reverse right there. With the fog that we've seen at both Ericeira and here a couple of times, it's also actually a vital piece of information to have that vibrate, not only because there might be times where you can't see the tower clearly, also your scores too.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of big factors, obviously huge advancements in the sport when it comes to equipment, boards, your fins, leashes, and everything. But that has been a vital piece of information and something that has truly advanced the sport over the last recent years.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. A lot of technology involved with that. And it's awesome to see how this kind of things really helps to evolve the sport in many terms, you know.
Well, the Apple Watch is a major tool that most surfers have been able to use over the last few years. Barry, he's leading the heat at the moment. A couple of big drives through the rails right here on the first two. One better right there for Oscar. Body language just seems like he's very pleased at the moment. Last turn, strong. And he's going to close that one out with a bang. Looking to improve on a 4.17. And it was a split peak with White. Well, let's see what Radziunos was able to do going left. He only needed a 4.41, did White, to move up into the top two. But Oscar Barry, 4.17 is low mark at the moment, Maida. Big chance that he replaces his low score here.
Yeah, I think so. I love the way he engaged his rail on this turn right there, throwing buckets. And the second one looked beautiful as well. Comboed with the third one, and then generating speed for a very strong finish.
And Barry, a strong surfer, competed through the junior program in the Asia Pacific region for a number of years. Meanwhile, Franco right here going left, and it seems like he got a double up on the inside.
Yeah, nice snap right there. Great turn, he liked it. A little bit of claim right there.
Well, he should. Competitive heat in number 12 so far with just over 10 minutes remaining in this one. But it's Oscar Barry at the moment looking to extend his lead. Heat 12 competitive so far with a third of the heat remaining. And let's see what happens when we return to Saquarema after this. Back in Brazil for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. Been a fun day of action, and guess what else is fun? The lineup with Dave Prodan. Scan the QR code on screen to listen to the world's best surfing podcast. Maida, I know you're a faithful subscriber. We really appreciate that. Have a couple of episodes myself with Dave after every Champion Tour stop, and the lineup available now wherever you get your podcast. 8 minutes on the clock here in heat number 12 of the men's round of 64. Oscar Berry leading things at the moment in what seems to be a heat that has really just been his from the start. Ratziunas in second, talking about Franco from Argentina in the white. His previous score before he went to break, a 5.87. Meanwhile, Luke Tima, who we just saw on screen, in third now, needing a 4.7. And Michael Rodriguez needing a 6.37. He was up and riding momentarily there. And he is looking for his personal best of the heat so far. Oscar Berry, 12.6 heat total. He's got 4 waves. And Michael Rodriguez, well, he's got 5 so far, Maida, including this one, a 4.83, his high mark so far.
Yeah, it was a beautiful wave. Pretty well served by Michael Rodriguez. There wasn't a very steep part or a very critical part, but I like the way he engaged his rail. Like, look at that one, throwing a lot of water.
So the way I understand it, Mike originally not from Santa Catarina where he now lives, correct? He's originally from the Northeast, I believe. And he's been now in Floripa, that kind of area, for a good amount of years. But I would have to say, just like many other surfers that, tend to move south, he's had that kind of success because of it. Kawakosa is another great example of that. He's originally from a different part of the country, eventually moved to Rio. Look at him now. He's becoming a star in this beautiful country.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch. It's just like here in Rio and Sao Paulo, like the industry are more towards this part of the country, so that's why many, and also the quality of the waves for sure. So many of the boys just move here, and here in Rio or like south of Brazil. Florianopolis is also a very well-known place to move.
So this is how Oscar Berry extended his lead, Maida. Got his best score on this one, the right. 7 points for incredible power surfing for the number 6 ranked Oscar Berry.
Yeah, I really love this wave. Like, the first 3 turns were really sharp, and the way he could generate speed to finish things off. 7-point ride. Even the Brazilian judge gave him a 7.5.
Nearly unanimous too. Doesn't happen that often. I mean, you usually allow 1.2 differential between the highest and the lowest score out of the 5 allocated. So nearly all 5 of them had a 7. As we see Emrod right there, 4th priority needing a 6.37.
And no one gave him less than 7 points. So
deserving of it. 5 minutes to go. Berry with priority and the lead. The Argentinian Ratziunas in second, has a couple of 5s. Tima, the surfer out of Hawaii, 4.7 is what he needs to move up into second place. And Michael Rodriguez needing a 6.37. It would have to be the second or the third best, excuse me, out of the heat so far. And the thing for Emrod, he's been on the verge of requalifying multiple times. And for somebody like Luke Tima, young surfer out of Hawaii, I mean, he's had the chance to compete in different parts globally already this year. Longtime member of the Hawaii junior team as well. Pretty big chance to be able to come to Saquarema, maybe spoil some things for others. But increase your ranking too, Maida. I mean, first year, and not just that. 7 events now. This is only stop 5, especially you're going home to Pipeline after this one.
Yeah, for sure. And he's doing great. I mean, he has the second best score of this heat, and he doesn't need much, just a 4.7. And he's with third priority right now, which is kind of hard for him because we have only 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. So let's see if he's capable of hunt a wave under priority, Mitch.
Yeah, not huge tide differentials either today, but it does seem like the higher tide slightly making things a bit harder. Positioning is key out here. I think most of us at this point, after coming here, have noticed that. Let's have a look at how things have really shaked up on our Challenger Series rankings on the men's side. 3 minutes to go here in heat number 12. We will be running a couple more. So there's 11 through 20, Maida. Tara Watanabe will be in the very next heat. Already saw Winter Vincent advance. There's Michael Rodriguez at number 17. And a lot of those surfers, the ones that are grayed out, they're already out of the event.
Oh yeah, Mitch, so it would be a great chance for Michael Rodriguez if he can make this heat, but unfortunately he's with 4th priority right now with the time ticking. Look, everyone is very concerned about the end of this heat.
That was Zoe Passeri, Franco's partner. So update, George Pitar now leading the rankings. With the exit of Kalivas, George was able to advance in second in this round. Cool air right there by Mike. Incomplete though, and it seemed like out of nowhere he got the ramp because of the backwash. Just unfortunately for him though, was not able to ride out. Still needing the 6.37 with the 2-minute warning of the Banco do Brasil 2-minute warning showing up, Maida. Tima 4.7, and Emrod here had a chance for the 6.37 immediately with that stomp pad. He was looking for the air.
Yeah, he found a really nice ramp right there. Unfortunately, it wasn't complete, that one. But I don't know if even if he had completed, he would get the 6.37 because the wave didn't offer much in the inside. But now he's still in 4th position of priority and with only 1 minute and 25 seconds left, Mitch.
And the main issue too is that priority is not on his side either. Highest priority with Oscar Berry, the leader, and then second priority with the surfer in second at the moment, Radziunas. And they're playing defense against the number 3 and 4 surfers in this heat. Franco's basically right next to Luke, and then Oscar playing some defense against the surfer in red Mike, which is totally valid. It's within the rules, but in the end, an exchange would be nice. You want to see a surfer get a chance, but that is the nature of the sport right here. As
they have to do this, Mitch. I mean, because he doesn't need much, just a 4.7, and he's already done 6.5. So you gotta protect yourself.
And there's Zoe, Franco's partner, and pretty sure she wants him to go over and play some defense against Luke in the green. So Oscar's going to take the right, and Franco, he's going to be going left. So split peak right here. We're going to stay with Radziunas in second place. 10 seconds remain. That doesn't seem like it's going to change his situation. And counting down, it doesn't seem like either, well, Tima's not going to get a chance, but Emrod will.
Oh.
And this wave potentially lining up on the inside, 6.37, what he needs. So that'll be it. And don't know what he was able to do on the outside. It seems like Luke caught a wave, and he was up before the buzzer. So that wave counts too. And he needed way less than Emrod, a 4.7. So everybody getting a wave right here at the end. Ratsiunas for sure not improving. And it's going to come down to the requirements for both Tima and Emrod. Here's the last of Franco. Seems like it's going to be coming in short of his 5s.
Yeah, I think so. The waves got really flat right there.
And then, really, it kind of happened given the priority order they were in. White went first. He had highest priority out of the 3 surfers that went. And, ooh. Well, things got interesting right here at the end, Maida, to say the least.
Yeah, I love this shot of the drone. We could see, like, the 3 rides at the same time. But the waves were kind of fat, and from the beach angle, I don't see it coming enough.
Well, Tima 3.2. Oscar Berry doesn't increase his lead, and for Michael Rodriguez, same thing, 3.93, so not enough. It's going to be Oscar Berry with the win. And the South American surfer, Franco Ratsiunas, moving through at home within his region in 2nd place into the round of 32. We're going to see Luke Tima and Michael Rodriguez compete over at Pipeline at the next stop. But Oscar Berry, number 6 in the rankings, and Franco Ratsiunas doing well right here in front of his friends and family. Heat 13 coming up. Erdi, Watanabe, Husino, and Amatriain when we return to Saquarema.
The Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by Banco do Brasil, official sponsor of the WSL in Brazil. By Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by the city of Saquarema, official host of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero.
Here we go. The action continues here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Cero. Look at the sparkly lights. It's the perfect time for a 0 APV, all natural ingredient, Cero. We add it with a little bit of lime in there, Marcos, and it is so, so good. This is the perfect time for an afternoon. It's local time, 3:56 here local time. That's perfect time for Cero. That's Marcos.
Yeah, and it's 5 o'clock somewhere anyway.
Almost 5 o'clock anyway over here, yeah. Shout outs, Marcos, let's get some.
Shout outs to all skaters, surfers, musicians tuning in.
That's right. And thank you to you, the audience, for enjoying a really, really competitive day and a day of a lot of action. These 4-man heats have been absolutely blazing. Right?
We're stacking clips over here.
We're stacking clips, and it's a busy day for the judges. They're going to have to rest tonight. Oh, my goodness. Talk about stacking clips. This man's got all kinds of clips in his pocket. I'm talking about Mateus Hurdy in the red jersey. He's the top seed in this heat. And let's watch Mateus look for a ramp. and snap it off the top. Keeps the board in the water for his opening ride. Smart strategy. Maxime Housno right behind him. The French surfer just has to cut that one short. Also, Taro Watanabe did get a ride in, so we'll review all of those replays and bring you up to speed. 26 minutes on the clock here in Heat 13 of the round of 64.
And the machine, the natural machine that the ocean is providing, oh my God, it's still on.
It's been so... Oh, and Mateus, relentless.
Stalling.
And yet, well, anytime they're stalling, they're looking for a ramp, but Mateus just relentless. I feel that he sees a big opportunity over here in Saquarema.
Oh, yeah.
To, you know, fulfill his dream to get onto the championship
It's
tour.
long time overdue, Kaipo.
Yeah, you can see that runner-up finish at the U.S. Open of Surfing. String of ninths also. So the worst he's had, well, he has 3 ninths and a runner-up finish. He's currently number 4 on the rankings, come in after 4 events, coming into this event number 5. Again, his situation, Mateus Herdy, he wins this event, he's finally on tour, and that's going to be poetic justice for this exciting. Here's a replay, Mark.
Check it out, the start of the Snap 5 new movie is going to be touring soon in Brazil, Florianópolis and São Paulo, man.
Yeah, Mateus has a part in that. And
yeah, Mateus connecting to the power source to click one more turn there, a little sting at the end. Should I call Snap? A Snap 5?
There you go. Taro Watanabe on the replay, known for his great rail game.
Oh yeah, and he's been training for a long time already with Mr. Brad Gerlach.
Yep.
Have all the tools, amazing on rail.
Can we shout out to Wave Key and Brad Gerlach as well?
Always, man. Bradley Gerlach. Shout out to you, my man.
And Maxime Housno throwing the tail.
Steady surfer from France, you know, mainland, a ripper, a grinder, used to be on tour, drop out and trying to keep the dream alive.
Yeah, that's right. Back to live action. And Herdy. Beautiful carve on the JS Industries board, pops it up. We know his game in the air is pretty solid. They got some bumpy water, got some backwash, no problem. Mateus Herdy clears the white water, looks for a little bit more, checks the Apple Watch. He's going to see on his Apple Watch that he opened up with a 6.33. His coach, Leandro Dora, on the beach.
My dear friend, my neighbor.
That's right.
Yeah.
What a great guy.
Oh, amazing guy. What a soul, man. He's the godfather of surfing in Brazil almost nowadays, not just the father of Iago.
I feel he has a proven coaching technique that he's now exposing to even more people.
Aprimori Surf is the name of his brand.
Okay. And now it's not just Leandro, it's like Leandro da Silva as well,
yeah.
and many other coaches that are using kind of his principles to help surfers. Mateus being one of them.
Yeah, body and mind, and Primari Surf, Mateus, athlete, the ripper. Let's check it out, the punt. There you go, front side air reverse, landed. Little extra weight at the front foot there, just to do a proper landing there.
Ador, Amatriain, the Basque surfer, found the left.
He's ripping, man. Electric surfer from the Basque country, one of the greatest places on earth for sure. Amazing astronomy over there.
Oh my, that was a big air from Mateus Herdy as we cut back to live action.
Can you do me a solid, Kaipo? Sure. Can you tell Mateus it's not a special session, it's a normal heat?
In all honesty and an honest conversation, I feel that is one thing that Mateus needs to kind of learn, because he's such a good surfer. He wants to show the world how good he is, but sometimes he does have to pull back.
Yeah.
I agree.
I have the privilege to have dinner with Mateus this season, this event, and we're like approaching the names, the tag names, and the name of the turns. Shoot that the air that Ítalo Ferreira land on a surf pool in São Paulo that should be called a 720, a 540.
Yeah, the degrees are hard to call when you relate them to skateboarding, because a transition is just straightforward, a wave's ever moving. But grabs, I think you should always call them correctly.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like a stalefish should be a stalefish.
That's the thing.
You know, there's no such thing as a frontside indie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? A lean is a lean, and a, you know. And
grabs are tangible.
Yeah, grabs are tangible. A slob is a slob, a mute is a mute, a lean is a lean, a method is a method.
And the rotation is kind of your point of view. Everybody have a theory about.
Well, That's an ollie. But what we call someone going front side and doing an alley-oop on a surfboard is actually a backside alley-oop in skateboarding because it's a backside rotation.
Oh, yeah.
And if you were going backside and did an alley-oop, which would be backside to us, but in skateboarding, it's actually, that's what we call a frontside alley-oop.
It's a clock rotation and non-clock
Yes,
rotation.
exactly.
Phone climbing from Mr. Malibu. Ripper, Taro Watanabe, nice hook in the end. Extra spicy there. I love to watch those like Malibu Rippers rising to the occasion, not just the longboarders.
Yeah, yeah. Taro Watanabe, quarterfinals over the U.S. Open, just 23 years old. Another star of the Snap 5 series. Logan Julian's going to have a Taro Watanabe section. We know Mateus has a section in that Snap 5. And from what we hear...
Shout out to Logan.
Shout out to Logan. Ador. Amatriain. Coming off a great result with big snap there. Coming off a great result in the last... Oh, my goodness, again. You know what? Maybe, Marcos, you need to tell Mateus this is not an expression session.
Let's have a dinner later with a picture. I don't want to go biased here. I never go biased, man. I'm rooting for surfing here.
Yeah.
Everything about the the colors of, united colors of surfing.
Well, good surfing is good surfing, and it's fair enough to be a fan of good surfing no matter what. And you can't help but being a fan of certain characters and certain traits, like great rail surfing from Taro Watanabe.
Amazing, classical, powerful rail surfing.
And it is kind of a contrast, right, what Taro brings and what Mateus is trying to do.
Yeah, two different styles of schools of surfing. He's so far ahead, but everything is so beautiful to watch. Both guys.
And even the approach of someone like Maxime Housneau.
Whoa, playing the tactics there, always with the rule book underneath his armpit.
Now remember, Maxime's a great, back to live action and another air, and this time stomps it. So Mateus got what he wanted to get that full rotation, got the full rotation. Really cool how floaty his full rotation airs are as well.
Lofty.
They're lofty, right? It's like a slow road. Let's check it out.
Yeah, from this angle, it's special. It's almost like a tutorial, guys. Check it out. Watch and learn.
That's radical.
Yeah. Nice rotation. So clean. 7-way. This is the 7-way that he just rolled.
And that kind of surfing is dangerous because those kind of surfers, like a Felipe Toledo, Gabe Medina, Italo Ferreira, they can all make big numbers, big scores, even off of closeouts or not very good waves.
Oh, you got to have those cards underneath your sleeve,
And, Mateus Hurdy, Gabe Medina, they have something in common. They've both done a backflip in competition in Brazil.
And I think Mateus was the first regular stand surfer that did a backflip in competition all over the globe.
Backside here with Maxime Housneau, the French surfer, super smooth.
He's a grinder for the QS. He was in the big leagues of CT.
Hey, it took him over 10 years to finally qualify with finishing number 4 in 2022 on the Challenger Series. And then that got him onto the Championship Tour in 2023. Unfortunately, didn't make the cut there, but, paid off. And that he persistently went through, and then finally made the Championship Tour.
A grinder like William Cardoso, the same path, almost more than 1 decade.
And I feel it was tough in 2022, if I recall, because I think the Challenger Series concluded that year at Haleiwa.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think you're right.
So that's a hard wave.
Oh, yeah. Toilet bowl is scary, man. Inside toilet bowl in Haleiwa. Whoa.
5.73 for Mateus Hurdy. Pair that with a 6.33. Mateus out in the lead. Taro Watanabe currently in second place with a 6.17 and 5.5. Maxime Housneau, 4.33, 3.1. We're waiting for the last wave score on that last to the left for Maxime Housneau. If he gets a 7.3 or over, he'll take second place. Ador Amatriain, 3-point ride and 2.34.
Nice clash against the other new guys from the New World, South American and a North American surfer, Mateus and Taro, and 2 guys from the Old World, a French guy and a Basque guy from Spain. and French have a little portion of the territory there. This best country also in Biarritz.
All right, we're going to take a break from the action right now. We'll be back with more action and the conclusion of this heat. This is full rotation for Matheus Herdy. Taking a look back at Matheus Herdy, making history here. Marcos, he said first regular footer to do this in Brazil in competition. Backflip, 10-point ride.
Spontaneous, amazing, improvising. How much of energy he went there for the lofty, super high.
Daniel says 10.
Yeah.
Leandro says 10.
Everybody agreed.
The judges said 10. The guy in the green and yellow striped shirt said 10. Matheus Herdy, he wins this event. He's finally on tour, which would be poetic justice after finishing number 12, 2 spots out of qualification, both in 2023 and 2024.
And the little test drive that he did back in Mexico, he went all the way to the
semifinals. Yeah, yep. We saw a quick up and out by Maxime Husno. When we went to break, we were waiting for a score for Maxime. It was a 3.87. Maxime Husno in third place needs a 7.34 to move into second and advance.
You know what, Kaipo? We talk a lot in broadcasting about Uncle Guilherme Herdy.
Yeah,
but Daddy Alexander D was a ripper. I used to compete back in the late 80s in the amateur national division with Alexander. He was, I think, 1988, I think, was National Open Division champ.
So you're saying, yeah, so there's a lot of great surfers with the last name Herdy in Brazil.
Oh, yeah, a big heritage. It's not like the Walter and Philip Hoffman with the Fletcher heritage, like 4 generations.
Oh, you're talking
but it's like just 2 generations.
4 generations right there with Flippy.
Yeah. Shout out to
and
Herbie
Walter,
and DB.
Herbie,
Grayson,
DB,
Nathan,
Christian. Yeah. Grayson, Jet.
Oh, Jet, the little Grom.
Laser. All of them.
Fletcher, Hoffman. Or should I say Hoffman Fletcher?
Maxime Husno, like with a great pace on this left. You know, putting it together, probably not going to be turning the heat with that one wave, but certainly should improve his score line with that surfing on that left. 12 minutes and 9 seconds on the countdown here.
And the ocean keep providing, Kaipo.
Love it. I love
us.
consistent. Here we go. And another look here at Husno.
Methodical, nice, you know, off the top turn, a little floater with a lot of impact, connecting the rail with the snap. Another one. Nice, steady, classical rail game from Maxime Husno.
All right, we'll see if anyone is interested in this wave. And it's going to be, yet again, Matheus Herdy. Foam climb there. Nice inside section. Cut backs through Another cut back, a little extra punch in the tail, kicks out. And let's go to an interview. Oscar Berry won the last heat. I call him Osberry, and Manuela Caiado is going to interview him. I call her Manu.
Yeah, this is Manu with us, Caipinho. I call you Caipinho. So let's talk to him because you came to Saquarema in a great phase, and you show that in the ocean, feeling really confident, like having the time of your life. Is that right? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's I'm having a good time at the moment competing. It's not always that you sort of get on a pretty good roll like I've had for the last few events, so feels nice. I'm definitely going to enjoy it while it's here. So yeah, just loving my time. Been loving my time in Brazil, hanging out with codes, and yeah, cruising. Stoked to get through my heat.
And you showed a lot of like maturity out there. Do you think you feel like that mature?
I feel like I've come a long way this year. Like even since the first event in Newcastle, like I just feel like every event I've grown so much, and yeah, I'm looking forward to sort of keeping on trying to do that and have that as my main goal for each event, as opposed to trying to get through heats. And yeah, I feel like it's been working so far, and I'm learning so much. And yeah, I was stoked out there then, and sort of had pretty good control of the heat through the middle section and with priority, and then dropped a pretty good score. So I was yeah, I was pretty happy with that.
Great. How don't you feel stoked winning a heat with this amazing sunset here in Saquarema? Congratulations again. Good luck. Back to you, Caipinho.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Osberry. Should we shout out the Mad Hueys?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Shout out all the way to the amazing Queensland region.
Yeah.
Amazing brand.
Whether it's fishing or surfing.
Oh, yeah.
Osberry's down with them, and he's on to the round of 32.
And some beers on the happy hour also.
Why not?
Yeah. And man, talking about Reapers coming from Australia, Dan Henry, Oscar Berry, a lot of new guys coming. I'm super proud from this Aussie new generation.
Yeah, there is an upwelling
of
talent coming. But you know what? Gosh, Marcos, it almost feels like everywhere, because I can say the same thing about Brazil.
Oh, yeah.
I can say the same thing about Japan.
Indonesia.
I can say the same thing about Indonesia. It's all
Europe.
On the
What about the rising of the Tahitians?
Yeah,
wow.
and the French surfers, you
Wow.
know, took
mainland also.
France taking a sweep in Cero with Kaoli Voss and Tia Zabrowski. That was the big news yesterday. Tia's on tour.
Wow, groundbreaking moment, man. I think further on in the the history in the books, we're all gonna remember when Tia Zabrowski qualified. Oh, we were there in Saquarema, man.
It's cool,
that groundbreaking moment of surfing.
It's one of my favorite things about this job is that you get to experience a lot of these moments.
Oh yeah,
you know, and so it's really cool.
That's why we are so passionate about our jobs, and we put this intensity here in the booth.
Yes, they're intense days here in the booth. That's for sure. Here we go. Maxime did improve his scoreline on the last wave. His last wave, looks down the line, has to skip that section, pops it up. Saw that coming. Ooh, lands too high on the wave and does not go complete. So Maxime Husno, he did reduce his requirement. He now needs a 6.24 to go into second. A finish on that wave would have been really, really valuable for the French surfer. Unfortunately, he's going to have to try again. Here's the replay.
Oh, he playing the cards well, man. Nice first snap, not rushing so much. A little slide, almost like a half cutty, and then preparing for the launch. A little air reverse on top, but not much energy there for him to be able to complete this turn. But nice effort anyway.
Yeah, 3.07, not the requirement. You can see the requirement column in the needs column on the graphic. It's a 6.24 is what Maxime needs. Adore, he needs a 8.67 if he wants to do it in just one wave, but he does have ample time to do it in 2 waves, given that there's 6 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. It's been pretty consistent here, so I would expect there would be enough waves. One thing that has changed, though, is the wind has continued to kind of pick up throughout the afternoon.
Oh yeah, at least it's a favorable wind for the launching the airs for the frontsiders on the right, the regular stand surfers. At least you can launch some airs. And man, we cannot complain about conditions. The consistency so far so good.
And the sandbar or the bank out here has been really, really good as well.
Steady,
Yeah.
A-frame steady, no Z-frames.
Yeah. And this is the competition area. And just to talk a bit more about why Saquarema is such a wonderful place is this beach. You can walk up and down this beach, and there's more peaks. I mean, this is probably the best one.
Yeah.
But as you go down, there's more peaks the whole way down the beach.
Almost the same way as Super Tubos. There's the main break, but
Yeah.
you can scrap around and find a lot of nuggets around.
Yeah. All right, let's check it out. It's time to feel the power of freshness with our Kayak Natural.
Let's feel it.
Recap.
Almost like a special session, Mateus Edi, with a lot of spice on the turns.
Yeah, keep it on the rail here. The opener for Mateus Herdy. 6.33. Looking loose.
Amazing, and the board is so responsive.
Tara Watanabe. Talk about clean rails. Talk about great surfing.
Solid stance. Ooh. A lot of risk in that turn.
Snappy finish for Watanabe. Then he was searching for the air, and he found it, Mateus Herdy.
Like he just don't care. Throw your hands in the air, Mateus. Oh, nice rotation, man. It's a tutorial of body rotation with Mateus, like full rotations.
5.73 for that and the lead. Back to live action. And Maxime Husno.
Classic rail game.
Looking for something, stings the lip, gets the finish, flicks the head, looks to the judges, 6.24, puts him in second place. We'll see if he comes through with that 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
He's knocking the door, Kaipo.
He is.
That's the thing. That's the main plan. Got to be your blueprint. Let's see. Nice first snap. Almost just a setup just for the major sting. That was the money turn of this wave. Nice sting. Flicking the head in the end. Okay. No claims. You know, almost 12 o'clock there.
Ooh. That was ringing the lunch bell, 12 noon. So waiting for that score for Maxime Husno. He needs a 6.24. Comes in at a 4.73. He needed a little bit more on that wave to get into the advancing place. So it's still Taro Watanabe looking to advance, holding on to priority right now in the blue jersey.
Let's see if Matrian can find some nugget to be back on the game right now. He's kind of far away from the other three boys. No points-wise.
And Taro with first priority. Interesting that he's paddling away.
Maybe he saw something on the inside.
Yeah.
You want to show his air game also, not just a rail game.
That's Ador Amatriain, the Basque surfer, needing to go way in the excellent range at 8.67. He's got second priority. He's got 3 minutes. That's a tough position to be in. Maxime Husno, currently in third place. Maxime needs a 6.24. He's got fourth priority under the 3-minute mark, paddling by Taro Watanabe, who has first priority and is currently in the second place in advancing position. Afternoon glare coming through a little bit here, so a little bit something to deal with, along with the little bit of the chop.
Oh yeah, always. That's why adaptability is key. You got to adapt all the time. It's beach break shifting. The break, the sandbar is over there, super steady, but you got to move yourself as you like a lot of water moving. It's always easier to set than done. So close for the 2 minutes, last 2 minutes, Banco do Brasil. 2 minutes more.
Yep, you can see Maxime checking his Apple Watch.
That's the timing that we understand the relativity of the time. Everyone have a different clock there. Clock from 2 leaders, clock from the ones that are trying still to fight back.
Positioning, we can see of all 4 surfers.
Whoa, I love those bird eye views.
This is what Sakwa would be seeing if Sakwa was flying by.
Maybe Sako over there right now, not just a mechanical drone, it's an analogical drone.
90 seconds.
Clock is ticking. Not much motion there.
Yeah, well, this is kind of the concentration challenge, you know? Steady eye on the water, checking the time. Leandro's got to feel good about Mateus's performance on here. If anything, maybe a little bit of wasted energy by Mateus in that he rode 10 waves in this heat. I feel, and I'm not the coach, but I feel he didn't need to ride 10 waves in this heat.
But he was, you were saying about how of a showman, a rock star surfer he is.
Yeah, that's why, you know, he wants to show the crowd, right?
Yeah, he want to feed people with good surfing, no matter what. A little more crispy conditions right now with a little more intensity of the wind.
Yeah, there's no way Taro's going to let that one up. Here we go. Watanabe uses first priority. Big snap there on the Paisel. Smooth off the bottom. Beautiful carve right back into the pocket for Taro Watanabe. Second. Beautiful carve. Clean rail work there. Great timing. Gets the finish. Likely to improve on that 5.5, especially if this wave gives him a little bonus section on the inside. And looks like this wave's being friendly to Taro Watanabe, taking it all the way to the beach. That's got to feel good to end your heat right there.
He find half of a Malibu wave there inside of Itaúna right now, man. Amazing how he milked this wave all the way down. You know, squeezing the lemon, with just a tiny lemon, make a whole lemonade stance.
Yeah. All right, well, Hooter's going to sound. We're going to be waiting for the score for Taro Watanabe. Adore got a wave as well, so we'll review that wave. But first, Taro.
Rail game tutorial. Watch out, guys. Take notes. Nice cutty. Whoa, another one. You know, rail to rail. Nice pace, nice rhythm. Amazing flow. Some variety also. And he's still going on, man. Check this last cutty. Amazing rhythm. The Paisel is flying so, you know, sinking on the turns.
And here's Adore.
Going for the last chance. 99% of hope with 1% of chance he's going for.
I mean, great surfing. It's just a little too little, a little too late because he needs an 8.67 on that wave, and with the scale already established in this heat, this is after the horn. This is just Mateus being a showman. He's not going to stop airs. Tries the backflip. Whoa. We talked about it, huh? He just can't contain himself. So Mateus Herdy out in the lead and likely going to stay in that lead. Last score for Watanabe, however, flips the script. What? That clean rail work. The judges ate that up like a beautiful acai bowl. 7-point ride for Taro. He takes the lead out of that and steals first place off of Mateus Herdy, but no problem for Mateus. Mateus and Taro move on into the round of 32. Great surfing from the Californian here. Look at the numbers.
The sweet smile of the victory.
Yeah. He got the 7 and a ride in. That was the last wave of the heat for Taro Watanabe. Well done. And he can rest assured tonight that he got his job done today, along with Mateus Herdy. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we got heat 14. It's the last heat of the day here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Taro Watanabe ripping. Back in Saquarema, and Mateus Hurdy got his job done today. He advanced out of the round of 64 along with Taro Watanabe into our next day's competition, into the round of 32. Going to get a download from his coach, Leandro Dora. And high five, he deserves it. Kai Figueroa along with Marcos Bocuyuva talking you through the action. Last heat of the day, heat number 14 in the round of 64 features Ryan Calnan, Eli Hanneman, Caius King, and Kaue Germano. Brazil, 2 Australians, and the boy from Lahaina Town out there, all vying for spots in the round of 32. They waited all day long, and now's their time. Clock's on, down to 27 minutes, and Caius King up and riding. Surfer from Byron Bay, Australia, with a nice carve off the top. Another carve for Caius. Snap to finish. Solid first wave for Caius King. 25 years old, Caius King. Number 1 in the QS in the APAC region, in the Australia-Oceania region. Caius King, gosh, he's been on the scene since he was just a little kid.
Oh, I still recall his, Reaper, his time as a Grom in trestles, like training in California, showing his skills. Amazing surfer from down under. His first name is paying homage to the Stone Rock Band. Kaio's the band that make the origin, the backbone of Queen of Stone Age with Josh Homme.
With Caius, yeah.
Desert Rock.
Desert Rock, nice. Yeah, Caius King and his dad and his brother all, just kind of got that rock star kind of vibe to them,
for
right?
sure. He can play guitar really nice, man. He's a ripper.
That's awesome. All right. Off the bottom, snaps off the top for Eli Hanneman. Smooth roundhouse cutback with a bank for Eli. Up into the lip there, and the newlywed Eli Hanneman fist pump through that section. He likes his start.
We like it here also.
Backhand for Arcal, Ryan Calnan. Hooks it, and Ryan trying to get back on. After an unfortunate season on the championship tour this year, Ryan Calnan back on the Challenger Series, trying to come back. He's come back before, 2022. He got knocked off tour after an injury in a string of 17s. Went out to the Challenger Series in 2022, ended up finishing second and got back on the championship tour. So he knows how to do it. He's already had 8 years on the championship tour. Started off the season with a strong semifinal finish at home at Newcastle.
Fighting some, passion again with new sponsor, being a dad now. He have more reasons to succeed. Amazing, such a good character, humble guy. Amazing surfer, beautiful style. Everybody root for Ryan, man. Such a legend.
He is, and a really nice guy. 33 years old, been around the scene for long, really inspirational characters. Been through a lot, both in his personal life as well as surfing. But he's always kind of carried through. Just really, really, and has had some incredible moments throughout history as a wild card. Shared that final in 2018 in France.
Yeah.
In Hossegor with Julian Wilson. Eli, let's take a look at his replay.
Talking about back in the day, Super Groom stacking clips. That was the pass of Mr. Eli Hanneman. Now he's finding himself in the path for coming back to the big leagues. He liked what he made there. Nice effort, amazing surfing. Arcal throwing buckets, connecting to the power source of this shoulder there. Up and down. Beautiful rail game from Arcal.
Yeah, solid backhand surfing for Ryan Calnan, and that checks in at a 5.17. Let's hear from Taro Watanabe. He is on the beach with Manu. We'll get back to that and get right back to Manu there as soon as we'll work out some of those audio issues that we can hear from Taro Watanabe. He did turn the heat and was able to advance over Mateus Hurdy, Maxime Husno, and Ador Amatriain on the final wave of that heat. Calnan on the backhand. Really dependable on the angle of approach that he has. Love the tuck knee style there and the quick off the top by Arcal. And just throws it up in the foam for the finish. He will do better than that 1.5. Let's try now to hear from Taro Watanabe with Manu.
Yeah, I'm here with Tara, and what a comeback, winning after the buzzer. What was going on in your mind? Congratulations.
Thank you, yeah. I just had a pretty good start, and I just got like 3 really good waves, and I knew I had to be patient and get the waves I wanted, and I just trusted in the waves coming, and yeah, I'm just grateful to be here.
And last year you didn't have the best experience in Saquarema, but now you just won during the sunset against Matheus Erdi. The crowd just loves him. So how was that for you?
Yeah, it was amazing. I went in for a little free surf, and I got a full Brazilian experience. A lot of like people playing soccer, just I don't know, a lot of things going on, and I just tried to take it in. And yeah, I'm so happy. I just want to say hi to my mom and my dad. I know my uncle Adrian's watching, and everyone at home supporting. Yeah, I just want to do good for them, and I'm happy to make a heat.
I'm sure they're happy. Any Brazilian word?
Bora.
Bora. Back to you guys.
All right. What a nice guy, Taro Watanabe.
Amazing soul, man.
Yeah, you know, like guys like that you gotta root for, you know?
Always. You can see by his eyes, by his smile. He's
very genuine, right?
Genuine, that's the word. Yeah. Precise with your words choice, Carpinho.
Yeah, thanks. That's Cauê Germano, the Brazilian surfer, just trying to get into gear right now.
Yeah, we have stacking rippers in Brazil, so amazing guys, you know, superstars of surfing, our world champions now. The line is getting bigger. 5 guys accomplished this level of accomplished, like 3 times for Gabriel, twice for Felipe, 1 for ADS, 1 for Italy, now 1 for Iago. So that those movements kind of overshadow other rippers from the continental coast in Brazil. That's why some names are in the game, in the roster for many years, where nobody outside of Brazil know. And those rippers, I can attach, you know, Cauê Germano in that list. Nice rail game from Arcal. Always super solid, reliable.
Reliable. That was a 4.33 for Ryan Calnan. That keeps him in 2nd place. Here's Eli Hanneman and a 3.43.
Crispy surfing. Beautiful first hook. Unfortunately, the wave went flat.
Yeah. So Eli's first wave, though, really valuable 7-point ride. That's a great way to start off the heat for Hanneman. Eli, 22 years old, recently married from Lahaina, Maui. Spent the rookie year, his rookie year, and his only year on the championship tours in 2024. 2023, he qualified right here in Saquarema, finishing the year number 5 from the Challenger Series. Wants to get back on there. Eli coming off a semifinal finish over in stop number 4 in Ericeira.
Oh man, talking about level of surfing, this boy have all the tools.
Cauê faded into that one, gets a nice snap off the top as we track him from above. Now we track him from the beach. A little sticky on the rail there, but makes up for it. A couple of big, heavy snaps. Nice roundhouse through this inside section. Big fin release with the backwash, fist pumps. He likes the feel of that. He's right back in the game.
I saw some glimpse of Stuart Bedford Brown and Caipo Guerreiro there.
Oh, thank you. That was, thank you.
Because it's a stand.
The stance,
the stance. The poise. The poister.
You watch surfing, yeah. Stuart Bedford Brown, man.
Yeah.
That guy was a machine.
Former professional surfer from down under.
Yeah.
Used to do some modeling jobs also. As Caipo.
Hey, surfing's always been exciting. It doesn't matter what decade you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
That's a beautiful thing about surfing, man. It just,
we can go deep in the history books.
Yeah, and just interesting characters, you know, interesting characters. Like this guy, Caius King, the rocker, rocking off the top there. Big hook on the backhand, hung it up. Looking for a ride and get through this double up section. Has to bounce through. He's going to get the reward on the inside. Caius winds up, puts it up one more time. A little catchy on the rail. Going to stick with this one. Hoping for another reform on the inside before he kicks out. A 4.17 takes Caius King into 2nd at the moment. but there was an exchange between Ryan, Kawe, and Kaius, so we're going to have to wait for those scores to give you the
You know what,
accurate.
Kaipo? I saw some glimpse there from Matt Branson and Matt Hoy.
All right, yeah, that's a Hoyo snap off the top right there.
And both have almost the same musical taste as headbangers.
That's right.
Beautiful snap. Nice, steady.
Yeah.
Strong surfing on rail.
Rest in love, Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh, yeah, man. What a last show. Woo.
Ryan Calnan got this left.
Beautiful left. Running on top of that sandbar. Beautiful lip slide into almost like a reverse 180.
And Kawe.
Forcing the little nugget there. Trying to squeeze this wave. Getting a little caught on the outside rail. Beautiful top snap. Functional carvings into a cutty. And a little nugget hook on the end.
Yeah, that was well surfed. So Kawe 5.53 gets him into third place. Still waiting for the score for Kaius King. A 4.17 will take King, and he will leapfrog over Ryan Calnan into second in advancing position. There's the scores that we have right now. We're still waiting for that score for white Kaius King. 16 minutes on the clock. Waves coming through here. Priority with Eli Hanneman and the lead, so heat control to Eli Hanneman at this moment.
All the cards on the table right now. The last heat for the day. We're not going to be able to go all the way to the 15 and 16 heats.
Yeah, I think we're going to run out of sunlight.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
There's some protocols here.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why we're just going 14 heats right now and you weren't tuned in this morning, we had a fog hold. So that's why we're just getting 14 heats in. Kaius King went to first on that last wave with a 5.93. Eli Hanneman answering back, utilizing his priority big snap for the Maui boy. Carves through this section, stomps on the tail, stalls the board, working that mayhem over. Little lip glide slide with a little bit of a backwash pulse as well. Catching up with Kawe. Nice carve there. Snaps off the top one more time. Easy on the rails. Finishes with the backwash. Throws the fist in the air.
Like he just don't care. Beautiful rail game from Kawe Germano. Put his name on the map. He's such a moment for a lot of limelight on top of those surfers. He surfed all his life outside the radar. So it's kind of cool to showcase your skills.
To a global audience, right?
Yeah.
Now everyone gets to see Kawe Germano surf.
Yeah.
And there's a big opportunity, and I feel like that's what he has to look at this as, a big, big opportunity. Don't be intimidated. Know that you can make a big name for yourself in front of the surfing world. Here is his replay.
Attention, entrepreneurs from the surfing game. Pay attention and scout some new surfers from your team for your team. Beautiful rail game from Kawe Germano. Nice variation of angles. Some on a line in a big left runner on the sandbar of Itaúna. Beautiful surfing.
Ryan Calnan just gets that one. Marcos is going to stick with it.
He's stalling. Let's see what he can pull. A little sting on the end.
Yeah, I was waiting for one of those big Ryan Calnan backhand air reverses. Here's Eli Hanneman.
I love the board control, the speed, not rushing into things, stalling, just to be able to surf in the power source of the wave, trying to go to the air and forced to go to the lip slide, little fin drift over there.
Yes, slightly improves his position, Eli Hanneman. He had a 3.43 in his scoreline. He replaced it with a 3.73. That keeps him in second place right now. Ryan Calnan searching for a 5.57. We're waiting for the last score of green, Kawe Germano, to give you the situation. Eli in second and advancing. Can the Hawaiian surfer hang out? Find out the conclusion of the last heat of the day right after this. Checking in here at Saquarema with our Vivo surf conditions for this afternoon. 3 to 4 feet of swell, tide slightly rising to a 2.4 foot. Water temperature about 65 on the high, probably 62 on the low, and the cross-shore wind 11 miles per hour out of the east as we look at another beautiful afternoon here in Saquarema. Kaipogura, along with Marcos Bukuyuva, talking you through the action. Last heat of the day, Caius King up in surfing. He's currently in the lead. And Caius screams off the bottom, carves off the top. Nice punch there for Caius to finish off.
I love the variety, the power that he engaged on his turns on rail.
You know what happened during that commercial break? We got Cauê Germano and his score of 5.33, Marcos, and that's enough to put Cauê up into second in advancing position, bumping Eli Hanneman into third.
Putting some mojo on that game, putting the Brazilian flag there. Let's rewind to watch. Beautiful hook, big gouge for Caius King. Beautiful snap to set up for the cutty. Now we're gonna do an extra snap and a little re-entry on top.
And back to just under the 10-minute mark in this final heat of the day. And remember, let's get to Ryan Calnan. Beautiful hook off the top, a little bit of the backwash to deal with for Arcal. Paced approach there as the wave just tapers off just a little bit, gets the inside wall for him, punches it there. Great surfing for Ryan Calnan. Needs a 5.59 to turn the heat.
A few bumps on the roads on the right now. The extra wind playing a factor right now.
Yeah, which is even more difficult on the backhand too. I feel you saw Ryan Calnan, Arcal, having to really hesitate before he had that last turn, just waiting for the right spot. We'll take another look at what happened here.
On the bottom turns, you're always facing like a blind spot. That's why it's kind of hard to face those bumps. Beautiful first turn, steering a little cutty, just to be able to connect with the power source. Was trying to sting super high, but it went just for almost like a entry floater. You know, over there in the other bay after the rocks there, we have a lot of secret nuggets hiding there.
Oh, tell us about it.
Yeah, the power of the secret is the secret. I think I told enough.
Okay. I'll take that. That's great.
Let's spread the word, that phrase.
Don't look past the rocks. There's nothing to see there. There's no
Don't
waves.
grab your buggy or e-bike there.
Do not. You call it boogies here?
Yeah.
Boogies?
Yeah. Actually, in proper Brazilian Portuguese is bugre.
Bugre. The bugre is on the beach all time.
Yeah,
that gives you some access to some cool waves.
If you go to Fernando de Noronha, all the boogies are yellow there. Almost like New York cabs.
Oh, cool. That's a good time.
Yeah.
The score came in for Ryan Calnan as a 5.83, and Ryan Calnan was able to get into that valuable second place in advancing position, pushing Cauê Germano into third. Cauê with first priority, needing a 5.48. Eli Hanneman, second priority, he's in the blue jersey. Eli needs a 4-point ride with the 7 minutes and 20 seconds, as you can see. So still a very, very tight heat out on the water, going back and forth, especially for that second place position.
Oh yeah, everybody touched already the 2 digits mark, so My God, high-level heat again. One after the other. What a beautiful day of surfing today, Kaipo.
It certainly has been. It's been a very productive day after a slow start with our fog hold, but ever since then, the shape's been great.
Yeah.
The action's been all time. The waves have been super consistent.
Boys and girls ripping.
We've seen 40 waves ridden in certain heats.
Whoa, yeah.
Pretty crazy.
A lot of action for the judge to analyze. Now, it's just because we were saying about the steady pace, the steady rhythm from the ocean, we have a little break into action now. A little pause on the machine. Not so much. Beautiful cutty for our cow. Trying to tic-tac to generate speed. Beautiful snap, almost like a setup turn. A hook on that piece of foam there. Beautiful, escalator foam there.
Smart surfing.
Yeah.
Smart surfing for Ryan
Technical.
Calnan. Technical and just patient and paced, right? Just not trying to over surf the wave, not rushing, making sure that he makes every turn count. Anything over a 5.17 will help his score line.
Beautiful connection, beautiful flow between turns.
But maybe it's the size of the wave that suppressed the score
That's
just a
the
little
only
bit.
thing.
Because
That's going to play some factor there.
yeah, watching this, it came in at a 4.33. So Ryan remains in second place with 11.2 wave total.
If he made the same game, the same rail turns in a big wave from the set, for sure this score will be different, way higher. Crossing the 5 minutes mark in seconds. You guys gotta stick around after this heat because you're gonna have electric post show.
You gonna stick around for that?
I'm gonna, for sure.
Nice.
It's not just my duty, it's my passion. Eli Hanneman now. Against the ropes with 4 minutes to bounce back. Cauê Germano dropping to the third position. Both guys still have, attachable numbers. 5, 4, 4, 8 for Cauê, and the turnaround can be done with just 4 points for Eli Hanneman.
And it's gone quiet.
Yeah, for a minute, man, because the ocean provided a show today.
So adding kind of to the pressure and to some of the tenseness, especially for Cauê and Eli, is things have really calmed down. Cauê with priority, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, come on.
All right, hey, Rachel Apollonio's on the beach. What do you have for us, Rachel?
Hi, but look at this. Today was an amazing day, so I think it's the moment for a toast. It's almost sunset time. I'm watching the last heat, drinking my Corona Cero, and I want to make an invitation for everyone. Keep tuned so we can watch the post-show together, drinking our Corona Cero.
All right, that's a good idea.
Count me in, Rachel.
That was a great idea. Great light, too. Corona post-show right after this heat, where it's going to be Marcos Bocuyuva, Maíra Pops, and myself talking about all of today's events. Of course, we're going to go for our natural kayak wave of the day, our Mr. Peanut top 5. Eli Hanneman would love to be in that top 5 moment, but that is not going to do it. You could see some frustration as well.
Oh, yeah, because he have it all, man. We know the level of talent that Eli has. So it's a matter of just finding the right waves. And he was on lead, so that lead, position in that heat changed so much, shifting all the time. And now Kai is in there. He's there with authority.
All right, so that wave coming through at a 1.6, not just going to change the story for Eli. He's still looking for a 4-point ride, which must be frustrating just because it's not much of a score that Eli needs. He's not going to give up here. Still got some time, just needs 4 points. Nice snap there for Hanneman. Gouges a nice roundhouse, steps on the tail, would love a ramp to show off his skills, throws the tail, and gets it done right there. That's not giving up, pointing up to the sky. 4-point ride was need. Looked at the Apple Watch coming through, and appreciation from the beach crowd there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Chris Gallagher in
Super
support
coach
of Eli.
is happy now.
Should be. You know, after that kind of frustrating ride, just a 1.6, stayed on it, way under priority, found that little inside runner and made the most of it. I think he's got the score.
Let's rewind this tape, talking about rising to the occasion. Eli Hanneman, beautiful cutback, stomping, stalling, just for do what? Front side air reverse. A lot of risk in that turn. Thanking the sky. Shine bright like a diamond, Eli.
Shine bright like a diamond. Look at that completion. Yeah, that's clutch. 5.5, Hanneman goes to first place. 55 seconds remaining.
He bounced back so quick. Whoa. Technical, with authority.
All right, 35 seconds. Eli Hanneman doing a hero's job. Opened up with a 7. Then after that kind of struggle, and he's not done. Finds a left. Hanneman still stinging the lip. Could he improve upon the 5.5? This just might be a ride in. He gives himself a hand, as he should. Eli Hanneman onto the round of 32. No problem. Caius King wants to join him there. He needs to hang on for this last 10 seconds. Caius takes off on this one, and this is just going to be a ride into the beach for the Byron Bay Surfer. And he will be joining Eli Hanneman in the round of 32.
Good job, guys. Eli, Caius, head high for Ryan and Kawe.
Yeah, Caius King, also a great talent coming up. So it's going to be Caius. It's going to be Eli. Moving on into round of 32. Unfortunately, we're going to see Ryan Calnan eliminated from competition, as well as Kawe Germano. There's all the numbers. A couple of scores over 12 points for our 2 advancing surfers.
Beautiful magic stick from Matt Biolas. Amazing surfing from Eli Hanneman with a lot of swag, I can say.
That's right. As the sun starts to set here in Saquarema, and we finish off the day of competition. Good news for Caius, good news for Eli, and good news for you that you don't have to go anywhere because you can stick around. We got more action. We have the Corona Cero post show right after this break. Stick around. agora, amor. Mas, cara, acabou. Esperando chegar, que nós temos que demorar uns 10 minutos. Vai ter uma pequena reunião. Mas antes das 6 eu tô aí, né, amor? Ching Ching! Welcome to the Cero post show here at the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro, presented to you by Cero 0% APV, all natural ingredients. Enjoy it with a lime. That's the way to do it, especially chilled on a beautiful afternoon in Saquarema. Look at the sunset. Nossa Senora de Nazaré on the hillside, the iconic view. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. This is Maíra Pops. This is Marcos Bucayuva. Hey, what a great day, you guys. We got ching ching right now. Boom.
Ching ching, saúde, Kaipo.
Saúde.
All right, so hey, before I touch this to my lips again, actually I'm going to have a sip while we hear from Eli Hanneman. He won the last heat of the day in a spectacular clutch performance out there. Let's hear from Eli. He's with Rachel Apollonio.
That's right. Eli, congratulations. What a comeback, nerve-wracking end. How was that heat for you?
Oh, it was pretty tough, honestly. I got food poisoning last night. I was buckled over all day. I ate, I think, a couple slices of an apple and a grape all day, so I was kind of just struggling. But it was an opportunity for me to trust God and just, I was telling myself what it will be, and it was almost, and I almost used it to my advantage just to take the pressure off myself and go, hey, if I can push through and trust my ability and trust God, I can do this. So I was just praying for strength and calmness, and yeah, he gave me the wave at the end, and we got it done.
I'm sure it wasn't easy, and especially because you had to wait the whole day. Like, do you get more nervous when you have to wait for the last heat?
Yeah, I was actually stoked at the beginning of the day that I was one of the later heats because I just, I was buckled over all morning. I couldn't do anything. So I was actually stoked because I was like, hey, it's giving me time to, heal. And then the day started going on, and I was like, I kind of just don't want to surf today. I'd rather surf tomorrow and recover. But yeah, it was tough. I didn't eat anything all day. I couldn't hold anything in my stomach. So I was just kind of going out there on a whim.
Yeah, I've heard more people got that. So I hope you get well soon. Congratulations, and thank you very much.
Wow. Talk about powering through. Eli Hanneman, just an in-depth interview there, and, had to dig deep, but came up and got the job done, Maíra.
Yeah, for sure. It might be hard for him, but we've been hearing many people talking about being a little ill, but they are making through their heat, so.
Okay. Well, I want to stay healthy, so I'm going to have another sip of my Cero. Marcos, what do you think?
Kill all your bugs, Kaipo. I think, he fight through, man. Resilience is key here to succeed. Adaptability, resilience, a lot of qualities that the surfer's got to have.
Yeah, another surfer with that resilient quality, I feel, was David Silva. We saw him today, along with Oliver Zietz, advance out of their heat, and it was a high-scoring heat. It was a hot action heat. We can take a look at some of that action here, along with Morgan Siblick, as well as #1 in the rankings, Kaoli Voss. But it was all David Silva in this heat, Maíra.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Kaoli Voss started pretty quick this heat, catching many waves, but I think he didn't choose that well, those waves. But David Silva, look how sharp he looked in his board, and he got 2 pretty decent left.
Yeah, and the youngster from the island of Kauai, Marcos, Oliver Zeitz, got it done on the lefts.
I met this boy yesterday over dinner. He have this local knowledge and support from Youth Open Host, team manager from Charpai, and talking about DNA, he got it all, man. That nephew of Mr. Sebastian Zeitz, and talking about this boy from Praia Branca, south coast of São Paulo, the only rider from Brazil that represent the brand from Mr. Robert Kelly Slater Designs, milking this way, throwing turns, engaging the rail to rail, beautiful power surfing from DVD, his nickname.
DVD, and this was a shocker heat for number 1 in the rankings, Kauli Voss. Kauli Voss out of competition. Kauli Voss had a chance to actually qualify at this event. He might have to wait to Pipeline to do that, and he is at risk of falling out of the number 1 spot on the rankings by the end of this competition. David Silva, Oliver Zeitz, on to the round of 32, guys.
I see no problem. He needing like a good, result in Pipeline for Kauli Voss is a no-brainer.
Yeah?
He can go there pretty confident.
You know who was pretty confident today? He was way up on the rankings. It was an edgy moment for George Patar. Remember, George Patar could take the rankings lead in this, and he did advance out of his round of 64 heat along with Luca Macinas. He defeated on fire Wesley Dantes and the youngster from North Shore, Shion Crawford. Here's Luca Macinas, Maida.
Yeah, he did a pretty great job. Look, his board looks pretty good here. A lot of water sprayed in this wave.
Just, Marcus, a guy from Peru, he's going to know how to surf lefts.
Oh, yeah, the never-ending left country with a lot of tradition. The first South America world champion wasn't from Brazil, was Sofia Milanovic for Peru in 2001.
George Patar stuck to the rights here, got a 6.5 and a 5.67. Second place was enough to advance into the round of 32. And now in the live rankings, George Patar is in the number 1 position on the Challenger Series.
Amazing. He just overcome Mr. Kauli Voss, and he's showing the adaptability that he can show in any type of break in the world.
Yeah. In live rankings, we have Mateus Hurdy second. Mateus also advanced out of his round of 32, and Luke Thompson in third when we talk about those live rankings. And those live rankings are going to change on the development as we move through the competition here at Maida.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we saw some bummers like Morgan Siblick losing in this round, but many opportunities for many guys. Michael Rodriguez as well lost. So we're going to see an exchange for many of these spots.
Yeah, and remember, we have a full season. We have 7 events. You take your top 5 finishes out of the 7 events. So all is not done for some of the surfers that lost out today, but it will be a little bit more of a struggle as we move on to stop number 6 at Pipeline. But let's just celebrate. What we should celebrate is our Natura Kayak wave of the day. Feel the power of freshness. And we had a fresh Indonesian surfer with an 8.5 for the wave of the day, Marcos, Bronson Medi.
Oh, taking notes, guys. It's a tutorial of air game when he showcased all his talent here in the ramps of, the backdoor of Itaúna. Oh my God, this is a free surfing type of, expression session type of trick.
Just launching, popping, landing in an explosion, disappearing for a second, Maida, coming out, 8.5. He's going, what more do you want?
Yeah, amazing full rotation, pretty high, and we were all on the beach like so psyched by this air.
Yeah, it was one of the highlights. We have a lot of highlights of today. We're so thankful for all the waves that we saw today. Very consistent.
Whoa.
What is the future going to hold for us? Well, calling Surfline. Let's see what Surfline has on their forecast going forward in this contest window for the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Cero. We got some action. Looks like Marcos in the Atlantic.
Yeah, we still have some energy for tomorrow. I think the only buffer zone maybe we're gonna be Tuesday and Wednesday. We never know, but let's check the graphics with the numbers, not just with the stains.
Yeah, that's right. Taking a look at the next 4 days, a little smaller tomorrow. Opportunity. Look at Tuesday, offshore, 3 to 4 foot faces. Thursday, more opportunity. Maybe the mornings of the other days. Remember, today is October 12th. We have till the 19th in the window to complete this competition. Thank you to Surfline for all of the information. We're going to weed through everything and pick out the best days and to finish this up. I think we got about 3 more days of competition to get through this whole thing.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have like plenty opportunity with this pumping swell in the end of the week. So probably we're gonna have like good days between Thursday and Saturday. So the show continues.
I'm into it, you know. So hey, look, my last call was to Surfline.
Yeah.
Right now, Marcos, I'm gonna call the doctor.
Call the doctor.
Dr. Peanut for the top 5 moments of the day.
Answer the phone,
Ring,
Dr.
ring.
Peanut.
Let's start with number 5 on the Dr. Peanut top 5 moments. Number 5 belonged to Maida Dimitri Poulos with his win here in the round of 64.
Yeah, 8.33. This wave, larger wave. Look how vertical he went on this one, like releasing the fins over the lip line and really doing a great job. A lot of water sprayed. Dimitri Poulos in sharp here in Itaúna.
Yeah. Number 4 with a buzzer beater. So many waves ridden in this heat. It was hard to keep track, but it was Keone Lassa coming out with this final wave of the heat, Marcos, and he advanced into round of 32.
Rising to the occasion, showing his skills to the limelight moment for him, under the radar for so many reapers from his country. Amazing to watch the rail lines going so good with a lot of authority, passion, and posture.
Number 3, again, Bronson Medi, 8.5, highest wave of the day for a high air here, Maida.
Yeah, generating speed and throw the tail up high in the sky. Look, full rotation, perfect, 8.5.
Number 2, Winter Vincent with a big victory and the highest heat total of the day.
Beautiful rail surfing from a tall length surfer from Australia. The runner-up for the Pro Junior Championship from Bronson Medi. Amazing up and down backside attack for Winter.
That was an 8 on the left for Winter Vincent. Just great rail work, smooth surfing, great angle of attack for Winter. That one went excellent, and Winter wasn't done with just that. He went right, 7-point ride for the combo.
Oh, he got it all, man. Speed, power, and flow, showing some variety, showing some board control, and showing some X-Factor turns also.
Number 1, the local boy, João Chianca, had to come back in this heat, but he was victorious, Maida.
Yeah, it was just incredible what he has done in this wave. Really attacked, pretty aggressive the last turn, and the crowds went crazy.
Whoa, notorious and victorious.
Notorious and victorious moves on into the round of 32 to surf another day. And the local crowd loves the performance by Chumbinho. All smiles on the beach.
The dynasty of the Chumbos in Saquarema. Shout out to all the families, Chianca.
Look at the beautiful sunset. Look at the beautiful beach. We're looking forward, you guys, to another day of competition. Let's raise up these Corona Ceros, by the way.
Cheers.
Ching, ching,
Thank
one
you
more
again.
time.
Thank you again.
I can thank you enough, guys.
And
You too.
remember, tune into WorldSurfLeague.com, 6:45 local time here in Brazil for a possible 7 o'clock start for day number 3 of the Banco do Brasil Saquarema Pro presented by Corona Cero. Enjoy the end of day highlights.
Saúde.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.